Chapter 551 Catching the Traitor, 3000 Ghosts. The sect master is invincible. Mountain ghost Douluo stood up with difficulty, flattering with a smile on his face. Hux.c.o.m. The sect master is mighty. The best in the world. All the elders and students shouted at once. At this moment, Tianlan, the young sect master who almost never showed up in the Tang sect, immediately reached the peak of his reputation. The sect master challenged the entire elder hall alone, crushing Elder Wang, the 95th level titled Douluo who had almost invincible defense. And he didn't open his martial spirit. This shocked some young male disciples and made them admire him very much. From then on, Tianlan was no longer the strong man in the rumors, but the invincible strong man they saw. As for some female disciples, they all seemed to be about to eat Tianlan. In their eyes, Tianlan was like a god descending from heaven, so dazzling and majestic. The sect master is so handsome. He actually has such strength, he is worthy of being the world-famous Master Tang. After meeting him today, I have fallen in love with the sect master. Many female disciples were excited and said that they wanted to throw themselves on Tianlan right now. Tianlan came to Tang sect, and naturally he had this idea, to let everyone in Tang sect really know him. A very powerful, heroic and majestic young genius. This way he can get more power of faith. Tianlan put away the evil god's 8 wings, floated in the air, and looked around at everyone. We are all from the Tang sect. I'll also tell you something from my heart. On this continent, the Tang sect will definitely be the most powerful existence. Don't say it is now or in the future, even in 10,000 years, the Tang sect will stand on the top of the mountain. And after you enter the Tang sect, you must work hard, use the remaining energy in your body, and try to leave a name in the Tang sect. That's how Qingxi left his name. Tianlan said a lot in one breath, and he spoke very slowly. 10,000 years for the Tang sect. At this time, a young disciple waved his arms and shouted loudly. Tianlan looked at him with a smile on his face. He didn't need any excuses. Then the scene became more and more sensational. Everyone had a new understanding of Tang sect, and the cohesion became stronger. I have a new understanding of Tianlan. Many people already believe that Tianlan is the greatest being in the history of the mainland. Next, I want to find out a mole in the Tang sect. Tianlan said calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked shocked. Is there a mole in the Tang sect? That must be found out. Could it be sent by Wuhan Palace? The scene became chaotic for a while, with everyone looking around to see who was the mole. Master, is there really a mole? Zhao Wuji was anxious. After all, he was in charge of the Tang sect now. If there is a spy in the Tang sect, it is his responsibility. As Zhao Wuji's lover, Lu Erlong was also a little flustered. Yes, but he is not a disciple or a student, but a person in the Presbyterian hall. Old Zhao, the deputy sect leader, should be suspicious, right? Tianlan said meaningfully. He said this to warn Zhao Wuji not to live in Gentle Village all day and not even care about the Tang sect. Master, please convict me. Zhao Wuji didn't explain anything and just asked Tianlan to convict him. He really didn't know which elder was the traitor, and he really had his willpower full, and he had been in love with Lu Erlong recently. He did not carefully select the elders who joined the Tang sect during this period. I just feel that these soul Douluo or titled Douluo all admire the Tang sect's strength and come here to hug him. Unexpectedly, there is still a ghost sneaking in, it must be someone from Wuhan Palace. Now Zhao Wuji was bent over, feeling very flustered. The scene was very quiet at this time, and no one dared to say more for fear of getting into trouble. It seems like you, the deputy sect leader, are not serious. If I don't return to the sect today, will you never find out? Tianlan said coldly and continued to beat Zhao Wuji. It's all my fault, please punish me, master. Zhao Wuji's calves were shaking a little. Tianlan was usually approachable, but he knew in his heart that Tianlan was not a kind-hearted person. If he really gets angry, he will be beaten to death with a hammer. We'll talk about your business later. I'll deal with the mole's business first. You don't know who the mole is, I do. Tianlan said lightly. Yes. Zhao Wuji nodded hastily. Then Tianlan began to scan all the elders with a burning gaze, which made all the elders tremble with fear and put everyone in danger. Even if they are not moles, they are afraid that Tianlan will make a wrong judgment. With Tianlan's strength, they don't even have a chance to escape. At this moment, mountain ghost Douluo raised his head with a look of justice and loyalty, fearing that he would be seen through. Mountain ghost Douluo! Tianlan suddenly shouted angrily. This roar scared mountain ghost Douluo to the point where he almost fell to the ground. Mountain ghost Douluo is not a fool. If Tianlan yells at him like this, he must know that he is a mole. The seventh soul ring appears around him. The seventh soul skill, Mountain Ghost True Body. Mountain Ghost Douluo suddenly turned into a white ghost shadow, ethereal and terrifying. And after he opens the martial soul's true form, his speed will increase by 100%. But in order to be sure, he still had to use soul skills to increase speed. The 8th soul ring lights up. The 8th soul skill 3000 Ghost Shadows. This is his strongest clone skill, and its speed is increased by 100%. In an instant, Mountain Ghost Douluo turned into 3000 white ghosts, rushing in all directions at extremely fast speeds. He didn't believe that he was so fast, and with so many clones, Tianlan, the bastard, couldn't catch him at all. I have completed a little of the Pope's mission, and now I can escape unscathed. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It turned out to be the Mountain Ghost Elder who was usually very good to them. Both the students and the elders all showed expressions of disbelief. Hurry up! This old ghost is really hateful. You have lied to me for so long. Zhao Wuji is the angriest and most anxious person here. Even though he is a powerful titled Douluo, he is still subconsciously chasing the ghost of Mountain Ghost Douluo. At this time, everyone else was also tracking a ghost figure each, but the speed of these ghost figures, the soul master who was not good at speed really couldn't catch up. But Tianlan was still not in a hurry. He looked at the mountain ghost Douluo who was fleeing in all directions with a calm expression, and said calmly, "Do you think you can escape like this? Bibi Dong may have told you that I am strong, but she would not have thought that I am faster than you. Perhaps she sent you here because she thought you were good at clones. I can't find your real body. But she is wrong, and so are you." As soon as Tianlan finished speaking, Mountain Ghost Douluo's heart was trembling, but he still ran away desperately. He thought Tianlan was trying to scare him, but in fact he couldn't catch him at all. Chapter 552 Zhao Wuji's eagerness has nowhere to hide. With this trick, even if the Pope comes, he still won't be able to catch his true form. Perhaps no one in this world can break his true form. In terms of combat prowess, he may be a younger brother, but compared to running for his life, Sea Ghost Douluo is confident that he will become the strongest being. Even the great worshipper who is said to be invincible in the sky cannot compare with his own escape skills. Now the Tang sect is in chaos. Being manipulated by a titled Douluo who is good at clones and speed, naturally everyone in the Tang sect is very angry. Do you think the sect leader can catch this damn mole? This inner ghost is really powerful, he can actually create so many clones. Elder Wang is said to have invincible defense, but he was easily broken by the sect master. This mole is also invincible in escaping. Can he also be broken? The disciples of the Tang sect were all discussing that they could not participate in the battle of the strong men and could only watch the show from one side. But Mountain Ghost Douluo felt that he had not completed the task perfectly, so he thought of using his clones to kill a wave of Tang sect disciples and students before leaving. Of these clones of his, there are 2,900 ghost figures who only have Soul King level strength, but they pretend to be titled Douluo. But these ghosts with the strength of the Soul King are enough to kill many Tang sect disciples and students. After all, most students do not have the Soul King level. Of the remaining 100 ghost figures, 90 are at the Soul Saint level. If they break into the group of Tang sect disciples, they will be killed indiscriminately. Then there were 10 people left, including 9 Contra-level ghosts. And it's still the strength of peak Contra. Because once Mountain Ghost Douluo uses this soul skill, he will overdraw all his soul power and even burn his blood essence. It won't take more than 10 days and a half to recover. But now in order to escape for his life, he had to use it. These 9 peak soul Douluo were naturally aimed at the Tang sect soul Douluo level elders. And together they killed Tai Tai, Yang Wudi, and others. He wanted to make great contributions to Wuhan Palace and cause the Tang sect to suffer heavy losses, both as disciples and as elders. And he himself retreated in time, within a stick of incense. You go and deal with the clones. I'm here to chase the main body, don't chase randomly. Protect the Tang sect disciples, Zhao Wuji. If a disciple or younger student is killed, you will die to apologize. Tianlan said expressionlessly. The divine eye of the vast sea. Tianlan used the vast sea divine eye and immediately saw through the mountain ghost's true form. At this moment, he was sneakily escaping towards the south gate of Tangmen under the cover of other ghosts. The speed is really fast. However, Tianlan used the soul bone fusion skill again. The 8 wings of the evil god. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the real form of mountain ghost Douluo. When Zhao Wuji saw Tianlan chasing mountain ghost Douluo, he immediately followed the Tang sect's orders. Zhao Wuji, who looked extremely ugly, immediately issued an order to let the other elders protect the students. Yang Wudi and others opened their martial souls one after another and fought with the mountain ghost clone at the peak of Contra. Zhao Wuji's third soul ring quickly lit up. The third soul skill is gravity enhancement. This soul skill can make the opponent's body suddenly become heavier and his feet seem to be stuck in the mud, restricting the opponent's movement. So at this moment, all the ghosts around him slowed down. Zhao Wuji was very angry and panicked inside. He was worried that something would happen to any of the students in the Tang sect, so he lit up his 5th soul ring without fail. The 5th soul skill is gravity squeezing. This soul skill allows these slowed down ghosts to withstand the huge pressure coming from all directions at the same time. His body rushed towards Zhao Wuji uncontrollably. Zhao Wuji's move directly caused many ghosts around him to lose the opportunity to continue to attack and kill. Then the 2nd soul ring lights up. The 2nd soul skill, the powerful Vajra palm. After these ghosts approached, Zhao Wuji kept waving his palms to scatter all the ghosts. The scene was also extremely spectacular. At this moment, mountain ghost Douluo never expected that Tianlan would catch his strange clone. How on earth did this bastard figure it out? Mountain ghost Douluo was extremely shocked, but now he had no time to be shocked because he already felt murderous intent. Tianlan not only found his clone, but also caught up with him in the blink of an eye. How terrifying is this speed? Even a large offering is far inferior, right? Still running away? Tianlan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his dragon capturing hand to control mountain ghost Douluo. He slapped the mountain ghost a few times in the face. The beating made mountain ghost Douluo scream. Tell me, is it Bibi Dong's bitch faction? Yunbai Pingdu, the beautiful model, restrained mountain ghost Douluo's neck and asked coldly. He didn't need to think too much, it must have been sent by the femme fatale woman. This woman is very good at engaging in some intrigues, but she really doesn't know how to fight. Mountain ghost Douluo was frightened and stunned when he heard Tianlan's question. He asked, his heart pounding even more. He actually directly guessed that he was sent by the Pope. This man was so terrifying. If you don't tell me, then go die. Tianlan said with murderous intent as a bloodthirsty knife appeared in his hand. As soon as these words came out, mountain ghost Douluo was so frightened that he hurriedly begged for mercy. Please, Lord Tang, spare my life. Master, you are right, that bitch sent me here. She also threatened me that if I didn't come to the Tang sect to be an undercover agent, she would kill me. There's nothing I can do. Listening to mountain ghost Douluo's admission and begging for mercy, Tianlan sneered. Since you admit it, then follow me to find Bibi Dong in a moment. Tianlan said lightly. Yes. Whatever the sect master says is whatever it is. Mountain ghost Douluo naturally did not dare to refute anything. He just wanted to save his life now. As for what Tianlan wanted to do when he went to find Bibi Dong, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zhao Wuji and others rushed over, because all 3,000 ghosts of mountain ghost Douluo were eliminated. Now Zhao Wuji looked like a child who had done something wrong, and said respectfully to Tianlan, Master, you are really amazing. With so many ghosts, you have found the real body of this bastard very accurately. It really makes 3,000 ghosts have nowhere to hide. Zhao Wuji naturally wanted to flatter Tianlan, otherwise his position as deputy sect leader would be lost. Others also echoed at this time, admiring Tianlan endlessly. In their eyes, Tianlan is the god in their hearts, and the gods in the sky are nothing more than that. Let me also tell everyone that this ghost was sent by Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace. The intention is also very simple, it must be some conspiracy. The Wuhan Palace innocently brought trouble to my Tang clan, what do you think we should do? Tianlan felt it was time, so he used this matter to directly ask everyone in the Tang sect what they meant. Chapter 553 Tang clan's actions are about to become a god. Tianlan's sudden inquiry made everyone in the Tang sect confused. Some smart people have already noticed what Tianlan meant. Is the sect master going to take action against Wuhan Palace? It's so exciting to finally take action. This is the voice of Yang Wudi. Of course I will destroy his Wuhan palace. Yang Wudi raised his arms and shouted loudly. As the sect leader of one of the sects under the Haoshan sect, he was naturally angry at the Wuhan palace's continued oppression. At this time, if there is a chance to take revenge on Wuhan palace, why not be the first to respond to Tianlan? Following young Tianlan, you can really fight with great arrogance. Destroy the spirit hall. Tai Tai also echoed loudly. Immediately afterwards, others also echoed, and now each of them is extremely confident. Because they are in the Tang sect, and because the Tang sect leader is Tianlan, the youngest genius in the history of the mainland, who can single-handedly challenge all the terrifying existences of the elders of the Tang sect. However, some people support impulsively, while others inquire cautiously. Sect Master, the strongest person in Wuhan Palace is Douluo, who is a level 99 ultimate Douluo. In addition to the unfathomable Pope Bibi Dong, there are also a number of masters from the Enshrinement Hall and the Elders Hall. Should our Tang sect launch an attack on Wuhan Palace now? Master, please proceed with caution. At this time, Bai He, who was more stable, asked solemnly. When Bai He said this, he poured cold water on the enthusiastic crowd. At this time, everyone calmed down. There were many masters in Wuhan Palace, and the strongest one was a level 99 ultimate Douluo. No matter how strong the sect leader is, he shouldn't be a match for extreme Douluo, right? It is rumored that Douluo has reached the level of demigod. Tianlan looked around at the crowd. Half of them had already backed down and started to persuade Tianlan. He can also understand, after all, no one in the Tang sect knows anything about what he has done to Wuhan Palace. Regarding Wuhan Palace, I still knew it before. And Mountain Ghost Douluo was controlled by Tianlan. His expression was fearful on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. A small Tang sect dares to challenge Wuhan Palace and is so ignorant that the sect really wants to be exterminated. The Great Priest and the Pope can destroy the Tang sect. Tianlan, you little brat, even though you have some strength, your strength is at least level 97 or 98. Facing the big offering is death. Tianlan naturally heard clearly what Mountain Ghost Douluo was thinking. Crack! Tianlan slapped Mountain Ghost Douluo on the face, and then broke all his limbs 3 times. Ah! Mountain Ghost Douluo screamed miserably. He had never been so seriously injured, so he collapsed at this moment. Everyone in the Tang sect, the elders and disciples were also frightened when they saw Tianlan being so cruel and ruthless. At this time, no one dared to speak anymore. They knew that none of them could decide whether to destroy Wuhan Palace. Only the door owner can decide. The Wuhan Palace has deceived me into having no one in the Tang sect. We will make Wuhandian pay a heavy price. Let Wuhan Palace and the mainland know the price of provoking my Tang clan. The order goes down, all soul masters in the Tang sect who are above the Soul Emperor all join the fight. Target the entire continent, all branches of Wuhan Palace. As for the main hall of Wuhan Hall, just leave it to me and my father. Tianlan gave the order extremely casually, and it was easy to destroy the Wuhan Palace. New 69 Book Bar. Although Jianrongxue will not be her enemy, the current angel god will definitely become her enemy. Therefore, by directly cutting off the Wuhan temple dedicated to the angel god, he would not be able to gain any power of faith. The strength will also be greatly weakened. Furthermore, destroying everyone in the branch hall of Wuhan Hall would also prevent Bibi Dong, the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, from having any negative emotions. And her strength is not too strong. Of course, as long as he becomes Poseidon, even if Bibi Dong becomes a god, he will not be his opponent. And I can become a god at any time. After all, I am only one step away from the last of the 9 Poseidon exams. Yes. As Zhao Wuji was the first to respond, others also responded loudly. Even Bai He and the others, who were more cautious, saw that Tianlan had made up his mind and stopped stopping him. But he still made a good suggestion for the Tang sect. Sect Master, I suggest that the Tang sect can invite the Kaibao Glazed sect and the Haoshan sect to attack the Wuhan Palace together. With the masters of the 2 sects here, Wuhan Palace will definitely be able to fight against the masters of Wuhan Palace. Otherwise our Tang sect will lose a lot of people. Tianlan smiled faintly, you just need to destroy the branches of Wuhan Palace in various parts of the mainland. Don't worry about the support from the masters in the main palace. I will deal with these people. Everyone can rest assured that the Tang sect will definitely succeed in this expedition. After hearing Tianlan's words, Everyone in the Tang clan excitedly agreed. When the Tang clan goes out on an expedition, not even a blade of grass will grow. Following the message passed by Bibi, the Tang sect headquarters and other branches began a frenzied attack on Wuhan Palace. Half a day later, the main hall of Wuhan Palace. At this moment, both Douluo and Bibi Dong have returned. Because they already have confidence, because Rongxiu's divine test has reached the final step. And the same is true for Bibi Dong. Tianlan, just wait for me, I will become a god soon. After I became a god, I was the first to pick up the eyebrows. Bibi Dong said with a sinister look on her face. She only had one final test left, and as long as she completed it, she would become the new Rakshasa god. She was confident that she could deal with Tianlan. After all, she thought she would become a god before Tianlan. After all, Tianlan's level is much lower than hers. Report to the Pope, something happened. At this time, a contra in charge of intelligence knocked on the door and shouted loudly. What happened? Bibi Dong asked with a cold face. The Tang sect suddenly launched an attack on the major branch halls of my Wuhan Palace, and almost all the people in the branch halls were wiped out, including several platinum bishops. Pope, how should we respond? This contra responded hurriedly from outside the door. As soon as these words came out, Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. What? Has the Tang sect taken action against my spirit hall? What a bold bastard! Bibi Dong shouted with a look of shock. She had already walked out of the room as she spoke, staring at Contra with cold eyes. Go back to the Pope, it's all true. The damn Tang sect suddenly launched an attack. Contra responded tremblingly. Bibi Dong received a positive response, and an angry aura immediately emerged, with extremely evil killing intent rising crazily. Then he immediately disappeared on the spot and soon found Douluo. Great sacrifice, Tang sect launched an attack on Wuhan Palace. Every major branch hall of Wuhan Hall was almost completely destroyed. It seems that bastard Tianlan broke his promise. He doesn't want to let go of Wuhan Palace at all. Even though Xiaoxiu has a close relationship with him. Chapter 554 Tianlan chose to escape and came out halfway. What? Douluo, who was guarding Rongxiu's divine examination, said with a shocked expression. We have to think of a way. Our Wuhan Palace is no match for the Tang sect now. Xiaoxiu and I are only one step away from becoming gods. Now is not the time to start a war. Bibi Dong said to the point. Douluo still wants to ask Bibi Dong what to do. He also knew very well that Tianlan's strength was very terrifying. The two of them are no match for each other. Now they can only kill Tianlan if they become gods. Let's run away. Just like last time, we hide in a place and let Xiaoxiu and you become gods quickly. I don't believe Tianlan can find us this time. Otherwise, if we stay here, we will have no choice but to wait for death. Douluo is such a proud noble, the current patriarch of the Seraphim clan, and is known as the invincible ultimate Douluo in the sky. Now her expression changes when she hears Tianlan. Good. Then let's leave quickly. Since the Tang sect has attacked the branch hall, that little bastard Tianlan must come to the main hall. Bibi Dong was also a little anxious. She was about to pass the divine test and was only missing the last step. Naturally, she didn't want to be killed by Tianlan at the last moment. Next, Douluo and Bibi Dong took Rongxiu to escape to a remote place on the mainland. Rongxiu originally didn't want to leave. After all, she thought she could persuade Tianlan. But after Douluo's earnest advice after that, in order to quickly become a god, he chose to leave the main hall. When the three of them were speeding towards the west of the mainland, a man with a strong voice and a touch of sarcasm rang in their ears. Douluo, Bibi Dong, where are you going? What a hurry! The moment this voice resounded, Douluo and Bibi Dong's hearts froze. Rongxiu was a little happy. She didn't care about anything, she just felt that it was time to see Tianlan. Because she misses him. Douluo looked around and said with a straight face, does the Tang clan master want to force us to stay? Didn't you let the two of us go for Xiaoxiu's sake? Are you going to break your promise? Although Douluo still showed arrogance, he did not want to be humble. But the voice he spoke in was somewhat groveling. Tianlan, the flattering model with a handsome nose and a handsome nose asked excitedly when he saw Tianlan. I'm here, come here. Tianlan suddenly appeared in front of the three of them, looking at Rongxiu and saying with a smile. He did not look at Douluo and Bibi Dong, as if they did not exist, so he had no intention of responding to Douluo's question. Without giving them any face, Douluo and Bibi Dong could only break their teeth and swallow them. On the surface, he didn't dare to do anything, but in his heart, he hated Tianlan. However, Douluo had other ideas at the moment. No matter what, Tianlan was still very good to his Xiaoxiu. Blue. Qianrongxiu is now level 99, and is only one test away from becoming a god. Xiaoxiu, how are you lately? Tianlan reached out and hugged Qianrongxiu in front of Douluo. It's just one test away from becoming a god. Qianrongxiu responded shyly. Although she has been taking the divine test recently and is under a lot of pressure, Tianlan has always been in her mind. For some reason, she really wanted Tianlan to pamper her forcefully. That's good. We're going to have some fun later. I'm exhausted from taking the god test all the time. I need to relax. New 69 book bar. Tianlan stroked Qianrongxiu's long hair and said meaningfully. The main reason why he stopped the three of them halfway was because of Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu, this woman, was an existence that made him more and more addicted. If he didn't abuse her for a while, he would feel unhappy. Okay. Qianrongxiu's face turned as red as a monkey's ass, and she agreed to Tianlan instantly in Tianlan's arms. At this moment, both Qianrongxiu and Bibi Dong couldn't bear to look at her. Sect Master Tang, Xiaoxiu is at the critical moment of the divine examination. Please allow us to leave. Qiandaoxian put down his dignity and swallowed his anger. Sect Master Tang, we have already settled down, are you here to kill us this time? Bibi Dong also asked. You two talk so much nonsense, I didn't come here to kill you. If it weren't for Xiaoxiu, you two would have died 800 times ago. Get out of here quickly, don't affect my affairs. Otherwise, if you make me feel bad, I'll break your legs. Tianlan looked at the two of them and said impatiently. When Douluo and Bibi Dong heard Tianlan's words, although they were very angry inside, they wished they could activate their martial spirits immediately and fight Tianlan again. But they were still very conscientious and did not dare to take action, and because of Tianlan's words, their tense hearts relaxed a lot. It turned out that he was not here to kill them. This was really beyond their expectations. Qianrongxiu was also very happy at this moment. Tianlan said that not killing her grandfather and mother was really for her own sake, so she didn't need to beg him. Tianlan really loves me, I must treat him well. After becoming a god, go to heaven with him and become a couple of gods and immortals. Qianrongxiu hugged Tianlan tightly with longing in her heart. Let's leave now and not disturb you and Xiaoxiu's good things. Douluo said in a clear and general manner, and turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Bibi Dong glanced at Tianlan and left in a hurry. Tianlan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the two people escaping in a hurry. He really didn't come to kill the two of them, he was just lustful and wanted to come over to train Qianrongxiu, who was about to become an angel god. Of course, I also want to scare them and let them know how much I weigh. The reason why Tianlan did not kill Douluo was because Douluo needed to sacrifice for Qianrongxiu. Even though Qianrongxiu was driven by Douluo and avoided many detours, she still did not fully obtain the power of the angel god. So even if you become a god, you won't be that strong. As for Bibi Dong, as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, she is naturally useful. I made a blood sacrifice to the dark demon evil god tiger and obtained the evil god wings and evil god hook. As long as he evolves to 100,000 years, he can open the inheritance of the evil god. And the so-called Rakshasa god is the evil god's younger brother. Tianlan took Qianrongxiu to a random place and started doing it. One day and one night later, the Wuhan palace was completely destroyed, and the Tang sect became the most powerful sect in the entire continent. Neither the upper three sects nor the lower four sects would object to anything. Instead, they sent congratulations to the Tang sect one after another. And Tianlan finally finished exercising with Qianrongxiu, and it was only after Qianrongxiu begged for mercy that Tianlan let her go. Lan, are we saying goodbye again? Qianrongxiu lay in Tianlan's arms, touching Tianlan's thick chest with her fingers, and said with a look of reluctance. We won't be separated this time. I will accompany you to take the test. But I have to remind you. Chapter 555 Chapter Take you to see the world and come to the slums. Lan, do you have any questions? Qianrongxiu asked doubtfully. Tianlan once again rode on Qianrongxiu and said seriously, I'll tell you when I feel comfortable. But let me remind you, this is bad news. Are you coming again? I can't stand it anymore. You are too fierce. If you keep doing this, I will be crippled. Please hit me, please, and wait until I feel better before you come back, okay? Or when I become a god, I probably won't be afraid of pain by then. Qianrongxue was frightened by Tianlan. She really didn't expect Tianlan to want to continue. It's been a day and a night, isn't Tianlan tired? Are all men so terrible in this regard? Although I felt very comfortable at first, as time passed, my body became really unbearable. That won't work, because I can't help it when I see you. You are so charming. Tianlan grabbed Qianrongxue's peak, ravaged it, and then started to climb the peak again. No, Qianrongxue naturally let out a shrill scream, but what was contained in her voice was not pain, but excitement and excitement. Tianlan could clearly see that it would be painful if it was Xiaowu or Zhu Zuqing, because they didn't have the tendency to shake their breasts. But Qianrongxue, the eldest lady of Wuhan Palace who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, is different. She is the most contrasting woman on the continent. After another long time, Tianlan let go of Qianrongxue. Then Qianrongxue felt a little faint, and Tianlan felt very comfortable holding Qianrongxue in his arms. After destroying the forces of Wuhan Palace, he prepared to continue the action of accumulating the power of faith. Zioxue, you must be mentally prepared in advance. During your 9th exam, your grandfather Qiandaoliu. He will die as a sacrifice for you and help you become a god. Can you bear it? Tianlan hugged Qianrongxue and said solemnly. I know this, Grandpa has already told me. As the great enshrinement of the Spirit Hall, he is destined to sacrifice his life for the Seraphim clan and the angel god. This is his fate. Although I don't want him to be like this, I can't change his fate. However, to Tianlan's surprise, Qianrongxue already knew this and was already prepared. Now that you are mentally prepared, I'm relieved. But before you take the test, please accompany me to do something. You have been hiding in the royal family of the Tiandu Empire, or you have been practicing in the Spirit Hall. You don't have time to see the great rivers and mountains in this world, do you? People, you can't do the same thing all the time. Sometimes you need to relax. While you are doing things with me, I will show you the world by the way. Tianlan was not asking Qianrongxue for her opinion, but making a decision directly for her. At this moment, Qianrongxue can give up the opportunity to become a god quickly and choose to see the world with Tianlan. She felt that even though there were many women around Tianlan, she was the only one who could accompany him to see the world. So Qianrongxue is very happy. Let's go. No matter what you do or where you go, I am willing to accompany you. Qianrongxue hugged Tianlan tightly, fearing that Tianlan would suddenly disappear. Therefore, the two of them hid their strength and suppressed their realm to the realm of great soul masters. Tianlan wanted to do some small things. After all, he had done all the big things when he came to this continent. And to accumulate the true power of faith, you really have to start with small things. Lan, what are we going to do in this slum when we hide our strength? Qianrongxue asked Tianlan in confusion. She was covering her mouth and nose when she spoke, because the weather was too hot and the slums made it smelly. The most uncomfortable thing for her was that she had to look ugly. Of course, it's not that ugly, but it's still very ordinary. Qianrongxue is a woman who loves beauty extremely. Because we want to do good things, but it's not easy to do things if the level is too high. It's better to be a soul king and a great soul master just now. After all, in a place like this, having a great soul master is already pretty good. Tianlan said meaningfully. Qianrongxue still didn't understand, but she didn't say anything. After all, she was willing to listen to Tianlan. She is willing to do anything Tianlan asks her to do. Walking into the slum, Tianlan asked loudly and directly, who collects protection fees and oppresses the people here? However, no one responded, they all looked at Tianlan and Qianrongxue secretly. At this moment, Tianlan and Qianrongxue were dressed as young people in their 20s. The level is also the Great Soul Master level. In fact, some people want to tell the truth, but due to some irresistible factors, they dare not say more. Tianlan naturally knew that these poor people did not dare to say anything. He does not need to investigate specifically. No matter who comes here to oppress the people, or how powerful they will be killed in front of the slums. Who the hell are you? Dare you take care of things here? Do you know who is covering this place? You really don't know how to seek death. At this time, a great soul master strode out of a house, pointed at Tianlan with an arrogant look and yelled angrily. Tianlan discovered that this person was wearing the uniform clothes of the Tang sect branch. His expression immediately turned cold. Anywhere he goes, he can find the moths in Tang sect. If the people who bully this slum come from the Tang sect, then these people should all die. It is these bastards who make the real people at the bottom unable to contribute their faith to them, but instead feel resentful. No wonder the accumulation of power of faith has not met my own requirements. Are you from the Tang sect? Tianlan asked the young great soul master coldly. Can you recognize that I'm from the Tang clan, and why don't you just get out of here? Otherwise, be careful, I'll beat you up. You, a loser who has just stepped into the realm of a great soul master, dare to stand up for others. Are you really worthy of it? The Tang sect branch disciples pointed at Tianlan and shouted arrogantly. At this time, the poor people in the slums hid back home, obviously for fear of being implicated. It seems that Wuhan Palace cannot bear all the blame, and the disciples of Tang sect in the dark place will do all kinds of evil. Seeking death. Qian Rongxiu was angry, yelling and about to take action. Don't be anxious. Tianlan stopped her. Oh, what are you doing, little beauty? Want to kill me? Come on, come over and kill me. When the disciples of the branch looked at Qian Rongxiu's appearance at this moment, they could all call her a little beauty. In Tianlan's opinion, he was really hungry. I advise you to let the master behind you come over, otherwise you won't be able to bear my anger alone. Tianlan said without any doubt. The branch disciples were immediately shocked, but they soon burst into laughter. Ha! It really made me laugh to death. Since you are looking for death, you loser, then I will help you. Chapter 556 The Sixth Ring Soul Emperor looks like a Earth Emperor. When this branch disciple yelled at Tianlan, the two soul rings around him all lit up. Two colors, yellow and yellow. And the quality is not high. Tianlan was very dissatisfied. Can such a thing enter the Tang sect? Even if he is a branch, he is not worthy, right? Judging from the fact that he is already over 20 years old, he is only a level 36 Great Soul Master, what a waste. I'll do it. Qian Rongxiu said angrily. Immediately, Qian Rongxiu rushed out, and Tianlan did not stop her. The bastard in this branch molested Qian Rongxiu, let Qian Rongxiu teach him a lesson. The first soul ring of the branch disciple lights up. The first soul skill, Mountain Bird Claw Strike. Don't worry, little beauty, I won't kill you. I will treat you well. The branch disciples don't even know how to write the word death, and they are still arrogant at this time. Qian Rongxiu stared coldly, and rushed in front of the branch disciple with great disgust. Without using her martial spirit, she quickly slapped him on the face. Ah! The branch disciple's cheeks, which were still smiling, were immediately deformed. A small great soul master, if Qian Rongxiu doesn't activate her martial soul, can actually kill her with one finger. But Qian Rongxiu still held back, just wanting to teach him a lesson. After all, she knew that this person was from the Tang sect, and Tianlan would definitely be useful. Be careful when you speak next time, or I will tear your mouth apart. Qian Rongxiu said with a sneer. Do you know who I am? Do you know who is behind me? Do you know where I come from? Both of you leave here alive, just wait. The branch disciple covered his deformed face, pointed at Qian Rongxiu and Tianlan and said angrily. It seems that your background is very powerful, then go find him. We are waiting for you here, remember to find more people, it is best to find them all. Otherwise it's not enough. Tianlan said with a smile on his face. Good. I have never seen someone like you looking for death. Since you have to wait, then wait for me, don't run away like a coward. Everyone in the slums, keep an eye on these two bastards. If you let them escape, you will all die. My father will never let you go. The branch disciple pointed at Tianlan and yelled angrily, and then warned everyone in the slum. He said this because he was afraid that Tianlan would run away. Now he was sure that this idiot who seemed to be upright would definitely stay for these reptiles in the slums. Lan, do you want to clean up the house? Qian Rongxiu walked to Tianlan and asked in a low voice. They are not worthy to be members of my Tang sect. The next thing to do is to eliminate the bastards pretending to be Tang clan and restore our Tang clan's innocence. It can also be said that I drew my sword to save him when there was injustice on the way. Tianlan looked at the ragged people around him and said calmly. However, his truest idea is to make everyone here believe in him and give him enough power of faith. Lan, you are a good person. Qian Rongxiu hugged Tang Lan's arm and sighed. However, Tang Lan smiled and did not respond. After waiting for a while, a group of soul masters entered the slums aggressively. A few soul sects opened the way, which seemed to be a good sign. Everyone gives way. Father, those two bastards came to make trouble on our territory. The child was slapped by that bitch, you have to vent your anger for the child. The great soul master with half his face broken, pointing at Tang Lan and Qian Rongxiu and yelling angrily. Two great soul masters. Hat. It's just two great soul masters, and they're just new soul masters, so they bullied you like this. Why did I give birth to such a useless thing like you? The man in his 40s, tall and muscular, with a strong voice cursed. Then he looked at Tang Lan and the two of them again, and said murderously, of course, no matter how useless my son is, you two little bastards can't bully him. Now come here and kowtow to my son and admit your mistake. I will leave your whole body intact. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death and then crush your bones and spread your ashes. Did you hear that? As he finished speaking, almost everyone in the slum hid, as if they were particularly afraid of being seen by this man. The soul masters beside the man were all staring at Tang Lan and Tang Lan with murderous intent. Who are you? Tang Lan suddenly felt a little funny and asked, staring at the man. Because he also saw the man wearing the clothes of the Tang sect branch, judging from his strength, he was the sixth soul emperor. In a place like this, a six-ring soul emperor is just like a local emperor. And this two emperor, who seems to bully men and dominate women, and does all kinds of evil, comes from the Tang sect. It seems that Zhao Wuji is really nostalgic for his gentle hometown with Lu Erlong, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with the sect anymore. To think that there should be such a moth in the Tang sect that is harmful to others and ourselves. You, a little great soul master, are you worthy enough to ask me who I am? Are you mentally ill? I want you to kneel down for me now, do you hear me? The sixth ring soul emperor pointed at Tang Lan extremely arrogantly and domineeringly. Then he wanted to directly crush Tang Lan with the momentum of the sixth ring soul emperor. But things went contrary to expectations. Tang Lan still looked at him calmly. This little bastard has something. Third, fourth, come and break his legs. I want to see how hard his knees are. Oh shit! The sixth ring soul emperor looked around and issued an order with cold words. Then the two four-ring soul sects agreed and walked towards Tang Lan with steps that they would not recognize. Little baby, seeing that our deputy sect leader dares to be so arrogant, it seems that you died somehow. One of the short, fat soul sect masters said with a grin. Then the first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, Bear's Fierce Fist. The fat soul sect's spirit hall has pretty good beast spirits, but it's a pity that the talent is too poor. It seems that he is over 40, but he is still a member of the four-ring soul sect. Can this kind of income come to the branch of the Tang sect? Tang Lan was a little angry, and used the dragon capturing hand to get the fat soul sect, who had just used his first soul skill, in front of him. A waste like you is worthy of joining the Tang sect. Tang Lan said coldly. You. Fat soul sect was completely confused. He didn't even know what happened, and he was caught by the opponent. What's wrong with me? Tang Lan sneered. Let him go. At this time, the tall and thin soul sect on one side roared angrily. As he finished speaking, the second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill Fire Horse Flame. The slender soul sect directly sprayed out a stream of flames with moderate energy fluctuations. Tang Lan did not escape. The flames instantly enveloped Tang Lan and Fat Soul sect. At this moment, the Thin Soul sect was completely confused. Including the sixth ring Soul Emperor, known as the Deputy Sect Leader, and others. Chapter 557 A Fool, the Scourge of the Tang Sect. Qian Rongxiu watched the fire spread without any worry. What an idiot, he can't even hide. A great soul master was burned to death like this. This bone is still quite hard, and now there is no residue left from the burned bones. Ha! The sixth ring Soul Emperor started taunting him directly. Even if his subordinate died, he didn't feel the slightest bit sad. The others also laughed along with him. Then everyone turned their attention to Qian Rongxiu. Even though Qian Rongxiu looks very ordinary now, she is still a woman and has a slender figure. Old men like them naturally love it very much. Little beauty, you look young, your companion was burned to death. Why don't you follow my son? The sixth ring soul emperor wanted to find a woman for his son. He doesn't deserve it. Qianrongxue responded coldly. Bitch, you are looking for death. The son of the sixth ring soul emperor yelled angrily. It seems that you will be fined for not eating the toast. The sixth ring soul emperor said angrily. I want to see who is toasting without having to drink the fine wine. At this time, Tang Lan's voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time, the smoke from the fire dissipated. Tang Lan stood on the spot unharmed, with no trace of burns on his body, not even on his hair. But the Fat Soul sect has disappeared, and there are more blackened bones on the ground. The Fat Soul sect was burned into bones and ashes, but Tang Lan remained intact and spoke harsh words, which made the sixth ring soul emperor furious. Die! The sixth ring soul emperor was completely angry. If the fire of the fourth ring soul sect cannot kill the opponent, then it will be up to me, the 68th level sixth ring soul emperor, to burn it. The third soul ring around the sixth ring soul emperor lit up. The third soul skill, Flaming Bird Flying Rain. In an instant it rained like meteors from the sky, but they were just fireballs. The power of this soul skill looks very terrifying. Many soul masters hid aside, not daring to get close to the place where the fire spread. But Tang Lan was walking in the sea of fire, teleporting one after another to arrive in front of the sixth ring soul emperor. The sixth ring soul emperor was stunned. Is there anyone who is not afraid of fire? What's more, this is a mere second-level soul master. The fourth soul ring also lit up quickly. The fourth soul skill is the soaring bird. A flamingo covered in flames appeared out of thin air and pounced on Tang Lan at an extremely terrifying speed. But Tang Lan just waved his hand casually, and the flamingo disappeared into smoke. If you have any other means, feel free to use them. And these lackeys of yours, why don't you come? Tang Lan said calmly. Who are you? No matter how stupid the sixth ring soul emperor is, he still wants to understand at this moment that the great soul master in front of him is not a great soul master at all. At this moment, the rest of the people were also trembling with fear. After all, even the strongest sixth soul emperor was no match. Trash clearer. You all tell me the truth, are you from the Tang sect branch? I can read minds. If anyone lies or is dishonest, I will kill them immediately. Tang Lan said with a cold expression and murderous intent. Anyone who prevents them from accumulating the power of faith will have to pay a corresponding price. Since you know that we are from the Tang sect, how dare you be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that our sect master will come and kill you? Our sect leader is the one who led the Tang sect to destroy the spirit hall. The sixth ring soul emperor suddenly spoke with his head held high. At this moment, other people were looking at Tang Lan with arrogance, as if they were particularly proud because they were from the Tang sect. The Tang sect is indeed the number one force now, and neither Wuhan Palace nor the Shangsun sect are rivals. It's just that I don't like people from the Tang sect who bully the weak and bully the weak. If you are discovered by me, I will kill you directly. For any of you who have just stepped into the darkness, I can give you a chance. Stand up and apologize to the people in the slums, and I will spare your lives. Tang Lan looked at the dozen soul masters and said with an unquestionable expression. It's still not time for Tang Lan to reveal his identity. He wanted to see who else was behind this sixth ring soul emperor. Based on Tang Lan's intuition, there must be someone behind the sixth soul emperor. This man is 40 years old, a level 68 soul emperor, and his martial soul is a flaming bird. To be honest, it's not bad. So there must be someone behind such a person. Now the Tang sect is spread across the entire continent, with one main sect, 2 branch sects, 4 branch halls and 8 branches. The main sect is temporarily managed by Zhao Wuji, and the 2 branch sects are managed by 2 level 89 contras. The 4th branch is managed by 4 level 79 soul saints, and the 8th branch is led by a level 69 soul emperor. And these people are all one level after another. Since this is the deputy sect leader of the 6th ring soul emperor, he is one of the 8 branches. If I don't show off my power, do you really think I'm a waste? I am Li Yuanshan, the deputy sect leader of the Linzi branch of the 8th branch. If you are afraid when you hear my name, crawl over and kneel down to me. 6 soul ring enemy Li Yuanshan roared extremely domineeringly. Kneel down. Then a group of soul masters put pressure on Tang Lan. Li Yuanshan. Do you know the purpose of Tang clan? Tang Lan stared at him and asked. Who do you think you are? You are worthy of asking me about the Tang clan. You just killed my Tang clan people. I am prepared to accept the anger of my Tang clan. My mentor is the deputy sect leader of Tianlan sect, one of the two sects of Tang sect, Huangshan Ghost. That's 87's attack type contra. Can you afford to offend him? Li Yuanshan was very angry and thoughtlessly revealed his details to Tianlan. I see. No wonder the little soul emperor dares to be so arrogant and scares the people away from coming out. Today I will ask the people, what exactly have you done? Tianlan is not in a hurry to kill these people, he still wants to use them to attract hatred. The more the people hate them, the more grateful he will be when he appears as the savior. You dare to ask? Li Yunshan shouted murderously with his eyes widened. Who will tell me, what did this Li Yunshan do? Don't be afraid of him, I will make the decision for you. Tianlan shouted loudly. Li Yunshan, the so-called deputy head of the Tang sect, is actually a bastard who does all kinds of evil. He stole countless beautiful women and broke the legs of countless innocent people. He also killed my entire family. This beast has killed countless people. If you really have the strength, please kill him. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people in the slums, I would like to thank you. However, at this time, there were only sounds, but no one was seen. If you have the ability to make a loud voice, you must not be an ordinary person. But because he was afraid of Li Yunshan, he did not show his face to report. Chapter 558. The branch leader arrives, the four-winged tiger eagle. Which bastard dares to gossip? How dare you frame me, you really don't know how to live or die. Get out of here. Li Yuanshan looked around at the slum houses and cursed in a cold tone. Get out. The others also shouted loudly. Then the people inside didn't dare to speak anymore, for fear of being retaliated against. Damn thing, come here and kowtow to me now. Otherwise, if my mentor comes, you will leave with nothing to eat. Don't think that just because your skills are weird, you can be arrogant here. Li Yunshan continued to curse. He felt that Tianlan still dared to take action because he was afraid of the people behind him and the sect he belonged to. After all, the Tang sect where he belongs is the largest sect in the world. This bastard must be afraid of killing himself, so he was eventually hunted down by the Tang sect. You are really lucky to enter the Tang sect. Now that the Tang sect is so strong, wouldn't it be easy to bully anyone in the world? I'll take care of your matter in a moment. Don't go on forever. Bang! Tianlan became a little impatient, and casually used his dragon capturing hand to throw Li Yunshan into the sky, and then pulled hard. Li Yunshan fell miserably to the ground. Because Li Yunshan's martial spirit was sealed by Tianlan, Li Yunshan fell and suffered all fractures. Now he is not dead, but crippled. This scene really scared the other soul masters, and Li Yunshan's son was so frightened that he peed. They all stared with wide eyes, looking at the extremely powerful sixth ring soul emperor, only to be crippled by him from afar. This really washed away their worldview. Now the girl is strong, vinegar, hammer, squid, fat and fishy, taxing Sang Jun. They've bullied you so much, why don't you stand up for yourself? Don't worry about these guys having a backing, I am your biggest backing. Tianlan said loudly. However, the people in these slums still dare not come out because they are afraid of being bullied. Het! Who are you? How dare you run wild on our Tang sect's territory? Kill me, the elder of Tang sect, and also hurt my deputy sect leader of Tang sect branch. 9 lives are not enough for you. At this moment, a person came up from the sky with a powerful momentum like a rainbow. And it was full of blood, as if many people had died here. Everyone looked at the people flying from here. Master! It's the master of the door who is here. The deputy sect master is no match, but the sect master can definitely give that bastard a lesson. The other soul masters were particularly excited. This branch leader seemed to be their savior. They may not want to be ridden by slum pariahs. Li Yunshan also spoke excitedly at this moment, Sect Master, you are finally here. A blind guy has come to our territory. You have reached the realm of Soul Saint, you must avenge us. We must save face for the Tang sect. Listening to the words of everyone and Li Yunshan, the sect leader Tan Yayawai smiled faintly and responded to everyone, leave this matter to me. Anyone who hurts our Tang sect will definitely die. Tang Men and Qian Rongxiu saw that a level 70 Soul Saint was so grand and became the savior of these people. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile at each other, which was considered as a mockery of everyone. You said you wanted to save face for the Tang sect, but I want to see how you, the soul saint, can save it. Tianlan said with a sneer. Boy! Tan Yaowai pointed at Tianlan and yelled angrily, what realm are you in? Don't pretend to be like me here. Tan Yaowai sounds arrogant, but in his heart he is very cautious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become the sect leader of one of the 8 major branches in the entire continent. Of course, his branch is the westernmost region of the Douluo Empire, and the 3 big cities it is responsible for are also relatively poor cities. A 6th ring soul emperor was crippled by the opponent, and others did not dare to step forward to fight. Even without asking, he knew that this young man was not a 2nd level soul master as he appeared on the surface. Is the strength at the soul saint level? Or is it weirder to possess treasures or soul skills? Before I respond to you, let me answer a few questions. I will tell you my true strength. And I'll tell you my true identity. Tianlan said expressionlessly. Master, this kid is so arrogant, let's take him down. One person really couldn't stand it anymore. He was used to being arrogant and couldn't bear the slightest anger. Others also echoed. Whether you are qualified to ask the leader of this sect or not, we have to see if you have the strength. Tan Yaowai sneered and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his martial spirit. The martial spirit is a 4-winged tiger eagle. It is the mutated martial spirit of the double-winged tiger eagle, which is relatively rare on the mainland. Immediately, Tan Yaowai's first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, Wind Dance. Tan Yaowai's body spun rapidly, and then he rushed towards Tianlan crazily. The momentum is still very strong. However, one step on the waves narrowed the distance between him and Tan Yaowai, and a punch as fast as thunder hit Tan Yaowai's face. Originally, Tan Yaowai was spinning very fast, but Tianlan still accurately found the bridge of his nose. Bang! After this punch, Tan Yaowai screamed and flew out. The fact that a dignified soul saint was beaten like this once again exceeded everyone's expectations. No, regardless of whether they are people from the Tang sect branch or cowardly and timid people from the slums. They are all shocking to a soul saint who is like a god. Why is he so vulnerable? With this punch, Tan Yaowai's nose bone was broken. He fell to the ground, and there was a hole in the ground. This bastard is so fast. But if you are faster than me, then wait for death. Tan Yaowai didn't feel that he was not Tianlan's opponent, but felt that he had underestimated his opponent. Once you show your true speed and strength, you will definitely defeat the opponent quickly. While thinking, Tan Yaowai's second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Tiger Eagle Light. When Tan Yaowai saw Tianlan standing on the ground and watching him quietly, he suddenly launched a long-range attack. His long-range attack is extremely fast and cannot be avoided by ordinary people. However, he watched helplessly as Tianlan teleported in front of him, dodging his second soul skill very easily. Damn guy! Tan Yaowai roared angrily. The 7th soul ring around his body lit up. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. In an instant, Tan Yaowai transformed into a huge tiger eagle of more than 30 meters, but it was different from ordinary tiger eagles. With 2 pairs of wings, the frequency of flapping is also faster. Forcing me to use my Martial Soul True Body, you will be considered powerful. But that's it. The 5th soul skill, Rapid Tornado. The 6th soul skill, 4 Wings Flying Slash. Tan Yaoxuan spun himself even more crazily than before. At this moment, the surroundings were full of wind and waves. Chapter 559. If you don't tell the truth, all the people will sue the black sheep. The wind and sand filled the sky, and the momentum was overwhelming. Tan Yaowai turned into a tornado and swept madly towards Tianlan, who was very close at hand. Moreover, this tornado also had 4 dazzling knives, cutting towards Tianlan. Tianlan didn't even bother to use the 8 wings of the evil god. The divine eye of the vast sea and the soul of the vast sea. Tianlan used the wave to distance himself and directly pinned Tan Yaowai's figure. The tornado that was spinning rapidly suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes widened, full of shock. And when Tan Yaowai looked at Tianlan in front of him, he felt a storm in his heart. What happened to me? I feel like something is wrong with my soul. Why is my body still frozen? Is this person good at soul attacks? Bang! Tianlan raised his leg and kicked Tan Yaowai away. Am I qualified to ask now? Tianlan flew up and said coldly while floating in the air. This scene really shocked everyone. Flying? Furthermore, he had no wings, no soul skills, and almost no soul power fluctuations. This must be a titled Douluo, right? Are you a titled Douluo? Tan Yaoi asked everyone's question. A soul master can fly either because his martial soul is special or because of his soul skills. But Tianlan flew up without opening his martial soul or using his soul skills. He must be a powerful titled Douluo. At this moment, all the soul masters were huddled together and kneeling on the ground side by side. They were all afraid that Tianlan would kill them all in a rage. He is a titled Douluo who beats up the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. Why are you still asking me? If you don't understand people's words, I can send you some cute words now. Tianlan said coldly and impatiently. I'm sorry, please ask me. Tan Yaoi whispered hastily, for fear of making Tianlan angry. Do you know that your subordinates are bullying the people? Tianlan looked down on Tan Yaoi with his long hair flying and his temperament was absolute. At this moment, he was like a god, putting great pressure on Tan Yaoi. Tan Yaoi naturally knew, after all, it was the people he ordered to bully. After all, only by draining the people dry can he get money, and only with the gold soul coins can he buy what he needs. After all, he has mutated his martial soul in a good direction. Even though he is not young now, he still has hope of reaching the Contra realm. Faced with the questioning of a titled Douluo, Tan Yaoi naturally did not dare to tell the truth. Back to Sir Douluo, I didn't know that these bastards were bullying the people, but I didn't do a thorough investigation. I'm guilty. Although Tan Yaoi didn't know who Tianlan was, he admitted his mistake to Tianlan. At this time, survival is the most important thing. Hat. Do you think I'm a fool? I'll give you another chance, take advantage of it. If you don't tell the truth again, I won't mind crushing you to ashes. Because what I hate most is someone cheating on me. Tianlan said with an indifferent expression. As soon as these words came out, Tan Yaoi immediately admitted his mistake and told the truth. Your Excellency Douluo, I knew they were doing evil, but I didn't stop them. I committed a heinous crime. I beg you to spare my life, I am willing to offer you rare treasures. Tan Yaoi told half of the truth and hid his even worse mastermind. His words naturally aroused the anger of Li Yunshan and others. When this old guy is in danger, he starts to abandon his car to save his handsomeness. It's so disgusting. New book bar. It seems you still don't want to tell me the truth. Tianlan shook his head and said coldly. Suffer all this, you bastard humiliated people, you can come out now. Just now you felt that I couldn't make the decision for you, so you didn't dare to come out, for fear that if I died, you would be wildly retaliated against. Can you come out now? Tianlan looked around and informed everyone in the slums with a strong voice. If it is not enough to crush the Tang sect branch's principal and deputy sect leaders by showing such strength, then these people have really lost their courage. The strength Tianlan displayed really shocked tens of thousands of people. Looking at the soul masters who usually bullied them excessively, these unattainable existences were taught such a lesson by one person. Not to mention how happy they are. So with Tianlan's loud roar, those brave people rushed out of the door and gathered around. Brother, is this sect leader taking the lead in humiliating us? We don't have much money to begin with, and we are still being exploited by his leaders. And he forced all of us to do hard labor and work for him, and he didn't even give us enough to eat. So this guy just lied to you, brother. At this time, a younger man spoke loudly, with anger and expectation on his face. Angry at Tan Yaoi's abomination, he also hoped that Tianlan could save their ghetto and kill these bastards from the Tang clan. Right. These people from the Tang sect are simply unknown to everyone, not just to the people in our slums, but also to the people in other areas. Please, Your Excellency, titled Douluo, save us from fire and water. We can act as cattle or horses for you. Please. At this time, another person also spoke hurriedly, and extended the scope to the entire Tang sect. The next people who ran out, hundreds of them, were all complaining. It seems that Tianlan is the god who came down to earth to save them. Tianlan has long known that the harm caused by this group of people is extremely great. After all, they represent the Tang sect. After all, everyone in this Tang sect is evil. These people in the Tang sect were all frightened by the excitement of the people in the slums. Some people are so scared that they wet their pants. After all, they are indeed very hateful to these ordinary untouchables. Sir, these people are all lying to you. You can't even listen to the nonsense of some untouchables. These frame UPS must be done by the remnants of Wuhan Palace. Tan Yai was so frightened that his whole body was trembling, even though he could still use soul skills. But he also knows that whatever he does more is useless. After all, he was dealing with a titled Douluo, which was simply a majestic mountain that he couldn't climb. Regarding this situation, the only choice is to refuse to admit it, otherwise to admit it is to die. It seems you have completely taken me for a fool. If that's the case, then I'll pay the due price. Bang! Tianlan raised his hand to control Tan Yai directly in front of him, and then directly crushed Tan Yai, who was a soul saint, to death without using any hands. Ah! The shrill screams resounded non-stop, and Tan Yai fell into a state of humiliation and fear. Then Tianlan threw the crippled Tan Yai on the ground like trash. The head of the Tang sect branch who usually bullies you is right there. You can take action. Chapter 560 The scene where the true identity is revealed and all the people worship. If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a grudge, complain. He no longer has the ability, you can do whatever you want. Even if I beat him to death, it will be my responsibility. The people behind him will take revenge, and I will take care of it. Tianlan's series of words directly solved the worries of the people in the slums. 6. U. X. C. O. Okay. Tens of thousands of people roared excitedly, and their voices echoed through the sky. Then he rushed towards Tan Yai who was lying on the ground unable to move. Tianlan and Qian Rongxue were already floating in the air at this moment, controlling the remaining people who could still move. Also, don't forget that there is also the deputy sect leader, he is also useless. If you want to beat him to death too. Tianlan didn't want to ask these people any more questions. He just wanted to teach these scum a lesson and let the suffering people vent their anger. By revealing his identity again, he can restore the reputation of the Tang sect and gain enough admiration for himself. Then the power of faith will be continuously accumulated. Thank you, brother. One person shouted, and then led the people to run in the direction of Li Yunshan. At this moment, the momentum was huge, and everyone was very enthusiastic and wanted to beat up these people who bullied them. Son of a bitch! Who are you? Why did Meng do this to us? Even if I die, I won't let you go. When Li Yunshan saw this situation, he was frightened and yelled angrily at Tianlan in mid-air. However, a big foot stepped hard on Li Yunshan's face, and everyone started punching and kicking him. The beating made Li Yunshan scream repeatedly. With so many people beating him, he couldn't bear it at all. Help! Please spare me, no matter who you are. Please spare me! Li Yunshan shouted for help and begged Tianlan. At the same time, Tan Yai was also like this, constantly shouting for help. You all want to ask me who I am. I can answer you now. You everyone, please listen to me. I gave you all this, but you are madly bullying the people because of it, bringing shame to the Tang sect and bringing bad reputation. Tell me, as the head of the Tang sect, should I get rid of you pests? Tianlan said with a cold tone and murderous intent. He also deliberately raised his voice so that everyone in the slums of Nuda could hear clearly. After all, this is to save your reputation. What? At this moment, everyone who heard Tianlan's words and reacted extremely quickly exclaimed in their hearts. Li Yunshan and Tan Yai both fell into a state of confusion. They relied on the Soul Master's body to resist the punches and kicks of too many people, but the turmoil in their hearts made them suffocated. Is he really the rumored young genius, the monster like Master Tang? But he doesn't look like a teenager. It must be a trick to deceive us. How could you be the Tang sect leader? The Tang sect leader would never do such a thing. We are all members of the Tang sect. We have made great contributions to the Tang sect. The great contribution to erasing the branch of Wuhan Hall in this area is ours. Who are you? Tan Yai didn't want to believe that he was crippled by Tianlan and then beaten wildly by the untouchables. Master Tang's appearance is comparable to that of a god. Even though you helped us, you can't pretend to be Master Tang. Some people among the people also questioned loudly. Then many people agreed. Tianlan could also see that even though those who questioned him were usually bullied by people from the Tang sect branch, they still respected and admired him very much. Tianlan was also very pleased, so at this moment he simply smiled and took off his disguise. His true face was revealed, his young and handsome cheeks, and his blue robe also appeared. The most important thing is that he revealed his 9 soul rings. They are all red soul rings. At this moment, everyone was looking up at Tianlan, as if looking at a god. All red soul rings. Fengxian's handsome appearance. Incomparably pure temperament. He is actually the Tang master of the Tang sect, a young genius who shocked the mainland. Such a person would actually come to such a poor place, and judging from what he meant, he had no idea what was going on here before. Just now, after he found out, he angrily taught these bastards from the Tang sect branch. Such Master Tang is indeed the sacred Master Tang in their hearts. Master Tang is mighty. Meet Master Tang. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, worshipping Tianlan. At this moment, everyone's original resentment towards Tianlan disappeared. On the contrary, it is all praise and gratitude. Then Tianlan felt a steady stream of power of faith, which made Tianlan very satisfied. That's what he wanted, so the effort wouldn't be in vain. At this moment, the main and deputy sect leaders of the branch have been beaten to the point of dying. It seems that if anyone gives them a few more punches, they will be finished. You all get up, it's my fault that these bastards entered the Tang sect. Then our Tang sect failed to supervise and allowed these bastards to bully ordinary people in major cities. So, as the head of the Tang sect, I will admit my mistake to you now. Terribly sorry. Tianlan said with a gentle and apologetic face. Now he wants to win a last wave of goodwill to make the power of faith stronger. It can be considered as a collection of wool. Hearing Tianlan's guilt-ridden words, tens of thousands of people showed excited expressions. Master Tang is such a good person. Such powerful strength, such noble status. But because there were some bad apples in the Tang sect, he personally came to eliminate them, and even asked them, the victims, to come back with revenge. In the end, he stood on the rooftop and bowed deeply to them. Master Tang, you don't have to be like this. We don't blame you at all. These have nothing to do with you at all. We still have to thank you. It was you who saved us from this ordeal. At this time, the people began to rush to respond to Tianlan. For a time, the crowd was excited, so the power of faith became even more crazy. Lan. Qianrongxiu said with a smile, it seems that your decision is right. It's great to do this. But I suddenly discovered something. Originally, more people in the world believed in angels and gods. If you do this today, these tens of thousands of people will have to completely believe in you. If you continue to do this in the future, everyone in the world will probably believe in you. The more Qianrongxiu talked, the more amazed he became. Looking at Tianlan's smile, he felt that Tianlan was planning to do this. This is robbing the continent of the power of faith. How? Are you going to steal the power of faith from me? Tianlan looked at Qianrongxiu, hugged her slender waist in public, and said meaningfully. Lan, you are worrying too much. I don't have this idea at all. I just want to stay by your side after becoming a god. Chapter 561, Persuading Tianlan, something he can't understand. Zioxiu, don't I know what you are thinking? I was just joking with you. But to be honest, the more people on the mainland believe in me, the stronger I will be. I can protect you even in the god realm. Then I will kill that angel god, the only angel god. Tianlan hugged Qianrongxiu and said with a smile on his face. Also drawing cakes for Qianrongxiu. I will also add Qianrongxiu to my team of gods. Even though her strength is not that strong. I'm very lucky to be with you. Qianrongxiu snuggled next to Tianlan and said with a smile on her face. You are all my disciples of the Tang sect, but you have betrayed the purpose of the Tang sect. The most serious thing is to insult the ordinary people. What crime do you deserve? Tianlan looked down at the dozens of soul masters under control and said expressionlessly. Master, please spare my life. They are all subordinates ordered by Tan Yai. My subordinates can't help it. Please, Master, please forgive me this time. Master, for the sake of my master, Huangshan Ghost, please spare my life. Li Yunchen was beaten by the people until he was covered in blood and his head was swollen into a pig's head. After he regained some strength, he lay on the ground with difficulty and begged Tianlan as loudly as possible. After all, my master is also a level 87 Contra, and he also has some status in the Tang sect. Moreover, Huangshan Ghost also has a very good relationship with Wang Dali, the elder of the Tangmen Presbyterian Church. Li Yunchen felt that if he said this, Tianlan would definitely spare his life. After all, it was already a big punishment for him to be so miserable. Don't say that your master is a Huangshan Ghost. Even if your master is Zhao Wuji or Yang Wudi, I can't save you today. People, who among you will be the warrior who kills evil? Kill this black sheep of the Tang sect with one sword. Tianlan shook his head and responded with a sneer, then looked around at the tens of thousands of people and encouraged them loudly. As soon as these words came out, Li Yunchen was completely sentenced to death. But tens of thousands of people were bursting with courage at this moment. With Tianlan here, they were not afraid of retaliation at all. The people rushed to kill Li Yunchen, but in the end Tianlan randomly selected someone. Then Li Yunchen was beheaded as he continued to beg for mercy. The moment Li Yunchen was beheaded, the other people in the Tang sect branch were so frightened that they started crying. Master, give me a chance. We are all knives in their hands, and I refused at first. But whether it is Tan Yaowai or Li Yunchen, they threaten us with life and death, and there is nothing we can do. Please give us a chance to atone for our sins. At this time, a five-ring Soul King couldn't help but say that he was still young and could join the Tang sect solely because of his extremely high talent. He didn't want to be killed by ordinary untouchables because of something like this. This five-ring Soul King simply couldn't understand why Tianlan would blame these people who had made great contributions for a group of dispensable untouchables. He doesn't believe that any Tang sect member, as a powerful soul master, wouldn't bully some untouchables. If we continue to kill, will we kill all the people in the Tang sect? In the end, the Tang sect fell apart. We, the Tang sect, don't need people with bad intentions. You seem very humble, but in fact you hate me deeply and don't understand what I do. So I don't force it on anyone. I hope you can be a person of good character in your next life. Tianlan said calmly, before the five-ring Soul King could speak. Then Tianlan broke his neck with his dragon-capturing hand. At this moment, everyone in the slums looked shocked. But because of this, my admiration for Tianlan became even deeper. I feel that Master Tang is the only one in this world who truly cares about them. Master Tang is mighty. Everyone shouted in unison with a tacit understanding, and the momentum was overwhelming. Under such circumstances, Tan Yaowai and others were frightened into despair. Li Yunchen was beheaded by ordinary untouchables, and the five-ring Soul King had his neck casually pinched by Tianlan. This lets them know that they are really going to die. Master, although we have done things like bullying men and dominating women, we can't commit the crime to death, right? If word of this spreads out, who else is willing to serve you, the sect master? Although the sect leader has won the hearts and minds of these people, they are just ordinary untouchables. What benefit can it bring to you and the Tang clan? So please think twice before taking action, otherwise you will regret it later. At this time, there was another five-ring Soul King. He was older, but he spoke with great power. And listening to his words, it felt as if Tianlan had done something wrong. He spoke like this, which also aroused the agreement of others, all trying to persuade Tianlan. I hope that Tianlan can find his way back and not go all the way to the dark side. At this time, the people did not agree. With Tianlan's support, they started to yell at these people one by one. But there are also many people watching, and they are also afraid that Tianlan will be persuaded by these people to change his mind. If you don't kill these people, they will definitely be retaliated against when the time comes. These people are usually very cruel to them, and each of them has hundreds of lives under their hands. Ordinary women are even more miserable. Because they had no soul power, they could not withstand the impact of the soul masters, and most of them were killed at a young age. Now Tan Yaowai also spoke, sect master, these untouchables will do nothing if they die and suffer. The most indispensable thing on the mainland is untouchables, but soul masters are in short supply. For example, in the Star Luo Empire, the royal family tolerated our Tang sect, isn't it because the Tang sect has a deep foundation and strong strength? I know you are angry, I understand. But you also let the deputy sect leader die. Can you give these untouchables an explanation? If we blindly meet their needs, they will end up being frustrated, and the management of major branches will become more difficult. Tan Yaowai prepared a perfect persuasion and cooperated with other soul masters to directly change Tianlan's mind. He felt that although Tianlan was powerful and was a titled Douluo at a young age, he was still young and did not know the dangers of the world. He is also a soul saint after all, and his martial spirit is a powerful mutated martial spirit. Is Tianlan willing to kill himself? Qianrongxiu has been concentrating on conspiracy and calculation, so at this time, she also feels that Tan Yaowai and other soul masters are quite right. After all, ordinary people can't be of any help to the current Tang sect. Reputation is not bad at all. Just block the information. But these people have no idea what their sect master wants, so no matter how much they beg, it's useless. This Tan Yaowai is the sect leader of the 8 branches of our Tang sect, and he is a powerful soul saint. He took the lead in bullying men and dominating women, and he deserves to be punished. Chapter 562, Fishing Law Enforcement, a beauty that shocked Tianlan. You go over and trample him to death. It is the greatest respect for him to leave him dead without any body parts. The trial of this person is also left to you, including the remaining dozens of soul masters. 9 Shu, X. Co. Leave no one alive, kill them all. Tianlan didn't bother to respond to them or argue with them, because these were not important. Following Tianlan's words, the people in the Tang sect branch looked shocked and angry. Tianlan felt an angry curse in his heart. Tianlan! You little brat, you don't know how to manage a sect at all. Tianlan will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Even if I act like a ghost, I won't let you go. However, the shouts and curses of these people could only last for a moment, because they were drowned by the crazy people. Soul masters of different realms were trampled to death by a group of ordinary people. And Tianlan also quickly left here with the attitude of running away after doing good things. The more I do this, the more people in this area will admire and love me. Lan, do you want to go somewhere else next? Keep doing the same thing. Qian Rongxiu said with a smile on her face. She seemed to be looking forward to it. She wanted to see how the people of the entire continent had been fanatical about Tianlan for many years. Certainly. The next stop is another Tang sect branch of the Douluo Empire. Of course, before going, the person in charge of this area must be settled. Tianlan responded with a smile. Tianlan, who didn't find it troublesome, went deep into the market to understand how the major branches of the Tang sect were doing. After successfully solving the Tang clan's troubles in 2 cities, Tianlan came to the other side of the Douluo Empire, which was also a remote area. It was also a slum, but Tianlan found that although the faces of the people in the slum were tired, they were all filled with happy smiles. Tianlan and Qian Rongxiu continued to disguise themselves and entered the slums. He is worried that this is a beautiful thing on the surface. If the person in charge here is more scheming and worried that the matter will be exposed, the people will be forced to pretend to smile happily. So Tianlan just stood on the street, wanting to act out a scene with Qian Rongxiu and engage in fishing law enforcement. Tianlan pretended to catch up with Qian Rongxiu and hugged her directly. Help! Rogue, let me go! You bastard, let me go! Qian Rongxiu pretended to be a pretty girl, shouting a little weakly but loudly. What's it called? I am a disciple of the Tang sect. If you follow me, you will only be able to enjoy the hot and spicy food. Tianlan hugged her tighter and even talked wildly. He did this just to see if these people dared to stop him or even scold him. And will members of the local Tang sect branch arrest members of the same sect? We will see the result soon. I don't care about you, a disciple of the Tang sect. Are the disciples of the Tang sect free to humiliate a weak woman like me? Qian Rongxiu started crying, her voice still shouting loudly. The 2 people's acting immediately attracted many people to watch. At this time, many people showed angry expressions and loudly accused Tianlan. Are you a Tang clan disciple? Where did you come from as a disciple of the Tang sect? How could a disciple of the Tang sect do such a thing? The Tang sect was created by the great master Tang. All the people in the Tang sect are very kind-hearted. They will only give power to villains and evil spirit masters, but they will not give it to ordinary people like us. You won't bully an ordinary weak woman. Get out of here, this is no place for you bastard to run wild. At this moment, men, women, young and old were all yelling and cursing at Tianlan. Tianlan and Qian Rongxiu both looked surprised. After all, none of them expected that the reputation of Tang sect disciples would be so good here. But in order to be more sure, Tianlan continued to control Qian Rongxiu, and then looked around at the crowd surrounding him. Hold your head high, he shouted arrogantly, you untouchables, do you know who I am? Don't you all want to live? How dare you insult me like this? At this moment, Tianlan yelled even more angrily, trying to scare the group of people. Do we care who you are? It's not okay to bully people here. Don't tell me that you are not from the Tang sect, but a fake. Even if you are from the Tang sect, we will stop you from doing this. According to Master Tang's purpose, Master Su has always protected us instead of bullying us. Whenever any disciple of the Tang sect makes an exception, he will punish them severely. And whether you are from the Tang sect or not, if you do such a disgusting thing, you will pay a heavy price. At this time, a middle-aged man, without any fear at all, pointed at Tianlan and said angrily. Immediately, many people agreed. If words could kill, Tianlan would have been cut into 8 pieces. Snort! How dare a group of soulless pariahs be so arrogant? I am the 6th ring soul emperor. Tianlan immediately displayed 6 soul rings and roared murderously. Since crazy words cannot intimidate the other party, then just use strength to scare them. Tianlan had seen miserable people being bullied by people from the Tang sect branch, and the people in these branches felt that Emperor Tian Jiyuan would not even think that the Tang sect headquarters would know about it. So it will be very indulgent. Therefore, Tianlan didn't quite believe that everything that happened before him was true. He wanted to make sure again. It would be best if the person in charge of the Tang sect branch in this place appears. After Tianlan's strength exploded and his murderous intent was strong, this group of people were naturally frightened. They all retreated one after another. After all, they are all ordinary people. Clan Master Su is also the 6th ring soul emperor, as well as deputy sect masters, and other soul masters. They will definitely take you down. Although everyone retreated one after another, their words were still very tough. I want to see who can catch me today. He, Master Su, is from the Tang clan, and I am also a Tang clan member. I can do whatever I want. Tianlan yelled angrily. As he spoke, Tianlan's first soul ring lit up. The people were frightened, but they were even more certain that Tianlan was an evil spirit master in disguise. He must be the evil soul master of Wuhan Palace. Let's run quickly and wait until Master Su sends someone to rescue us. Clan Master Su will definitely come. At this time, someone yelled, and then thousands of people quickly retreated. When Tianlan saw this scene, he wanted to meet the Su clan leader. It seems that he has done a lot of good things to make people trust him so much. And you do it often. This kind of trust must be accumulated over time. Tianlan and Qian Rongxiu looked at each other and saw admiration in each other's eyes. Stop it! At this moment, when the scene was in chaos, a loud roar sounded. Tianlan knew that this was someone from the Tang sect branch. The speed of arrival is quite fast. As this person's words resounded, the chaotic scene instantly became less chaotic. Chapter 563 The Truth of the Matter, The Goodness on the Surface. Someone from the Tang sect is here. We are saved. This bastard will definitely die. At this time, everyone was very happy, and they all felt that they were saved. They all turned around and gathered around again. Tianlan was surrounded by water, and he was not even afraid that he would be affected by the soul skill. It seems that these people believe in this Master Su without any brains. The person who came was not Clan Master Su, but Clan Master Lu, the deputy sect leader. The 63rd level 6 ring soul emperor, the martial soul ice and fire wolf. Who are you? How dare you come to the Tang sect's territory to cause trouble or insult a weak woman? You are looking for death. Lu Changhe immediately opened his martial soul, showing his 6 soul rings, pointing at Tianlan and yelling angrily. But Tianlan heard his different thoughts. Usually, he pretends to be a bad guy and bullies these untouchables, even killing them. Finally, a savior comes. Let these untouchables be grateful to the Tang sect branch. Now that a real villain has appeared, there is no need to pretend. Taking down this reckless guy will also make these stupid untouchables trust them more. Although the other party is the Soul Emperor, I can definitely hold him back and let Brother Su kill him. He is just a level 65 Soul Emperor, but Brother Su is a level 69 Soul Emperor. Tianlan now fully understands why the people here trust the people of the Tang sect branch so much. No wonder it feels weird. How can these guys who are so high in the sky and far away from the Emperor do some good deeds? After all, the Tang sect's influence in the Star Luo Empire is not as good as that of the Tiandu Empire. At this time Tianlan laughed. Hat. When Lu Changhe saw that Tang men didn't respond, he just sneered, and it was also sarcastic. This made the surrounding people and Lu Changhe very angry. Damn it, what are you laughing at? Lu Changhe roared angrily. Yes, you are still laughing when you are about to die. A member of the public also shouted loudly. I'm laughing at you, you're so smart. You almost deceived me. No, I am particularly cautious. I will leave here peacefully and even give you some rewards. Fortunately, I have the ability to read minds. Tianlan looked at Lu Chenghe with a mocking face and said meaningfully. But as soon as he said this, the people didn't think anything of it, because they didn't understand what Tianlan was talking about. But Lu Chenghe's expression changed drastically. He didn't think anything was wrong at first, but his last words made his eyes stay firmly on Tianlan. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter who you are, if you come to my Tang sect to cause trouble, you will pay the price. Lu Chenghe was shocked for a moment, then hurriedly and angrily hit Tianlan back. But in my heart I was thinking cautiously, who is this person? Why would you say such a thing? And he looked like he could see through me. Could he really be able to read minds? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I will not pay the price today, but you will pay the price. Compared with the evil on the surface, I hate the good on the surface even more. Do you think you can stop me? What people fear most is not knowing themselves. Tianlan looked cold and said with murderous intent. Hat. I want to see how you make us pay the price. Is it just based on your level 65 strength? Before Lu Chenghe could say anything, another voice rang out. This voice is somewhat gentle, but the coldness in it is very strong. But as the sound resounded, everyone present was excited and showed expressions of joy. Clan Master Su is here. Su Shenxian is finally here. Master Su, you must give this reckless guy a lesson. We also need to rescue the weak woman he held hostage. Everyone cheered, vividly expressing their love and admiration for Master Su. Of course, what's more important is that when Master Su comes, they will feel particularly stable and trust him unconditionally. Tianlan also looked at the leader Su who came into the crowd. A slender man in his 20s. He has a unique temperament and a light smile on his face. Looking at him makes you feel at ease. Tianlan saw through this guy directly. After all, his thoughts have been exposed. These untouchables are so disgusting. Every time I see them, I feel sick. If it weren't for their sacrifice through practicing Kung Fu, I wouldn't care about their life or death. And in order to practice cultivation, now they have to feed them well and brainwash them so that they can deceive untouchables from other places. After all, it's all for a good reputation. Clan Master Su's simple thoughts gave Tianlan a rough idea of his intention to pretend to be a good person. A person really can't hide his heart. Now that Tianlan knows the intentions of this hypocritical person, he will let him expose his evil intentions. The current goal is to make these deceived people admire him and finally hate him. Then you have to make the people not hate the Tang sect, and then give yourself all the fanaticism. After all, the power of faith in every city is important, and Tianlan's goal is to sweep the power of faith across the entire continent. You are the Master Su they call you. It does look like a human being. But are you sure you can take me down? Tianlan was not in a hurry, but said calmly. At this moment, Qianrongxue was a little confused. Isn't this Clan Master Su a good person? Judging from the public's reaction, we can tell that this man often does good deeds. Why is Lan so hostile to him? Qianrongxue wanted to ask, but felt that asking anything would make her look stupid. While Qianrongxue was racking her brains, everyone from the Tang sect branch had already arrived. Tianlan was surprised again. Other branches only had dozens of soul masters, but this branch actually had hundreds of soul masters. And they are all soul kings and soul sects. At this moment, these soul masters surrounded Tianlan. If Tianlan was really the soul emperor, he would have no chance to escape. Although I don't know who you are, you still don't know yourself. That's a fool. If you come to the area I am responsible for and bully ordinary people, you will pay the price. But if you still want to live, release the woman you are holding hostage now. This is my last warning to you. Clan leader Su reminded Tianlan with an indifferent expression, with a righteous and awe-inspiring look, pretending to be very skillful. Let the woman go. Lu Chenghe took the lead in shouting. Then the branch soul masters and the surrounding people shouted loudly. Lan, what should we do next? What do I think? The people in this branch are all good people. Should we evacuate? Otherwise it will not end well. Qianrongxue sent a message to Tianlan and asked. Anyway, after her observation, there was nothing wrong with clan leader Su and others. Chapter 564 The confused Qianrongxue gives you 3 moves. Don't worry, what you see on the surface is not true. Let's continue to look at our mood. Tianlan turned to look at Qianrongxue and whispered. Qianrongxue became even more confused because of this. The people in these branches all looked very good. The people are so trusting, how can there be any lies? I want to see you. How did you escape? Now I want to teach you a lesson for ordinary people. On my territory, dare to insult the people, even if Master Tang or the elders of the Presbyterian Hall come, they all have to pay the price. All soul masters in the Tang sect branch, listen to my orders and capture this person. Clan leader Su pointed at Tianlan and said with a sneer. Then he gave the order in a righteous manner. Then there were 10 five-ring soul kings, all of whom opened their martial souls and rushed towards Tianlan. However, Tianlan did not activate his martial spirit. The divine eye of the vast sea, the soul of the universe. Tianlan directly froze all the charging soul kings in place, unable to move one by one, with his eyes wide open. They all couldn't figure out why they were immobilized. Because they are weak in strength and the efficiency of Qunkan soul fixation is very high, these people can't move at all without a stick of incense. If Tianlan wants to solve this matter, he can't rush to kill people yet. Otherwise, how can the public believe him if there is no proof? They will only think that he is a bad person and will kill the good person who saved them. It's impossible to explain this. This guy is a bit weird, let's all come together. I don't believe he can keep using this weird soul skill. Clan Master Su said with a stern expression. He didn't think that a soul emperor could disturb his territory at all. What's more, there is a stronger existence behind him. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Then, whether it was the soul sect or the soul king, they all uniformly killed Tianlan. Kill him. Kill this bastard. At this moment, they didn't care about Jian Rongxiu's life or death, they just wanted to deal with Tianlan. They were worried that Tianlan would go crazy and kill the people in their slums like the evil men before. So for your own survival, you have to give up the lives of others. It seems that my sister sent the Emperor Yan Xiangjun to take it seriously. You talk so much about benevolence, justice, and morality, it's really disgusting. But with a thing of this strength, let alone hundreds of people, even thousands of people are of no use. Tianlan said with a mocking look. As soon as the words fell, he once again used the vast sea soul concentration. Not surprisingly, these people were immobilized by Tianlan. At this moment, everyone was in a state of crazy shock. What kind of soul skill is this that can make so many people freeze? Moreover, the 10 soul kings who were immobilized just now are still unable to move. The most important thing is that he has not opened his martial soul. Everyone still doesn't know what kind of martial spirit Tianlan is, it's so weird. Tens of thousands of people were completely stunned, but they still believed in Master Xiao. Don't worry, everyone, he will definitely lose to Master Xiao. Master Xiao is a powerful being who is about to break through the soul saint. How could he not be able to deal with this bastard who doesn't know how to live or die? Yes, clan leader Xiao can definitely deal with him. The people have great trust in Master Xiao. At this moment, Clan Master Xiao himself, seeing that all his men were unable to move, knew that the enemy was not simple. This guy is good at soul attacks, you and I will do it together. You attack from the front, I'll attack him secretly. Otherwise we will all be immobilized and something will happen. Clan leader Xiao, whose IQ is online, reminded Lu Chenghe in a low voice. Okay, sect master. Lu Chenghe said with a solemn expression. He is not a fool. The soul emperor who can immobilize hundreds of people is definitely not a good person. Immediately, Lu Chenghe's second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Ice and Fire Energy Column. Lu Chenghe did not step forward to attack Tianlan, but used his soul skill on the spot. A pillar of energy wrapped in ice and fire shot towards Tianlan with considerable force. However, Tianlan just smiled faintly and stood quietly. This idiot didn't even use his soul skills to defend, or even hide. You are really arrogant to the extreme. Do you really think that my soul skill is for tickling? You will pay the price for your arrogance. Lu Chenghe felt that Tianlan was a fool, and his attack would not only kill Tianlan but also seriously injure him. Bang! However, after the crazy energy pillar hit Tianlan's body, the smoke dissipated, and after everyone's excited expressions emerged. They saw Tianlan standing there with an indifferent expression, not moving at all, and even the clothes on his body were not tattered in the slightest. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a breath when they saw this. After all, how could someone be fine with the Soul Emperor's blow without using any defensive skills? Everyone was shocked. Looking at Tianlan was like looking at a monster. Lu Changhe pointed at Tianlan and yelled angrily, "Why don't you have nothing wrong with you?" At this moment, after the Master Xiao opened the nether bat's martial spirit, he quickly disappeared. But he secretly marveled at Tianlan's defense. But Tianlan just said lightly, "Because you are not worthy of hurting me." Tianlan was running the 9 turns golden body technique. Not to mention the attack of one soul emperor, even the attacks of 100 soul emperors could not break through the golden body shield around him. "You bastard, how dare you look down on me? You just wait to die for me. I still don't believe that I can't beat you to death. Turtle shell, if you have the ability, don't use your immobilization skills next time." Lu Changhe pointed at Tianlan and scolded him, and he also wanted to prevent Tianlan from using his skills. "Hat! Come on, I'll give you 3 moves, but after 3 moves, if nothing happens to me, I want something from your body," Tianlan said in a cold tone. "Okay." Lu Changhe was a little excited. He still didn't believe that he could not defeat a 6th ring soul emperor by continuously using powerful soul skills. After all, this guy doesn't know how to defend or escape. The 4th soul ring around his body lit up. The 4th soul skill, Wolf's Bite. The shadow of the wolf behind Lu Changhe became larger, and the fangs of the ice and fire wolf became longer and longer. Then he ran towards Tianlan with a powerful momentum, murderous intent and pain. Tens of thousands of people were looking forward to it. It would be really painful to watch Tianlan being bitten to pieces. However, Lu Changhe hit the golden shield around Tianlan and smashed his fangs, and then hit his head on the golden shield, causing his head to break and bleed. "Ah!" Lu Changhe screamed in pain. "The first move." Tianlan reminded him with a smile. "Son of a bitch!" Lu Changhe cursed angrily, feeling that he had been humiliated. Then the 5th soul ring around him quickly lit up. The 5th soul skill, Mad Wolf's 5 consecutive slashes. Chapter 565, It's my turn, the deputy sect master who keeps coming back and forth. Lu Changhe roared, still the blend of ice and fire. 6. 9. S. H. U. X. C. O. M. When possessed by the wolf shadow, the palms of his hands became extremely large, almost half a meter long. The wolf's claws are like sharp blades, extremely sharp and sinister. Then Lu Changhe jumped into the sky, did a somersault in the air, and kept waving his palms towards Tianlan, who was still standing where he was. Finally, he waved out 5 wolf claws, like sharp blades that cut off everything, vowing to kill Tianlan. At this moment, everyone cheered for Lu Changhe. The deputy sect leader is awesome. To deal with this guy, there is no need for Master Su to take action. It looks like this reckless bastard is going to be torn into pieces by the wolf's claws. He just deserves it. The people watching from a distance all said excitedly. Bang! A violent collision sounded, but the law of smoke without injury was still expressed. For Tianlan, these so-called wolf claws were just scratching his itch. "Is this all you can do? Can you use a little more strength?" Tianlan said helplessly. "Is a guy like this worthy of joining the Tang sect? Who is reviewing the job arrangements of the Tang sect? This guy Zhao Wuji really can't talk about women. Nothing can be done well. It's really a brainless operation to have a 6th-ringed soul emperor who is good at but not useful as the deputy sect leader of a branch." At this moment, Clan Master Su, who was secretly looking for opportunities, also had a look of shock on his face. He was ready to take action as soon as the smoke cleared, but the moment he saw Tianlan safe and sound, he distanced himself. His martial spirit is rather special, he is good at assassination and using poison, and he is not as powerful as Lu Changhe in head-on confrontation. Therefore, Clan Master Su chose to continue to hide himself and wait for opportunities. Anyway, with Lu Changhe attracting attention, he will definitely find an opportunity. This Lu Changhe is so useless. Lu Changhe looked extremely ugly, but he couldn't just give up because he still had his strongest move yet to be used. Besides, there is also the big brother hiding in the dark, who will definitely show his fangs and give this bastard a fatal blow. Although Jian Rongxiu didn't know why Tianlan did this, she didn't stop him. She felt that Tianlan could be regarded as the smartest and most powerful person on the mainland, and he would definitely not do anything wrong. "You forced me. Boy, will you regret provoking us. Go to hell." Lu Changhe roared again, his 6th soul ring lighting up. The 6th soul skill, Ice and Fire Wolf Kill. This soul skill allows Lu Changhe to transform into a 10-meter-high blue and red giant wolf. Then Lu Changhe let out a wolfish cry, and grabbed forward with both claws fiercely. He still doesn't believe it. Bang! But before Lu Changhe's wolf claws hit Tianlan, he hit the golden protective shield. The collision caused severe pain to Lu Changhe. It seems that my sister's surname is Yang Qiuqian. Then it's my turn to fight back. After all, after I just told you to give you 3 moves, if it doesn't work, then I will destroy you. Bang! Tianlan raised his hand and grabbed it, using his dragon-capturing hand to strangle Lu Changhe directly from the air, and said calmly, "Brother, save me." Lu Changhe didn't have time to be shocked and just shouted for help. At this moment, Clan Master Su, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly took action. The 4th soul ring around his body lit up. The 4th soul skill, Giant Bat Attack. The palm of Master Su's palm turned into a sharp thorn, attacking with blood and filled with poison, and stabbed towards Tianlan rapidly. The speed was as fast as thunder, and the people present could not even see Su Men take action. However, Tianlan didn't take Master Su seriously at all, and just continued to use the dragon capturing hand to grab Lu Changhe's ankles. Then he swung wildly come. Pa! Bang! Lu Changhe, who was originally very strong and still in the incarnation of the ice and fire wolf, fell and screamed in just 2 blows. Bang! When Master Su saw that Tianlan didn't react at all, his eyes lit up and he felt that he had accomplished his mission. This evil guy was going to be killed by him. In front of his speed and poison, any master would die. The same is true for this arrogant guy. Even if he resisted Lu Changhe's attack, he was a peak soul emperor of level 69, how could Lu Changhe, that waste, compare? But when Master Su began to have a sure victory, his spikes collided with Tianlan, but did not penetrate the skin, pierce the body, and penetrate the poison as expected. Instead, it was like hitting a copper wall and breaking his poisonous stings. Master Su missed the attack and had no time to be shocked, so he retreated in a hurry. But Tianlan was too lazy to pay attention to this guy who tickled her. The young man who claimed to be very smart was just a clown in front of him. However, this sect Master Su was in his 20s and his martial soul was a mutant bat, which was still very special. Without his own training, he was about to enter the realm of Soul Saint. This guy might have some talent, but he still relied more on evil magic. This guy is an evil soul master. His martial soul is born evil. Tianlan was going to deal with this guy later, and now he just kept kicking Lu Changhe's ankles and throwing him. Lu Changhe's martial soul was obviously not a natural evil martial soul, so he was just a running dog. Tianlan threw Lu Changhe like this, and Sect Master Su hadn't taken action to deal with him. This made the tens of thousands of confident people tremble with fear. Where did this evil guy come from? Why couldn't the usually extremely powerful Deputy Sect Master Lu and the even stronger Sect Master Su take him down? Please spare me. I don't dare, never again. Spare my life. Lu Changhe was so badly hit that he couldn't use his soul skills. His head was dizzy and his body was broken. He felt that if he was thrown down like this again, he would die. He didn't want to die. As the deputy leader of the Tang sect branch, his future must be limitless. After all, the Tang sect is now the most powerful sect in the entire continent. I can spare your life, but do you want to tell the truth? Are you really thinking about the people? Or are you a hypocrite who wants to make a bigger plan? Tell me the truth and I'll let you go. Otherwise, no one can save you today. Tianlan threw Lu Changhe to the ground and said expressionlessly as he was dying. When these words came out, the dying Lu Changhe and the people who had been deceived for a long time didn't understand them at all. But Sect Master Su, who was hiding in the dark, understood it all too well. What was going on with this guy? Did he want to investigate the situation here? How did he know? No, he must be killed without a burial place. While Sect Master Su was shocked, the first and third soul rings around him lit up one after another. First soul skill, soul strengthening. Third soul skill, blood burning. Chapter 566, An Evil Soul Master, he will throw you down if he doesn't agree with you. Sect Master Su directly strengthened his own soul skills. Then he burned his own blood and forcibly raised his own strength. At this moment, Sect Master Su was forced to upgrade from a level 69 6-ring Soul Emperor to a level 70 Soul Saint. Although the gap between Soul Emperor and Soul Saint is only one large level, it is already like a ravine. This time, Sect Master Su wanted to completely kill Tianlan with a foolproof attack and cut off the future trouble. If Tianlan knew about his affairs, he would be in big trouble. While thinking, the fifth soul ring around Master Su lit up. Fifth soul skill, Blood Bat Wing Slash. Master Su, whose strength reached the soul saint level, had a shadow of a bat appearing, then attached to him, and then a pair of black and red wings grew around his body. Master Su's face also had spots, his eyes were blood red, and his mouth was spitting blood. He looked very evil, just like an evil soul master. Tianlan didn't expect to see an evil soul master at this time, after all, this was a product of 10,000 years later. Master Su also attracted Tianlan's attention. But Tianlan didn't use any soul skills to resist, just looked at Lu Changhe who fell to the ground. Lu Changhe only reacted at this time, and thinking back to what Tianlan said before, he was not a fool, and immediately understood why Tianlan came here. Should I admit it? If I admit it, won't I die? After all, if the matter is exposed and known by the Tang sect headquarters, there will definitely be elders to deal with them. But if he doesn't say it, he will die now. Looking at this guy's appearance, he has no mercy at all. He is already in such a miserable state, and he still wants to kill himself. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I just want to go through fire and water for you, and I am willing to be your dog every day in the future. Let me do any hard work, just ask you to spare me once. Lu Changhe knelt on the ground and begged humbly. He didn't plan to say it. After all, if he said it, so many people would listen, and he would definitely leak it. If he heard the news, he would die. So Lu Changhe directly sought wealth and honor in danger. Although he didn't know who the six-ring soul emperor was, his strength was definitely not an ordinary six-ring soul emperor, and he was even a soul saint or stronger. If he worked as a dog for this man, he could survive and maybe even make a name for himself. When Lu Changhe finished speaking, Sect Master Su also showed his black wings, spinning wildly, trying to kill Tianlan with the edge of a blade. But Tianlan didn't even raise his eyelids, and the so-called blade didn't have any effect. Sect Master Su couldn't believe his eyes. He had improved to the strength of a soul saint, so how could he not break this guy's defense? And this guy didn't seem to look at him straight in the eye, and didn't even open his martial soul to perform defensive soul skills. Did he just rely on his physical body to withstand his fatal blow? This blow killed many soul emperors. He could be said to be an invincible existence in the realm of soul emperors. He couldn't kill a soul emperor who didn't open his martial soul. Sect Master Su was worried that Tianlan would counterattack, so he retreated again after failing to hit him. After all, Lu Changhe's fate was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't want to be turned into a waste. However, Tianlan ignored Sect Master Su and just looked at Lu Changhe and said indifferently, "It seems that you don't want to tell the truth. Then die." Kaka. As soon as Tianlan finished speaking, he broke Lu Changhe's neck with his dragon-catching hand. After so long, someone finally died. But the person who died was not an ordinary person, but the deputy sect master of the Tang sect branch. And he was killed easily, which really shocked everyone present. Now the people looked at Tianlan as if they were looking at a devil. After all, Lu Changhe, who was like the second god in their eyes, died so easily, just like killing a pig or a dog. The most important thing is that the first god in their hearts also kept attacking this evil man, but to no avail. Now they are really panicking. The hundreds of soul masters who were immobilized by Tianlan were finally able to move at this moment, but they dared not move when they saw this scene. Master Su was terrified when he saw Tianlan kill him as he said. He did not use the stronger sixth soul skill again, but directly fired a cloud-piercing arrow towards the sky. Tianlan looked at Master Su and smiled faintly, "Are you asking for help? I won't kill you first, I will let you know that no one can save you today. Even if the gods come down to earth, it will be useless." Tianlan spoke coldly, and before Master Su could say anything, he grabbed him with one hand and controlled him in his hand. Master Su wanted to struggle, but found that he had no chance at all. It turned out that Lu Changhe felt like this, no wonder he had no power to resist. "Who are you?" "Six-ring soul emperor, definitely not that powerful. You should know Tang sect, right? I am the leader of the Tang sect branch. If you touch me, Tang sect will never let you go." Master Su did not expect to be captured so easily, and threatened Tianlan in panic. Knowing that his strength was not as good as the opponent, he immediately asked for help, and then brought up the name of Tang sect to intimidate. He claimed to be extremely smart, so no matter who the opponent was, he had to struggle at this moment. He Tianlan sneered. Then he picked up Master Su and smashed him heavily on the ground, which made a hole in the ground. The people around him retreated in fear. How could this guy be so scary? Even the omnipotent Master Su was not his opponent. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? This is the unanimous thought of many people. Master Su was knocked unconscious. He really didn't expect Tianlan to start a fight without saying a word. Is this guy just a fool? Let's talk it over. I can give you whatever you want. Sect Master Su changed his way and started to negotiate in a humble tone. Bang! Tianlan lifted up Sect Master Su again and slammed him to the ground. Then he said coldly, "Are you qualified to negotiate with me?" Tianlan was so fierce that he really scared the others. Those soul kings and soul sects didn't dare to move. After all, Sect Master Su, whose combat power was comparable to that of a soul saint, was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back. They are not fools. Sect Master Su was desperate. This bastard is really a lunatic. Just wait. As long as I hold on for a while, the master will come and kill this bastard. At most, I can refine these tens of thousands of lowly people in advance, and then improve my strength and practice magic. Sect Master Su cursed Tianlan in his heart, and Tianlan was also listening to his voice. Tianlan guessed that the master of this evil soul master must also be an evil soul master. Whether he is a member of the Tang sect or a casual cultivator, we will know in a moment. Chapter 567 The Madness of the People, the self-proclaimed smart Sect Master Su. Release Sect Master Su. No matter who you are, you abuse Sect Master Su like this, you will be punished by heaven. At this time, a fanatic of Sect Master Su pointed at Tianlan and accused him, intending to intimidate Tianlan and let him release the person. Yes, let Master Su go quickly. Master Su is the branch head of the Tang sect. If you touch him, the Tang sect will never let you go. And if you dare to touch him, tens of thousands of us will fight against you. Even if we are ordinary people, we are not afraid of death. One person can drown you with just a spit of spit. At this time, there was another man in robes, mindlessly supporting clan leader Su, scolding Tianlan, and speaking righteously and without fear of death. As this person's words resounded, tens of thousands of people around him echoed in unison, and the momentum was like thunder falling from the sky. Tianlan was a little ironic. An evil soul master could get such support from ordinary people. They only thought about Master Su and gave him the power of faith. He knew clearly that this evil soul master that everyone loved managed 4 cities and the people in these cities. Neither ordinary people nor noble officials believe in themselves. This has at least lost the power of faith of tens of millions of people. So how could Tianlan let these guys off so easily, since there was already an evil soul master, and he secretly ruled 4 cities and sneaked into the Tang sect? Then how many other Tang sect branches and other forces are there, or how many evil soul masters are practicing secretly? This may be the butterfly effect. Let the evil soul master appear earlier. It's been a bit boring lately. While gathering people's hearts and accumulating the power of faith, let's look for the evil soul master hiding in the dark. Did you hear that? If you kill me, there will be absolutely no benefit if you let me go. I can give you many of my treasures, such as the rarest soul bones. If you are from the Wuhan Palace, I can definitely act as a spy for you and secretly investigate the specific affairs of the Tang sect for you. In this case, it will be very beneficial to you. Even though clan leader Su was beaten a bit badly, his temperament was still there, but his voice was trembling when he spoke. He was not trembling, but angry. He values his appearance the most and often thinks he is the most handsome man on the continent. But now his face must be ugly. But even though he wanted to cut Tianlan into pieces, in order to save his own life, he still lowered his head and did not dare to be so arrogant. And he also wanted to seduce Tianlan with benefits. The most important thing for Su clan now is time. Even though Tianlan felt that these people were stupid people, he was too lazy to get angry with them. After all, these people can also take advantage of themselves. There is no need to directly push them to the opposite side. This is not what a mature practitioner should do. And he didn't bother to explain anything, but responded meaningfully to Master Su, "Do you think I'm stupid? You still want to deceive me with benefits and treat me like a 3-year-old child, right? Don't think that I don't know who you are, I won't kill you now. You don't have to be afraid. After all, I want you to see how I beat the person you asked for help." Do you think you are the only smart person in the world? Bang! The way Tianlan shook his head and sneered made Clan Master Su feel his teeth itch with hatred, but he didn't wait for him to think more or respond. He was picked up hard again and then hit the ground hard. Clan leader Su was thrown so hard that his internal organs felt displaced, but what was more painful for him was that the other party didn't listen to anything he said. This made him feel a little powerless. He could obviously use his mouth to coax, but because the other party was too crazy, he really couldn't do it. Are you deliberately waiting for the reinforcements I summon? Maybe you are not a soul emperor and you hide your strength, but at most you are a soul saint. After all, the powerful soul saint is completely different from the soul emperor. So we can control our strength without opening the martial soul. Clan leader Su suddenly became tough. Anyway, he felt that it was useless to say anything, and he also felt that Tianlan would not kill him for the time being. And when he said this, he also wanted to test Tianlan's true strength and what state he was in. What do you want to say? Tianlan asked clan leader Su with a faint smile. And Qianrongxiu still can't figure out what Tianlan wants to do. Does he think these people are all pretending to be kind? Are they actually deceiving the people? But why do they want to deceive these ordinary people? With their strength, it is impossible to become gods. What can they gain from the goodwill of the people? Now Qianrongxiu really wants to ask Tianlan why all this happened just now. You know what I want to say. If you let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened and you can leave at will. After all, you didn't harm ordinary people, you just killed a deputy sect leader. What do you think? At this time, Clan Master Su seemed to be turning his back on the guest, as if he was caught and the one being taught a lesson was not him. Tianlan couldn't help but laugh after hearing what Master Su said. Now I think you are somewhat interesting. You are sure that I am a soul saint, and your reinforcements may be peak soul saints or there may be many soul saints. Then have you ever thought about it? I am Contra. No matter how many soul saints come, what's the use? Tianlan stopped beating this evil soul master. He was bored and waited for the arrival of a stronger evil soul master, so he just happened to have a chat with him. You can't be Contra. If you were Contra, you would have shown your strength long ago. In this remote area, the strongest person is the soul saint. A soul Douluo can sweep everything. You will never hide your identity and come to look for trouble. Clan leader Su said with determination. In his eyes, Tianlan could never be Contra. And his master is a strong man who has just stepped into Contra, coupled with the characteristics of martial arts and powerful techniques. This pretentious soul saint is definitely no match. What's more, there are several soul saint disciples around the master. When the master arrives with his brothers and sisters, that's when this bitch will die. Hat. It seems you are quite smart. But I guess your master is also a soul saint, and I am invincible in the realm of soul saint. You will only let your master die. Tianlan heard what Master Su was saying, so he responded with a deliberate admission. It is very interesting to let this guy feel great hope and finally face despair. Now, even though Qianrongxiu was still confused, she was sure that Tianlan knew that these people were bad soul masters. I advise you to let me go. Chapter 568 Su Yang's Plan, all the evil soul masters are coming. If you don't let me go, it will be too late for you to regret it. It's not easy for me to reach the soul saint realm at my age. Don't be so reckless. We can never make a deal without fighting. We can work together in the future to pursue a stronger realm. Contra Douluo and even titled Douluo. Hearing Tianlan's response, clan leader Su couldn't be more excited. So directly, he persuaded Tianlan to let him go with an awesome look, and he even painted the cake very enthusiastically, hoping that Tianlan would eat it. Now this guy has obviously got into his own speaking rhythm. If you continue talking, you may not need the master to save you. You can persuade them by yourself. Clan leader Su has such confidence not only because of his intelligence and way of speaking, but also because of his martial soul characteristics. His martial spirit has the ability to slowly bewitch others, which is why the people in the 4 cities under his command will trust him without any brain. However, his thoughts were clearly probed by Tianlan. This guy is really a born MLM master. Then just cooperate with him. Can we really get along? I killed your men and beat you like this. Isn't it because of my appearance that I'm so handsome? I'm worried that if I let you go, you will take revenge on me. Tianlan said pretendingly. At this time, Qianrongxiu, who was standing aside as the heir, was very confused. She really couldn't figure it out. The head of the Su family quickly responded, "Of course not, they know my character, Su Yang. Just let these tens of thousands of people witness it. If I want to retaliate against you, I will lose my credibility in front of them. Why would I do something like this that would hurt myself?" Su Yang said with an upright face. If Tianlan hadn't seen through him long ago, he would have been deceived by him. It is not easy for an evil soul master to act with such superb skills. Then let's talk. If we can reach an agreement, I will let you go. Tianlan said with a look of belief. Su Yang sneered in his heart. For him, it was done. Son of a bitch. Just wait for me. When my master arrives, I will make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. If you dare to kill my dog, you will lose my face, and most importantly, hurt my face. If you still want to reconcile as before, just go ahead and dream about your dreams, you bastard. Su Yang cursed Tianlan angrily in his heart, while Tianlan was holding back his laughter. While the two were having a pretentious conversation, tens of thousands of people also felt confused. They were fighting fiercely just now, but suddenly they became like brothers, but it's good that Master Su is fine. That bastard stopped making trouble and they were safe. It was just a pity for Deputy Sect Leader Lu. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed towards the crowd. Then he pushed aside the surrounding crowd, and the people rolled aside on their backs. Directly open the Sunshine Avenue for this person. I saw this man wearing a grey robe and a strange mask on his face, walking towards Tianlan and Su Yang step by step. Immediately afterwards, 6 more people burst out from a distance, and then 3 people followed obediently behind this person. But everyone has a strange appearance or weird clothes. Moreover, these people are surrounded by a lot of blood and dark atmosphere. Tianlan knew that the reinforcements called by Su Yang were coming. But Su Yang, who Tianlan deliberately let go of, had his first soul ring light up. The first soul skill, Bloodbat Shadow Flash. This is Su Yang's strongest speed soul skill. With a flash of red shadow, Su Yang came to the 7 people. Disciple pays homage to the master and fellow senior brothers and sisters. Su Yang greeted respectfully. Junior brother, what happened? I actually made you fire a red cloud-piercing arrow. The middle-aged man next to the man in grey robe asked coldly. At this time, other people also looked at him with dissatisfaction. They were doing their own thing, but now they were attacked because of his cloud-piercing arrow. Fu called here. Come back, senior brother, it's that bastard who crossed my territory to cause trouble. Kill my deputy sect leader, so that no one else dares to move, and beat me like this. He should be a soul saint, so I am no match for him. I hope senior brother can deal with him and vent his anger on me. Su Yang spoke very respectfully at this moment, although he felt very dissatisfied. You are the head of the Tang sect branch. Is there anyone in this world who dares to teach you a lesson? Come on, let me see who is this blind guy. The middle-aged man said loudly unexpectedly. At this moment, it was the people's turn to be shocked and confused. The godly figure in their hearts was actually having friendly exchanges with some seemingly evil guys at this moment. These evil people just killed many people, and many people are crying and shouting at this moment. Master Su, you have to take care of this man who killed someone innocently. You have to avenge the dead no matter what. Some people shouted loudly, hoping that Su Yang could make the decision for them. However, Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He just turned to the middle-aged man and pointed at Tianlan and said angrily, "That's him. Look at his awesome and coaxing look, he doesn't take the master and his brothers and sisters seriously. Senior brother must capture him alive." Under Su Yang's instigation, everyone else also became emotional. After all, they were all here, and if anyone dared to look like this, they didn't take them seriously. Such a madman, let me deal with him. The middle-aged man said nothing, and a thin man at the edge said, "Thank you so much, 6th brother." Su Yang naturally said gratefully immediately. It's just right for Lao Lu, a guy in the early stage of Soul Saint, to try that guy's strength. I was not sure enough that I was a fake Soul Saint just now. It's just a Soul Emperor, I can handle it with one hand. The thin man who was the 6th oldest said extremely confidently. As he spoke, he opened his martial spirit. Level 71 Power Attack Soul Saint Martial Soul Evil Spirit Tiger. Tianlan looked at it and saw that this was a standard evil soul master. The evil tiger is a mutated version of the white-haired tiger. It is covered in black fur and is an evil tiger in the sky. Who are you, kid? Tell me your name quickly. I, the evil tiger, will not kill unknown people. The evil tiger strolled towards Tianlan and said extremely provocatively. It was as if in his eyes, Tianlan was about to become a lamb devoured by him. The person who killed you. Tianlan responded lightly. As soon as these words came out, these evil soul masters looked at him in shock, thinking that he was crazy. A soul emperor, facing so many soul saints, can still say such things, it is simply stupid. Su Yang was ready to watch a show at this moment, but he still said sarcastically, "You idiot, how can you still be so calm now? Shouldn't you be angry now?" Tianlan responded mockingly, "Why should I be angry? Of course you are angry that I deceived you." Chapter 569, Continuous Kills, Preparing for Blood Sacrifice to the People. Didn't you just want to settle the differences with me out of whim? Now I have found someone, intending to capture you alive, and then torture you severely. What's the matter with me? To be honest, if you want to get angry, go ahead and stop pretending. Su Yang was taught a lesson by Tianlan for a long time and was humiliated. Now that he finally found an opportunity, he naturally wanted to step on him hard. However, when Tianlan heard what he said, he just responded with a sneer, "To be honest, you don't deserve to make me angry. Of course, I have to thank you. Otherwise, where can I find these evil soul masters who are doing evil?" Tianlan's words shocked all 8 people. None of them expected that Tianlan would know the title of evil soul master. "Since you know our details, you must die. Lao Lu, kill him. Don't waste time." To the right of the man in grey robe, stood a woman in red robe with an ugly face, speaking seriously at this moment. "Don't worry, second sister. I will kill this kind of bastard." The evil tiger spoke with extraordinary confidence, and immediately the first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Tiger's Roar. A shadow of a big black tiger appeared behind the evil tiger, roaring at Tianlan with its bloody mouth open. Roar. Then a soul impact with an evil aura rushed towards Tianlan's soul. Tianlan said calmly, "Don't use attacks like this." Now that the evil soul masters are here, Tianlan is too lazy to keep a low profile. Anyway, those ignorant people are already a little confused now. It just so happens that I can show some of my strength and force these evil soul masters to use evil arts. Then these fools will know who the good guys are. Seeking death. Evil Tiger saw that Tianlan's attack on his soul did nothing, which naturally made him furious. As the words fell, the third soul ring lit up. The third soul skill, Evil Tiger Slaying. The evil tiger was surrounded by thick black energy, and then rushed towards Tianlan at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to become thinner. The people around him felt uncomfortable breathing. However, Tianlan was still a master at catching dragons, directly grabbing the so-called evil tiger from the air. Bang! Then Tianlan threw it away directly, but it was not over yet. After Tianlan smashed the evil tiger to the ground, he brought it over again and put it under his feet. Bang! Tianlan raised his leg and stepped on the evil tiger's body, causing the evil tiger to vomit a mouthful of blood. Within a moment, the level 71 Soul Saint was stepped on by Tianlan, and he looked extremely weak. No one knew when the evil tiger was seriously injured. Everyone, including Su Yang, looked at this scene in stunned silence. Is this guy the 6th ring Soul Emperor? How is this possible? No matter how bad Lao Lu is, he is still a Soul Saint. How can he be compared to a Soul Emperor? At this time, the evil Soul Masters all exclaimed with disbelief. Lao Qi, what's going on with this guy? At this time, the man in grey robe finally spoke. Go back to Master, this guy is very weird. Anyway, this disciple is no match for him. Even his defense cannot be broken by using soul skills. And this guy is just like before, he didn't activate his martial soul or use any defensive soul skills at all. In short, this guy is difficult to deal with, so the disciple called the master. Su Yang didn't dare to hide anything at this time. After all, it was now certain that Tianlan was at the peak of Soul Saint's strength. And the combat power cannot be estimated yet, so he told his master honestly. If you don't activate your martial soul, you won't be able to use your soul skills. It's interesting. Boss, second brother, you two come on. The man in grey robe said grimly. Yes. The men and women on the left and right of the man in grey robe all looked towards Tianlan. No matter who you are, the highest you can reach is the peak of Soul Saint. And I am the peak Soul Saint, you will die in my hands. The middle-aged strong man pointed at Tianlan and said murderously. After the words fell, the middle-aged strong man opened his martial spirit. Level 79, Attack Soul Saint Martial Soul Black Violent Bear. It is the most evil and dark one among the bear martial spirits. The other ugly woman opened her martial soul without opening her mouth. Level 77, Attack Soul Saint Martial Soul Black Spotted Bird. The two of them lit up their second soul rings one after another. The second soul skill, Violent Bear Fist. The second soul skill, Bird Claw. Both of them were surrounded by blood, and they rushed toward Tianlan with flashing figures. But still like the evil tiger, the two were thrown away by the dragon capturer at will and smashed to the side. The two of them vomited blood and looked at Tianlan with shock in their eyes. But the two of them were still unconvinced and lit up their seventh soul rings one after another. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the black bear. The seventh soul skill, Blackbird True Form. The middle-aged man, nicknamed Black Bear, has really turned into a black bear about 20 meters tall at this moment, patting his chest with a rainbow of momentum. The ugly woman turned into a big bird of about 10 meters, but her whole body was covered with black spots. If someone has trypophobia, it will be particularly uncomfortable. The black bear rushed in violently, and the blackbird flew in madly. But Tianlan still stood there, and he was going to change his move this time. But he still can't open the martial spirit. The divine eye of the vast sea and the broken soul of the vast sea. The huge black bears and flying birds were driven straight into the depths of the soul by Tianlan's eyes. Immediately their souls died, and the two people who opened their martial souls revealed their true bodies in an instant, and then fell to the ground. The two mighty men died suddenly. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Which of you is coming here to die? I thought the evil soul master was so strong, but he turns out to be so vulnerable. You disciples are so useless, why don't you, the old guy who is the master, come over? Tianlan shook his head and said mockingly, which was the greatest insult given to these evil soul masters. But no one dared to say anything at this moment. After all, both the boss and the second child were killed instantly. And Lao Lu was still trampled under his feet. Master, this guy may be Contra. There are so many untouchables here, let's use their energy and blood to practice magical skills. Otherwise, this guy would be really difficult to deal with. Su Yang is a smart man. When Lao Lu was trampled under his feet, he was still alive. But when the eldest and second child were killed instantly, he panicked. He felt that if he wanted to defeat the opponent, he would have to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of people. Don't worry, I'll meet him as a teacher. You guys are going to perform the blood sacrifice formation together. The man in grey robe gave the order. Who are you? The man in grey robe looked at Tianlan and asked ferociously. You don't deserve to know. Tianlan said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the man in grey robe was furious. Chapter 570, Break the defense with one strike, the bloody skeleton who does not believe in evil. Are you looking down on me? You are not at the peak of Soul Saint, you may be physically stronger. You don't take Contra like me seriously, you are really arrogant. More arrogant than an evil soul master like me. The man in grey robe said in a strange voice, showing his 8 soul rings as he spoke. 9 sh, u, x, om. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black are the colors of his soul ring. As an evil soul master, he has the secret method to instantly improve his strength, so he doesn't feel that he is not Tianlan's opponent at all. I'm so handsome. When did I tell you that I am the peak Soul Saint? Oh, by the way, the disciple I once responded to said that I was the Soul Saint. I'm really sorry for causing you such misunderstanding. Tianlan said with a smile. After the words fell, Tianlan showed off the aura of Contra, with an aura of 1.8 meters. Tianlan's sudden display of terrifying aura made the grey-robed man and his disciples look incredulously. What if the age of Contra? Judging from his appearance, he looks like he is 30 years old. At this moment, Su Yang was completely confused. What he had always believed in turned out to be false. This guy turned out to be Contra. And I don't know how many levels of Contra there are. The master is only level 91. Is he his opponent? Master, I misjudged the level of this bastard. Let's open the blood sacrifice formation quickly. Su Yang was really panicking at this time. My teacher is also a Contra, can I still be afraid of him? Watch carefully to see how master will deal with this arrogant guy. Always remember, evil soul masters are invincible at the same level. Otherwise, do we deserve to be more powerful evil soul masters? However, the man in grey robe did not panic at all. He always thought that Tianlan was already a corpse. Su Yang couldn't say anything after hearing this, but he had to find a way as soon as possible to solve today's matter perfectly. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. Let me see what your fighting strength is. Tianlan said calmly. Killing you is enough. Today I will swallow you, my skills will be perfected, and I will be closer to the title Douluo level. The man in grey robe said confidently and cold-bloodedly, and the first soul ring around him lit up as he spoke. The first soul skill, skeleton demonization. The whole body of the man in grey robe was immediately filled with black, and then the man in grey robe directly turned into a skeleton. Moreover, the silhouette of the skeleton rose to about 10 meters in an instant. Having attracted everyone's attention, the disciples of the grey-robed man had already set up a large formation around him. No one who is nearby can leave this formation. The huge skeleton figure also scared many people. Are these people demons? Why is everyone so scary? Could it be that Master Su is also a demon? The people widened their eyes and marveled, and the fear in their hearts became more and more intense. Then the whole body of the man in grey robe lit up for the second time dimly. The second soul skill, skeleton demon impact. The huge skeleton demon was very fast. Like a white ghost, it quickly rushed in front of Tianlan and punched out quickly. Tianlan casually took out a weapon and threw it at the skeleton troll at will. He was afraid that he would directly smash the evil soul master with the artifact. Bang! Holding a mace, he hit the skeleton demon hard. Ah! The man in grey robe screamed, and then he transformed into a skeleton and returned to his original appearance. And he even vomited blood miserably. Is this your strength? It's very powerful, but actually very weak. It really disappoints me. Tianlan carried the mace, shook his head and sneered. Waving the mace made the man in grey robe break his defense, and also made Su Yang and others break their defense. They all know how terrifying the defense of their master's demonized skeleton is, but now it is easily defeated by the enemy. Master, please sacrifice your blood to these untouchables. If you don't take action, you'll have no chance. That bastard is very weird. Su Yang reminded seriously again. As soon as these words came out, Tianlan laughed. Without even thinking that he had nothing to prove to these ignorant people, Su Yang blew himself up. Did you hear that? What Clan Master Su just said? He actually called us untouchables, and he also wanted his master to sacrifice our blood. He is in the same group with these evil soul masters. At this time, the people began to talk a lot. Everyone was shocked and felt like they were dreaming. Clan Master Su, whom I have always trusted and admired so much, turned out to be a bad soul master. The world of each of them has collapsed, and the feeling of this collapse of faith is particularly uncomfortable. So many people still don't want to believe it. I don't think Su Yang's yelling just now means that he is a bad person. Sect leader Su has helped us catch and kill so many bad soul masters, and he often greets us with greetings. Have you ever seen any powerful soul master who would treat us as well as Master Su? Obviously the guy with the mace now is the evil one. These people that Master Su called are also here to help us. These people retorted loudly and quarreled with the doubters. Shut up! I'm not serious about being a teacher yet, I'm a bloody skeleton. Since this guy is a good opponent, it just feels good to have a good time and devour him. As a teacher, I hope to break through a few more levels. They. Bloody skeleton turned around and scolded Su Yang fiercely. Even though he was defeated by Tianlan just now, he was still full of confidence in himself and felt that the stronger Tianlan, the better. Lan, this Contra is really confident. If he knew that you were invincible, he would probably be shocked, right? There are always people like this who overestimate their abilities. Qianrongxiu said in a low voice at this time. This Contra is more interesting if you are more confident. Tianlan responded with a smile. And the third soul ring of the bloody skull lit up brightly at this moment. The third soul skill, skeleton clone. The bloody skeleton is also good at the clone technique, and can conjure a giant skeleton about 10 meters out of thin air. It looked so terrifying that ordinary people were so frightened that they screamed. At this time, a long bloody axe appeared in the hands of the bloody skeleton. I want to see how powerful you are. Go to hell. The bloody skeleton first controlled the clone and rushed towards Tianlan, running rampant, as if he was going to kill Tianlan. And the fourth soul ring of the bloody skeleton's true form lit up again. The fourth soul skill, Tyrant Blood Killing. The bloody skeleton rose into the air, holding a giant axe about 3 meters long in both hands, surrounding the black mist, and slashing towards Tianlan lighting. The successive offensives showed that Tianlan must be killed. At this moment, Su Yang and other disciples were all concentrating, expecting their master to kill the guy who had never opened the martial spirit in one fell swoop. Chapter 571, hit the watermelon with the mace and kneel down to apologize. Tianlan still stood on the same spot, holding the mace in one hand and squinting at the charging skeleton. Ride the waves. With a flash of figure, Tianlan disappeared from the spot. The rampaging skeleton clone hit the air and flew into the air, slashing at Tianlan's blood-colored skeleton with anger. After chopping the ground, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. What speed is this? How could there be no one in the blink of an eye? I'm here. After Tianlan opened the 8 wings of the evil god, he waved the black wings and held the mace, and said lightly. At this moment, he is behind the bloody skeleton. Damn it! The bloody skeleton yelled and rushed towards Tianlan again. Still flying into the air, including the puppet clones. After all, he didn't expect that Tianlan also had flying skills. He guessed that Tianlan's martial spirit was a flying spirit beast. Tianlan's smile remained unchanged, and he waved the mace in the blink of an eye, hitting the bloody puppet and its clone. Bang! The bloody puppet fell directly to the ground, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. And the puppet clone was directly smashed to pieces by Tianlan. This kind of random violence made everyone present couldn't help but marvel. This kind of posture and strength to defeat the enemy at the snap of a finger are not like Contra at the same level. Su Yang had a bad feeling. This time he got into serious trouble. Although the master is a level 81 Contra, because of the evil soul master and the rare skeleton martial spirit, there is no problem even if he fights a level 85 Contra. That woman is probably that bastard's companion, not a passing woman at all. That guy is putting on a show for me, trying to find out if I am an evil soul master. If we go and capture that woman, we will definitely be able to blackmail him. When Su Yang was in a panic, he suddenly looked at Qian Rongxiu, his eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly reminded the other disciples. Then what are you waiting for? I went to catch her and blackmail that guy. Go and see how the master is doing. The third disciple of the bloody skeleton said anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Qian Rongxiu. Su Yang and other disciples rushed toward the location where the bloody skeleton landed. When Tianlan saw someone killing Qian Rongxiu, he just smiled and ignored them. If you want to find a soft persimmon to pinch, you are looking for the wrong person. As Lao San impulsively moved in front of Qian Rongxiu, a sudden pressure came over him, which made Lao San unable to breathe. Then Qian Rongxiu strolled towards Lao San, and slapped Lao San with a cold face. Crack! This slap sent the third child flying away. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. A seemingly ordinary woman actually slapped away a soul saint. Su Yang was frightened. He already knew that Qian Rongxiu was also a soul master. And the strength is almost the same as that guy flying in the sky. After all, he could kill the third child instantly without using his martial spirit. At this moment, Lao San's head was tilted to one side, there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually lost their luster, but his face was full of shock. The third child is dead, slapped to death by Qian Rongxiu. Tianlan wanted to applaud him. This guy pretended to be better than himself. As worthy of being from the Wuhan Palace, he has the attribute of pretending to be better. Master Su, do you know what despair means now? Your senior brother is vulnerable, and so is your master. You're plotting against me. You didn't expect that you were plotting against me, right? Tianlan waved his black wings, looked down at Su Yang and said with a sneer. Then Tianlan's figure flashed and he was in front of other disciples in the blink of an eye. Bang! The mace in his hand kept swinging like a watermelon, killing several disciples very easily. Only Su Yang is left. But Su Yang was the fastest and had already arrived in front of the bloody skeleton. With a horrified look on his face, he shouted, Master, please use the blood sacrifice method quickly. Everyone else will be killed. Like if we delay any longer, we will both die. This guy is a pervert. Su Yang was really scared, so he was very anxious. Su Yang, are you in a hurry? Don't be afraid, I won't kill you yet, including your master. However, if you don't want to die, confess everything to the people around you now. If you don't agree, then be like him and have a bright head." Tianlan came to the sky above the two of them and said with a cold face. Su Yang knew that he could not refuse immediately, otherwise he would die immediately. But he didn't want to surrender to Tianlan and explain to these untouchables. He felt that these untouchables didn't deserve his apology at all. "Master!" Su Yang growled. "The bloody cage! Blood sacrifice killing!" The bloody skeleton suddenly stood up and rose into the air, then looked around and roared. Then the bloody mist enveloped everyone. He knew that he was no match for Tianlan at all, even if he opened his martial soul avatar. Therefore, he must first use the blood sacrifice to increase his own strength, and then use his strongest soul skills to definitely kill this bastard. Su Yang saw that the master had finally obeyed, otherwise he would have been doomed. But he was still very worried that Tianlan would suddenly give him a blow, so he immediately used his soul skills to escape to one side. As long as the master takes away all the lives of these untouchables, he will inevitably reach the level of a titled Douluo. This damn bastard will definitely be dealt with by then. Seeing that the bloody mist was about to completely envelope tens of thousands of people looked frightened and shouted for help. The divine eye of the vast sea and the broken soul of the vast sea. Tianlan was too lazy to move and directly attacked with his soul, crushing the soul of the bloody skeleton who was performing the blood sacrifice technique. Therefore, the bloody skeleton fell directly to the ground, in a dying state. And the blood sacrifice method he was performing was in vain, and the red mist that was about to suck people's blood and lives also disappeared. Then Tianlan used the dragon capture hand to capture Su Yang who was trying to escape. "Where do you want to run?" Tianlan grabbed him in front of him and said coldly. Su Yang was so scared that his legs were shaking, and he was still controlled in mid-air. He felt that his life was being controlled at will. "Don't dare to run! Please spare my life, I will tell these people the truth now." Su Yang didn't dare to have other ideas, because his master's real body was too useless and was killed before the blood sacrifice could be successful. Now he has no hope at all, so saving his life is the most important thing now. "Go down there and kneel down and tell them. If you dare to panic even a little bit, your senior brothers will be your fate." Tianlan threw Su Yang directly below and also gave him a warning. Su Yang was in great pain from being thrown, but he did not dare to hesitate at this moment. While cursing Tianlan in his heart, he hurriedly got up and knelt down towards the people. Chapter 572 The truth is revealed and the true identity is revealed. Tens of thousands of people watched Su Yang kneeling on the ground, and some smart people had already woken up. 9shx.cm. The real bad guy is actually Su Yang, not who they thought at first. But there are still ignorant people who think Su Yang is a victim. Su Yang is always a good person. "Why are you still standing there?" Tianlan said coldly. "Dear people, I have been lying to you all this time. Actually, those who came here to bully or even kill the people here were all sent by me. Then I will bring people to rescue you, just to make you trust me. And my ultimate goal is to connect people with people elsewhere and give birth to newborns, so that the population here will increase dramatically. The larger the population, the greater the improvement for me when using the blood sacrifice technique. I'm sorry, I'm a beast, I did such a disgusting thing, please forgive me." Su Yang knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to explain everything in one breath and couldn't hide anything. He never imagined that he would end up like this, and he really couldn't understand why someone would come to such a remote place to stand up for these untouchables. At this moment, tens of thousands of people completely recognized Su clan and knew the ins and outs of everything. It turns out that Clan Master Su, who is like a god in their eyes, is not a good person. Instead, he keeps thinking about blood sacrifices to them. There was silence for a moment, and people from all directions, men, women, old and young, pointed at Su Yang and cursed angrily. Some people even had the courage to throw things at Su Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, and even threw a shoehorn in his face. Su Yang was extremely angry, but he had to endure it. After all, it was not him who had the final say here. However, he was still a little angry and wanted to remind Tianlan without giving up. "Sir, no matter what I do, I am still the sect leader of one of the 8 branches of the Tang sect. If something happens to me, Tang clan will never let it go. Your Excellency is so powerful, you must also know that the Tang sect is now the #1 sect in the mainland, right? So it's better for you to let me go. This is my sincere reminder." Su Yang turned around and knelt down to Tianlan, who was flying in the air. He seemed to be arrogant, but actually he was actually warning Tianlan secretly. Tianlan glanced at Su Yang, ignored him for the time being, and looked at the tens of thousands of people. This Master Su is actually an evil soul master. His soul is inherently evil. These people are also affected by this and will always be evil people. He sneaked into the Tang sect and became one of the branch heads. He did such evil things in this place far away from the emperor. Will you hate him now? Or will you hate Tang clan? Or maybe he hates Master Tang. Tianlan's words confused tens of thousands of people. But they soon reacted. Then looking at Tianlan, he started to respond in a flurry of words. Some people hate Su Yang alone, and some people hate everyone, including Tang men and Tang master. Now no one knows who Tianlan is, so he speaks unscrupulously. The Tang sect is also responsible for Su Yang doing such a thing. So I'm here to kill him today on behalf of the Tang sect, which can be regarded as eliminating a big harm for you. Tianlan said expressionlessly, and while speaking, he lifted up Su Yang who was kneeling on the ground. You represent the Tang sect. How come I didn't know there was a person like you in the Tang sect? I advise you to let me go. I have many treasures. I also know where my master keeps the treasures he has robbed for so many years. You must be a casual cultivator, right? You need a panacea and soul bones, right? Su Yang said in an unusual panic. He still didn't think Tianlan was a member of the Tang sect. You will die soon, let me satisfy your curiosity. Let you know who I am. Tianlan is no longer hiding, now is the time to reveal his identity. As soon as the words fell, Tianlan took off his disguise. Master! The moment Su Yang saw Tianlan's true appearance, his eyes widened and he exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. He knew Tianlan because he had seen Tianlan's broadcast. The same goes for other people. Tianlan's appearance is unknown to almost everyone. Master Tang! Master Tang clan! It's you who came in person. Some people screamed in disbelief. At this moment, under the leadership of some people, they knelt down directly in front of Tianlan. Thank you, Master Tang, for saving my life and exposing this bastard's hypocrisy, otherwise we poor people would have died. I misunderstood Master Tang before, we all deserve to die. I hope Master Tang won't be angry with us. The people were particularly excited at this time, especially when Tianlan went out of his way to help them solve the crisis and save them from the fire and water. These were their reborn parents. In just a moment, tens of thousands of people knelt down, all sincerely grateful to Tianlan. Then the strong power of faith gathered towards Tianlan. Tianlan was admired by thousands of people. At the same time, he never forgot to smile and wave his arms towards everyone, looking very friendly to the people. At this moment, Tianlan was like an emperor on patrol. Thank you all for your hard work. I didn't find out there was something wrong with this guy earlier, so everyone has been deceived. So I feel guilty for everyone. So I want to make it up to you all. I will give each of your families 10 kilograms of grain to keep you fed and clothed through the cold winter. And children who have awakened martial spirits in their families, as long as they are talented, can go to Tangman Academy. For those who are less talented, I will open a local Tangman school so that the children can grow up to be strong by their side. After Tianlan's words fell, everyone who knelt down immediately shouted. Master Tang is mighty. Master Tang is the best in the world. They know very well how scarce food has been in recent years, especially in remote areas like theirs, where natural disasters often occur. People don't have enough to eat. Now each household is given 10 kilograms of grain, which is really urgent. However, the fact that their children can enter the Tang sect makes them even more excited. Even if their talents are not good, they can still enter the branch of the Tang sect academy. Seeing tens of thousands of people instantly admire Tianlan with great admiration, Su Yang became even more angry. Obviously such a scene was revealed in front of him, and these people were doing this to him. Then what do you want to do with the culprit who harmed you? Shall I solve it, or will you solve it? Tianlan continued to hold Su Yang, looked around at everyone and asked with a smile. This bastard has been deceiving us for so long, and he still wants to sacrifice our blood. Let Master Tang handle this kind of miscellany yourself. After all, this is also the door of ethics. At this time, a man spoke respectfully first. Then it attracted the support of tens of thousands of people. Master, please spare my life. Chapter 573 One person versus 1,000 people, giving hope. Su Yang looked at this scene, coupled with the fear of Tang Lan's identity. It made his own death feeling more intense. He was obviously a genius on the mainland, so he couldn't just die like this. So at this moment, he humbled himself to the extreme, so that there was no anger in his heart, but a feeling of panic. Spare your life. You are worthy of whatever you are. Do you want me to spare you? But I won't kill Meng. I will throw you to tens of thousands of people below. I will imprison your soul power, and you cannot bring weapons, and the people who judge you will each have a weapon. Of course, you are a soul emperor. Even if you don't have soul power, you still have abilities that are different from ordinary people. So for the sake of fairness, I will make you appear to be a sinner, but I will give you a chance. Just break your left leg and right hand. If you can still survive, I will make an exception and spare you. After all, I also like some resolute talents. Such people have good nature. Tang Lan looked down at Su Yang. Instead of saying much, Tang Lan also wanted to see if Su Yang could withstand the anger of some people. Master, is everything you said true? Su Yang didn't have time to think about it, he just wanted to make sure he could really have this opportunity. Don't even think about whether you can complete this difficult punishment. Of course it's true. I always mean what I say. Tang Lan responded with a smile. How many people from the sect master will fight with me? Su Yang couldn't help but get excited. The so-called punishment was like a sudden light of hope for survival in the darkness. You can't stand the crowd, and there's no sense of suspense anymore. Let's have 1,000 people. I'll choose 1,000 burly men. If you break a leg and an arm, you will definitely be able to survive this punishment with the body of the Soul Emperor, right? Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Tang Lan patted Su Yang's shoulder expectantly and said with a smile. Su Yang was originally full of confidence, but when he heard that Tang Lan said that there were 1,000 people, they were still burly men, and each of them was holding a machete. How can you be your opponent if you are missing an arm or a leg? Maybe you can kill hundreds of people at first, but after all, you can't use your soul skills, and you can't even use your soul power. This is all about physical fitness and hard work, coupled with perseverance that is not afraid of death. Tang Lan saw Su Yang fell into silence, so he deliberately said, "What's wrong? Do you think it's too simple? Then let's do it. Dear people, the next fierce moment is coming. Of course this is also the time for you to be very happy. I am ready to hand over this evil initiator to your disposal. After all, you are the victims." Tang Lan shouted loudly. Excited sounds spread around, and tens of thousands of people shouted excitedly. Master Tang is mighty. Then whoever hates this guy to the core should come forward. I will give you the opportunity to kill him with your own hands, but the prerequisite is that you must be stronger. Come with 1,000 people. After all, I want you, 1,000 people, to fight Su Yang with weapons in your hands. Tang Lan continued. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience took a breath of cold air. What they thought was that they could kill Su Yang who had no power to fight back, not Su Yang who could still take action. So they all looked at Tang Lan in shock. That bastard Su Yang is the Soul Emperor. Isn't this asking 1,000 people to die? Tens of thousands of people couldn't figure out what Tang Lan was thinking. If we finally kill the bastard Su Yang, we will lose a lot of lives. Tens of thousands of people didn't understand, and Su Yang didn't understand either, but Jian Rongxiu did. Don't worry, everyone, I will imprison Su Yang's soul power so that he cannot display soul skills, use soul power, and even activate his martial soul. And we have to break one of his legs and one of his arms, so this is an opportunity for you to defeat him head-on. Come on, those who want to kill him head-on with weapons in hand, come out. Tang Lan quickly gave everyone reassuring words. Even if some of the dead felt unnecessary, it was not worth it for more crazy revenge. But there were many people who hated Su Yang and immediately came out. Among them were the relatives of those who died unjustly because Su Yang deliberately arranged for people to be killed. They want revenge. Su Yang, you bastard, I must avenge my mother today. A strong man pointed at Su Yang and yelled. Immediately afterwards, others started yelling and cursing Su Yang. Soon, tens of thousands of people stood up, almost all of them strong men. Tang Lan randomly clicked in a direction and asked the 1,000 strong men to stand up first. Then, like magic, 1,000 maces were produced. Pick up the weapons on the ground and let's get started. Tianlan reminded everyone, and as soon as he finished speaking, he used the dragon capturing hand to break Su Yang's legs and his arms in two. Su Yang grinned and screamed in pain, and then he felt that he could no longer use his soul power. Son of a bitch! Su Yang cursed secretly on the ground, but he didn't dare to say it too loudly, for fear that Tianlan would hear it and break his last legs and arms. Brothers, follow me and crush this bastard to death. Smash this bastard who treats us like fools into a pulp. A bald, strong man holding a mace excitedly rushed towards Su Yang, who had not yet stood up. Kill! Smash this bastard to death! Brothers, come on! Kill! 1,000 people cheered for themselves, and the onlookers also cheered loudly. At this time, Qianrongxue flew to Tianlan's side, her cold expression disappeared instantly, and she said softly, Lan, do you like this scene? Actually, you can kill this person very easily. After all, you need to go to other places as for salvation. Some guys took advantage of the conflict between Tang sect and Wuhan Palace and became unscrupulous without paying attention to them. You have to manage it well. Qianrongxue looked like she had regained Shui Qinghe's temperament and reminded Tianlan very seriously, but Qianrongxue was much gentler at the moment. The greatest punishment for a person is not to kill him directly. And give him hope, and then finally give him despair. This is the greatest punishment for a person. An evil soul master is acting so recklessly on my territory. If I don't come, it will directly ruin my reputation. He is in charge of 4 cities, how much power of faith I have to lose. Tianlan was in a good mood at the moment, because everything was going as he expected, so he started talking to Qianrongxue. Qianrongxue turned to look at Tianlan, her eyes full of joy. She liked Tianlan's confident look. On the ground, Su Yang stood up in a hurry and rushed towards 1,000 people with bare hands. Chapter 574 Wanmin's crazy beating comes to Yu Gang. Su Yang turned on one leg, rushed into the crowd, and waved his fist with all his strength. Exploding all the strength in his body, he wanted to give enough shock to these 1,000 people holding maces, and then also kill some people and completely scare these people. Taking advantage of the Soul Emperor's physical fitness, Su Yang was not comparable to ordinary people. So from the beginning, Su Yang used his heavy fists to kill several people. Therefore, this mighty 1,000 people were also frightened by Su Yang. A soul master is a soul master. Even if he cannot use his soul power, he can kill people at will. These ordinary people are no match for him. Maybe 1,000 people die, but that guy can't be killed. Qianrongxue said in a low voice. The fun has just begun, don't underestimate the anger of ordinary people. In addition, Su Yang is already half a human being. Tianlan didn't think so. He felt that these ordinary people would definitely explode with amazing power. The scene was a mess, and everyone was cheering for the hundreds of people present. Kill! Hit that bastard with a mace! Blow his head in, avenge the dead, and give all of us a break. Listening to the encouraging words around them, the hundreds of people who were frightened immediately had their eyes turn blood red, gripped their maces tightly, and started smashing them at Su Yang. Even though Su Yang was still killing people non-stop, his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. But these people who had enmity with him did not believe in evil and were not afraid of death and fought against Su Yang. Su Yang killed several more burly people, but there were a few more scars on his body. Especially the injury to the back is quite serious. Su Yang naturally didn't want to be surrounded by everyone, so he kept using his speed to move around, taking the opportunity to deal with each one by one. Smash him to death. One person took the lead and jumped up, trying to smash Su Yang to death at the cost of not being able to fall to the ground. Seeking death. Su Yang roared angrily, and immediately punched the man with all his strength. But at this time, the others were not afraid of death at all and rushed towards him, smashing at him crazily, and then blocking his way with their bodies. Then Su Yang was completely desperate, and maces kept hitting him hard. Su Yang's body is indeed strong. Even though he is like this, he can still break through the encirclement. But he was covered in blood, and his head was bleeding badly. Strike him to death, don't let him escape. Master Tang gave us the opportunity to kill our enemy with our own hands. How could we fail like this? This will only disappoint Master Tang. A burly man carrying a mace rushed towards Su Yang. Then the people who heard his crazy roar rushed forward like hungry wolves. Su Yang looked back, his face covered in blood and terrified. These bastards are really crazy. Now the people behind are all holding maces. He himself is no match. If he is entangled, he will definitely die. Therefore, we must rush towards these untouchables without weapons. These untouchables will definitely be run away. I have to calm down and find a chance to deal with the untouchables behind me. Must survive. Damn Tianlan, why is he here? He has already been titled Douluo, and yet he still comes to such a remote place to ruin my important affairs. It really pisses me off. This bastard is charging towards me, let's stop him. No one is allowed to retreat. One person took the lead in shouting, and then everyone was united and rushed towards Su Yang, waving their fists. With the movement here, people in other directions also started to move. Tianlan didn't stop them. It didn't matter how many people died, as long as he saved them in 10 minutes. As for Su Yang, who was about to be overwhelmed by the crowd, one person could trample this guy to death with just one kick. Master, you promised only 1,000 people. How can there be so many people? You have to stop them. Su Yang was surrounded by people and shouted anxiously. However, Tianlan responded with a smile, the people are excited, why should I stop them? If you can escape, I won't stop you. I keep my word. After hearing Tianlan's words, the people no longer had any worries. They all shouted and wanted to step on Su Yang and beat him up. But Su Yang was completely desperate because of this, and he hated Tianlan in his heart. You don't mean what you say. Son of a bitch. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Su Yang yelled and cursed loudly, and then there was no sound after the words fell. After a while, everyone left the area, leaving behind Su Yang's body that had turned into mud. The culprit has been eliminated. Your anger has been vented, and my guilt can be reduced. Tianlan then spoke loudly to the people. Master Tang is mighty. Then the people gave him the biggest cheers. But he still killed some people. You all need to step back. I want to resurrect these people. I won't let any of you lose your life because of the Tang clan. Tianlan's next words made tens of thousands of people exclaim. Resurrection? Is Master Tang already so powerful? Isn't it the gods who can resurrect a person? Could it be that Master Tang is already a god? All the people were shocked in their hearts and mouths. Tianlan deliberately floated in the air for everyone in the area to see. Field skill life grace. Tianlan already had plenty of soul power, and he quickly absorbed all the life energy around him except human beings. Ordinary people who died quickly resurrected. Resurrecting a powerful soul master is simple, and it is even easier to resurrect an ordinary person. When all the people saw Tianlan, they were really doing the resurrection thing. Everyone looked at Tianlan seriously and expectantly. Soon, the dead people recovered from their injuries and then opened their eyes. Alive. They are really alive. Master Tang is really amazing. Master Tang is a god. It's better to believe in gods than to believe in Master Tang. After all, the gods in heaven cannot save us from danger like Master Tang. When Wanman saw this situation, they all said excitedly. The worship of Tianlan has become more and more intense, so the power of faith is constantly accumulating for Tianlan. You are originally from my Tang sect, it's just a little effort. Tianlan waved towards Wanman and said with satisfaction. Then it provoked crazy cheers from all the people. In the following time, Tianlan also explored the situation everywhere and accumulated the power of faith. In the end, the Tang sect branch forces in the mainland were all cleaned up. Then Tianlan approached Yu Xiaogang. During this period, Yu Xiaogang was imprisoned in an iron cage by Tianlan. It was a great humiliation for him. At this moment, he was completely like a dog. Chapter 575 Yu Xiaogang, who keeps begging for mercy, behave like a dog. Tianlan hasn't seen Yu Xiaogang for a long time, and this guy is almost a useless person. But he was no different from a useless person before. After all, he is a eunuch. At this moment, he was wearing tattered and dirty clothes, and his face was invisible, like a madman. Tianlan! Let me out quickly. As long as you can let me out, I will repay you well. When Yu Xiaogang saw Tianlan, he shouted immediately. Although his voice was hoarse, he still tried his best to seize the slightest opportunity. I want to hear it. If I let go of my trade, how can you repay me? You are not a woman, and you don't have much strength. Tianlan said with a sneer. Master Tang sect, I can give you some advice to completely destroy the spirit hall. Kill that bitch Bibi Dong. I can also teach theoretical knowledge to the students in your Tangmin Academy. Although my humble position is not as knowledgeable as yours, I know a lot about all the knowledge of soul masters. But apart from you, there is no one else in the world who is more knowledgeable than a humble person, right? So I feel that I can be a very good teacher and teach many outstanding disciples. Even though Yu Xiaogang hated Tianlan in his heart, he wanted to eat Tianlan alive. But on the surface, he still spoke cautiously, for fear that if he said the wrong thing, Tianlan would pull him out and kill him directly. He also tried his best to express what he could do. But when Tianlan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Hat! You said you could help me completely destroy the spirit hall and kill Bibi Dong. I can also remind you that I have destroyed the Wuhan Palace. As for Bibi Dong, I think it would be easy to kill her, but because of Jian Rongxiu's face, I won't kill her. So I don't need you either." Tianlan responded to him with very straightforward mocking words. This put Yu Xiaogang into a brief shock. Martial Soul Hall was destroyed so quickly? Are Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong such useless people? Master Tang sect, you can use your spare energy to teach students in this humble position. Although I don't have much strength in my humble position, my theoretical knowledge is very strong. Jianzi can guarantee you that we will be able to guide many outstanding talents, please rest assured. Yu Xiaogang knelt in the iron cage and continued to beg anxiously. He was really afraid that Tianlan would either let him go or torture him this time. But prepare kill him completely. So when Yu Xiaogang spoke, his whole body was trembling. Hat! Tianlan sneered again. Tianlan didn't want to hear Yu Xiaogang's assurance. Is this kind of trash qualified to teach students? That talent must be turned into a mediocre person. You are a loser and you are not worthy of joining my Tang sect to teach students. Guys like you are wasting air when you are alive, and you are wasting land when you are dead. Let's do this, I'll just set you on fire. Tianlan stared at Yu Xiaogang coldly and said with murderous intent. As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiaogang was frightened to death. Master Tang clan, please. No matter what I said or did to you before. I'm kowtowing to you now. I just ask you to spare my life. My humble position is already in a miserable state now. 2 bitches have betrayed me, and I don't have a single disciple around me. You let me live, but you are punishing me even more for my humble position, and my humble position will be even more painful. Yu Xiaogang continued to beg Tianlan anxiously. Bang! And while he was talking, he had already begun to kowtow vigorously. Now I don't care how humiliating I am. What's the point of being locked up in an iron cage like a dog and humiliating me? Tianlan didn't say anything, just watched him quietly and kowtowed. Yu Xiaogang's head can still withstand kowtowing once or twice. In addition, he didn't use too much force, but Tianlan kept silent, so he didn't dare to suddenly stop kowtowing. So I kept clenching my teeth and kowtowing. When I kowtowed dozens of times, my forehead would bleed even if I didn't exert any force. Please. Please, my lord, please spare me your humble position. I am humble enough to work for you as a cow and a horse. Yu Xiaogang kowtowed more than a dozen times, his head was a little dizzy, so he became even more humble, with tears on his face, and begged Tianlan again. But I'm not that generous. Don't think I don't know that even when you beg for mercy, you keep scolding me in your heart. Would I let go of a villain who is begging on the outside but yelling at me on the inside? Tianlan directly used his dragon-capturing hand, grabbed Yu Xiaogang's neck, and knocked him directly against the iron cage. Bang! Yu Xiaogang screamed in pain and was shocked. How could this guy know that I was scolding him in my heart? You must be deceiving me. This bastard, if you don't want to let me go, just tell me clearly, he's a coward. Master, I'm so humble, I don't have the heart to scold you. Now I want to be your dog. I just hope you can give me a chance to be a dog. Please. Yu Xiaogang continued to beg Tianlan, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He just wants to survive. Do you want to be a dog so much? Tianlan asked with a smile. Yes. Yu Xiaogang didn't hesitate anymore. Okay, then you can stay in this dog cage. It's not that you want to be a dog, it's better to be a dog for the rest of your life. Give you another iron chain. This is how you look like a dog. Tianlan said with a mocking face, for Yu Xiaogang, Tianlan would not let him go or kill him. Continuously torturing him is what suits him. Master. Please, please spare me. What on earth did you ask me to do and say to let me go? Yu Xiaogang was in complete pain and despair. He didn't even know how to beg for mercy. It also completely collapsed. To be a dog, you must have the consciousness to be a dog. Stop barking all the time. It makes me unhappy, and that's the price of losing my life. However, you look quite lonely alone, chained in an iron cage in this dark room. Let me find you a companion. Tianlan said very coldly at first, but Yu Xiaogang was frightened and immediately did not dare to speak. Then Tianlan showed concern for Yu Xiaogang again, greeting him with greetings. Before Yu Xiaogang could speak, Tianlan continued, "Do you want someone to accompany you, or a dog?" Yu Xiaogang was completely confused. Imprisoning himself here was already too much, and he even wanted to let a dog in. This is like throwing your face on the ground and stepping on it to death. Master, please let me be a teacher for Tang Sect Academy. Every day I wash your feet and serve you obediently. Please. Yu Xiaogang was let go by Tianlan, so he kowtowed in the cage again and begged for mercy. I want to think about who is suitable to be your companion in the cage. Chapter 576. Let Tang San come over, Ning Rongrong's questioning. Master, you must be joking, right? I am working as a cow, a horse and a dog for you in a humble position. I am not doing it here. It won't do you any good to imprison your humble position here. Yu Xiaogang was naturally unwilling, so he still wanted to beg Tianlan not to put him in a cage. Why is it no good? To be honest, for me, if you are locked up here, I feel good, how can it be no good? Let's do this, I'll imprison Tang San for you and let him be your companion. After all, Mi Cai and Hui Bai Guan accepted him as a disciple. I'll satisfy you wish. How's it going? I'm still pretty good to you, right? Tianlan stared at Yu Xiaogang with a cold face and said without any doubt. As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiaogang was even more shocked in his despair. Isn't Tang San his younger brother? Why should he be locked up here? But with Tang San here, he might be able to escape from this iron cage. Master, I have really changed my ways. I hope you can give me a chance. Please. Although Yu Xiaogang had a plan in his heart, he still begged humbly on the surface. Okay, don't say anything else. I've made up my mind. It's useless what you say. Tianlan said impatiently. Then he opened the 8 wings of the evil god and left the area in an instant. Yu Xiaogang was left in a state of confusion. Looking forward to one day escaping from this dog cage, and then looking for an opportunity to kill this bastard Tianlan. Tianlan used the speed of the 8 wings of the evil god to quickly return to Poseidon Island. He brought everyone to Tangmen. After returning to Tangmen, Tianlan brought Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Xiaobai, as well as Si Wich and Qian Rongxiu. By the way, I also brought Sister Shui Binger back from the location of the divine test. Let them all stay in the same room and communicate with each other first. Tianlan gave some guidance to the disciples of Tangmen Academy, and then beat Zhao Wuji, warning him that next time, the bear's head will become a dog's head. After settling everything, Tianlan visited his mother again and chatted with Tang Hao for half a day. Tang Hao is now about to reach the level 99 ultimate Douluo level. In Tianlan's opinion, he also has a chance to become a god. Then you can steal half a day of free time and have fun with your girlfriends. As his strength grew stronger, Tianlan's demand also grew. 1 or 2 is not enough at all, 3 or 4 is almost meaningless, after all, no one can bear it. Now Tianlan was so cruel that he found all his girlfriends. Just as he was walking towards his residence, Ning Rongrong walked towards him. Tianlan saw the angry look on the face of the eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed sect, which was quite cute. Master, I want to ask you something. Ning Rongrong said loudly with her hands on her hips and her face bulging. Tell me. Tianlan asked knowingly. What do you think of me? Ning Rongrong asked. It's pretty good, very beautiful and cute, and quite talented. Tianlan responded with a smile on his face. Compared to Xiaowu and Zhu Qing? Or Shui Binger sisters and others? Ning Rongrong continued to question. An outstanding girl. Tianlan responded without thinking. Then why do you just let them be your girlfriends and do crazy things in the room all day long? Why can everyone do it, but not me? I've been wanting to ask this for a long time. Ning Rongrong asked Tianlan in a particularly aggrieved manner, staring at Tianlan closely with a pair of cute big eyes, trying to see something from Tianlan's eyes. Tianlan also laughed, and kept staring at Ning Rongrong, making Ning Rongrong blush. Why are you staring at me and laughing? I'm asking you, why on earth are you doing? Is it just because you are sworn friends with my father? Then you don't have to take this seriously. Isn't it better for everyone to discuss their own issues? Ning Rongrong blushed and continued talking, showing an aura that no matter what happens today, she will become a Tianlan woman. And Tianlan has never brought Ning Rongrong into the harem. The reason is very simple, that is intentional. Let Ning Rongrong, the eldest lady, express what she just said and take such a brave action of pursuing love. And let Ning Rongrong keep accumulating love, then when it becomes possible to love, it will naturally be crazy. Gathering all the women together today was to completely make Ning Rongrong lose her temper and question herself angrily. You are so cute, of course I have to laugh. Rongrong, your father and I are sworn brothers, and there is no way I can stop you from becoming my woman. Just tell me, do you particularly like me? If the women around me all become my women, and then you are not and you want to follow the crowd, then you don't like me. Tianlan confirmed with a smile, although he knew very well in his heart whether Ning Rongrong really liked him. After all, he couldn't show that he did it deliberately, but he had to show that he was afraid of being rejected. Certainly. I definitely don't want to become your woman just because I see someone else become your woman. It's just because I like you very much and I have always wanted to be your woman. Ning Rongrong said with great certainty. In that case, let's be together. I haven't expressed it to you because I was afraid that you would reject me. After all, your father and I are brothers, and there are many women around me. I'm not afraid that you will mind. After all, you are also the eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed sect. Unlike others, your status is not as good as yours. What Tianlan said was coaxing, but it was also a white lie. For Ning Rongrong, it was enough to make her happy. Really? When Ning Rongrong heard Tianlan's words, she was confused before being excited, and she couldn't believe the confirmation. Of course it's true. In fact, I have always liked you. Tianlan directly grabbed Ning Rongrong's shoulders, expressed sincerely, and at the same time hugged Ning Rongrong domineeringly. Great! Ning Rongrong was Tianlan hugged her and received a positive response, and she cried excitedly. She felt that it was really uncomfortable for her to hide her feelings for so long. If she had known that Tianlan had always liked her, she would have expressed it long ago. It's all your fault. Why are you so cowardly? The genius who shocked the mainland, the guy who founded the Tang sect, didn't dare to confess to a girl. You really wasted a lot of my romance and happiness. Now that we are together, you have to make up for it for me. Ning Rongrong struggled to drive away from Tianlan and said with an unhappy face, but the unhappiness at the moment was filled with joy and happiness. Good. I'll make up for it all for you. Before sleeping with them today, I'll sleep with you first. Let's go. Tianlan also started to throb when she saw Ning Rongrong's red face and sexy look. Chapter 577 They are still the losers, take Tang-san away. Now that he was throbbing, Tianlan didn't care about the occasion. He just picked up Ning Rongrong and walked towards the residence. But instead of going to the big house, Tianlan planned to stay alone with Ning Rongrong for a while. This was Ning Rongrong's first time, so naturally she had to take good care of her. No, put me down quickly. There are too many people in the Tang sect, others will see you. How embarrassing. Ning Rongrong's face turned red and she spoke excitedly. But Tianlan ignored her at all and walked straight to the residence in front of the Tangmen people. Ning Rongrong hid in Tianlan's arms shyly and did not dare to speak. The sect master is awesome. There are already so many women around me, but I can still control the eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed sect. And it seems that this eldest lady is also very willing. At this time, an elder could not help but sigh in a low voice, with a look of envy on his face. What's all the fuss about? Who is the sect leader? Even if he wants the goddess in the sky, he can get it. Is there anyone in this world who is more powerful than the sect master? I think the gods in the sky are nothing more than that. So I think these women are rushing to find the sect master. They don't care at all how many women are around the sect master and whether they only love her. Another elder admired Tianlan extremely highly, as if in his heart, Tianlan was a godlike figure. Tianlan took Ning Rongrong back to his residence and put her directly on the bed. Tianlan, what are you going to do? We just got together, can't it be so soon? You are too scary. Ning Rongrong hurriedly hid aside and said with a look of horror. She also didn't expect Tianlan to be so quick. According to Ning Rongrong's idea, after being together for a while, Xiao Wu and the others would do that kind of thing with Tianlan. But now it was so fast, it really scared Ning Rongrong. It's better to come early than to come late. We've been delayed for so long. Why don't we speed up the progress? And you said, I want to give you enough money. Now I just want to make up for you everything I haven't given you during this period. As Tianlan said this, he began to take off his clothes and got closer to Ning Rongrong. And the tone of her words was also very sincere, which made Ning Rongrong not only frightened and confused, but also filled with unknown curiosity. To be honest, she has always wanted to feel it. Rongrong, don't worry, I'll be slower. Tianlan jumped on the bed. While Tianlan was roaming around the world, Xiao Wu and others in the big house were talking freely. Do you think there are so many of us? We are my rival. He's so good at that, I'm afraid so many of us won't be able to hold on. Qianrongxiu, you probably don't do that much with me, right? It's definitely not possible with your small body, right? Xiao Wu had experienced too much, so she began to speak freely. Qianrongxiu naturally blushed when she heard Xiao Wu's words. After all, she was going to do that kind of thing with Tianlan with other girls. And there are still so many girls, which is really scary. Anyway, Lan is really good at that. Every time I have to beg for mercy and let him let me go. Qianrongxiu said shyly. Others also sighed. This time, we have Sister Ziobai and Sister Si Witch. We can definitely make him beg for mercy. We have been defeated every time. This time we must make Lan admit defeat and beg for mercy. Zhu Zuqing also had a much more cheerful personality, so he started to express himself at this time. These words also made Xiao Bai and Si Witch blush. They also know that they are indeed the one who can stick with Tianlan for a while. After all, it is a soul beast. Good. This time we must let him beg for mercy from us. Ziobai also became excited. Tianlan stayed with Ning Rongrong for 2 hours before leaving the room. Then he entered the big house with unfinished thoughts. My dears, let's get started. Tianlan walked into the room and said straight to the point. 3 days and 3 nights later, Tianlan walked out of the big house, still feeling refreshed. In the big house. Lan is so awesome. I didn't expect that with so many of us, we would be the losers in the end. Zhu Zuqing said weakly, why, I can't even think about it. Obviously there are 6 of them, isn't this enough? I found that brother is stronger this time. Maybe it's because of his strength, right? It's a bit unbecoming to be so strong. The 6 of us started begging for mercy yesterday. But I don't feel tired at all. Xiao Wu also said with a look of disbelief. Others also sighed at this time, full of admiration and fear for Tianlan. They hope that Tianlan will be strong, but they don't want him to be so strong. It seems that I have to let brother continue to find a new woman. Otherwise we really can't bear it. Xiao Wu said in an astonishing way. The other 5 women directly agreed. Tianlan, who felt refreshed, went directly to Tang San. Now Tang San is practicing day and night, trying to catch up with Tianlan. And he is still developing his hidden weapon. He feels that if he develops a stronger hidden weapon, he can defeat him even if his strength is not as good as Tianlan. Elder brother. You're here. Tang San said with a particularly excited expression. Why is this bastard here again? He never does anything good when he comes. Tang San started to curse in his heart. Take you somewhere. Tianlan didn't bother to say anything, and directly controlled Tang San, then opened the 8 wings of the evil god, and rushed to the location where Yu Xiaogang was imprisoned extremely quickly. Tang San was controlled by Tianlan. Feeling Tianlan's speed, a turmoil arose in his heart. So fast? And what's going on with this bastard's wings? Where did he get the soul bone? And it's an externally attached soul bone. And seeing this attached soul bone, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Tang San didn't even have time to think about what Tianlan was taking him to do, now he was just jealous of the evil god's 8 wings who shocked Tianlan. Elder brother. Just tell me what you are going to do. Tang San asked loudly. If you go there, your practice will speed up. Tianlan just responded to him. This sentence made Tang San start to get excited. This bastard will still think of me if he has good things to do. What I hope most now is to improve rapidly. After all, Tianlan is about to become a god, so he must be too slow. After a few more moments, the place where Yu Xiaogang was imprisoned arrived. This is a remote area, surrounded by an abandoned house. But Tianlan used his power to cut a big hole in the room. There was a big iron cage inside the big hole, and Yu Xiaogang was in it. Brother, can you speed up your practice here? This place is very ordinary, it seems to be an abandoned house. Tang San asked doubtfully. Chapter 578 Imprisoning Tang San and Coming to the World of Douluo. Mistress, this is not an ordinary place. This is where you will stay from now on. Remember, stay here and improve your strength, don't aim too high. Tianlan responded with a smile. Is this bastard lying to me? What could be better about such an ordinary place? He also said it was a place I wanted to stay forever. You want me to stay in this crappy place forever? How disgusting. You do that kind of thing with those bitches every day, and why do you want me to stay in a place like this? This means you want to throw yourself in one place and fend for yourself, right? Let's go. Tianlan pulled Tang San into the abandoned house. Bang! Then Tianlan threw it into the big hole and hid it in front of Yu Xiaogang. Across the iron cage, Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San who had fallen down, his expression particularly ugly. Tianlan, this bastard, really wasn't ready to let himself go, and he actually brought Tang San here. This Tang San is his biological brother. Master. Yu Xiaogang knelt on the ground humbly and greeted Tianlan, who was slowly falling. Elder brother. What are you going to do? Why is this Yu Xiaogang here? Did you imprison him in an iron cage? Although Tang San had his soul power imprisoned, he still had a brain and felt that Tianlan had definitely done something bad by bringing him here. Yu Xiaogang felt too lonely, so I brought you here to relieve his boredom. You will have to stay with him forever. Stay here and practice well. Tianlan said very casually. After he finished speaking, he opened the door of the iron cage, mentioned Tang San and threw him in. Although this cage is easy to open, it still requires the strength of a titled Douluo. You can break through to titled Douluo as soon as possible and you can go out. Practice well. I'm leaving. Tianlan said with a sneer, now he doesn't pretend anymore, he has to make him unhappy with the little brat. So as soon as these words came out, Tang San was immediately confused. He roared and shouted at Tianlan, why do you want to lock me here? Why do you want to lock me here? But Tianlan didn't bother to pay attention to him and just left here. This made Tang San even more angry. So he kept roaring. Tianlan, you bastard, let me get out of here. Don't imprison me here, I am your brother, you are my older brother. Why do you do this to me? If Tang San really screams at the top of his lungs, no one will save him. Yu Xiaogang also said in despair, since that guy brought you here, it proves that you are the person he hates the most in his heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have locked you and me together, and in such a big iron cage. Why don't you try and see if you can get this iron cage open? Now Yu Xiaogang can only rely on Tang San. I'll try. Tang San responded angrily. Then they were bombarded indiscriminately, but in the end the iron cage remained motionless. This iron cage was specially built by Tianlan. There is no problem in imprisoning a contra. Ah! Tianlan, you beast! You are so heartless and unjust. Pfft! Tang San worked extremely hard, but couldn't break the iron cage, and finally screamed angrily. As soon as the words fell, he was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. At this moment, Tianlan was waving the 8 wings of the evil god and flying in the air, feeling very happy. The system detected that the host imprisoned Tang San, causing him to lose a lot of luck. Reward Kung Fu 72 Transformations of Supernatural Powers. Rewarding the host to go to the world view of Douluo Part 2 and destroy the plan of God King Tang San. Tianlan, who was flying rapidly to return to Tangmen and continued to have a crazy affair with his woman, was suddenly confused. Tianlan was very excited about the 72 transformations of his magical power. With a world view of fantasy floor tiles, the system actually rewarded him with 72 transformations. This is really a dimensionality reduction blow. But it was really unexpected to let myself go to the world of Douluo Part 2. And what the system means is that the world you go to has no connection with this world. Tang San has become the God King. Tianlan originally wanted to refuse. After all, he had not yet become a god, so asking himself to accept the peerless Tang sect's worldview, wasn't this nonsense? But when the words came to his lips, Tianlan was enveloped by a ray of light. Tianlan quickly waved the 8 wings of the evil god, trying to escape from the area and avoid being shrouded in this weird bright light. But he found that the 8 wings of the evil god, which were as fast as thunder, were not as fast as the light that enveloped him. Then Tianlan found that he couldn't move at all. Oh shit! Is this a reward or a punishment? I'm going to the world of Part 2 alone, so at least I'm allowed to bring some girlfriends with me. Tianlan complained angrily, but as soon as he finished speaking, Tianlan disappeared, because he disappeared with the dazzling light. When Tianlan woke up again, he found that he was lying on a carriage, but it was a carriage without a roof. First, Tianlan looked at his palm and found that it had become smaller. Hey? Is my soul penetrated? You still wear it on your body, and then the system makes your body smaller. Miss, this boy is awake. At this moment, an urgent voice sounded. Then Tianlan felt the carriage stop, and a young girl ran over. You finally woke up. I saw you on the roadside and thought you were dead. The little girl said with excitement. Where is this place? Tianlan asked as his head became clearer. This is the Tianhun Empire, we are going to Tianling City. The little girl responded with a smile. Heavenly Soul Empire. It seems that I have really come to the world of the second part. The Tiandu Empire is divided into the Tianhun Empire and the Douluo Empire. Just when Tianlan was about to leave, many people suddenly appeared on both sides of the road. Kill me! A masked man, holding a second-level soul guide, pointed here and shouted. Dozens of soul masters rushed towards this side. There are enemies, protect the lady and the goods quickly. At this time, the strongest man in the team jumped on the carriage and gave the order loudly. Miss! Hide in your carriage! At this time, several soul masters hurriedly took the little girl and ran towards the only luxurious carriage. Take him with you. If you don't care about him, he will be killed by these bad guys. Quick! The little girl said very seriously. Miss, the enemies are very strong, most of them are Soul King level beings. We have to do our best to protect you. You have no time to care about others. At this time, a soul sect couldn't help but speak. No. Must be saved. You dare to disobey my order. However, this little girl warned this soul sect very firmly. Chapter 579, The Little Girl Who Cares About Tianlan, the Numenon sect takes action. At this critical moment, the soul sect did not dare to say anything. At this time, for him, protecting the eldest lady is the most important thing. Okay, miss. The soul sect guard said hurriedly, then looked at Tianlan and said coldly, Boy, come with me quickly. Come with me quickly, you can survive by staying with me. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. These people kill without blinking an eye. The little girl waved to Tianlan, her face full of concern. Tianlan saw that the little girl cared so much about him, so he got out of the carriage and quickly walked behind her. Now that Tianlan has begun to digest, the system suddenly brought him to the situation in Douluo's world. Moreover, Tianlan found that his body had also become smaller, and he should be around 10 years old. But the strength is still there, and he can still be invincible at that time. At this moment, Tianlan looked around and found that the fighting nearby was very fierce, but it was all about one person. Some pediatrics. He won't take action, after all, he wants to keep a low profile. A child who is only 10 years old will show the strength to crush the Soul King, which will attract attention. Coming to Douluo, Xiao Zha-san is at the level of a God King, so he needs to keep a low profile. To destroy his plan, you have to do it step by step. For now, I have to go to Shrek Academy. What's your name? My name is Lenu. After the little girl got on the carriage, she handed Tianlan an apple directly. Tianlan. Tianlan took the apple and ate it. Tianlan, there will be an enemy coming soon, follow me. Lenu reminded Tianlan. Thank you. Tianlan responded with a precious word. After fighting for a while, Lenu's guards, except for one Soul King and 2 soul sects beside him, were all killed. At this time, more than a dozen masked men surrounded Lenu's carriage. Sister Sheath Taisai is playing tricks on ants and attacking my Lin family in Tianling City. She is really tired of living. The 5-ring Soul King of the Lin family asked with an angry look on his face. Of course I'm going to rob you of your products, and kidnap you, Miss Lin, at the same time. You, Miss Lin, are already a second-level soul master at the age of 12. The woman who is my young master is just the right person. The 5-ring Soul King who surrounded the Lin family said with even greater momentum at this moment. After all, the Lin family's Soul King is level 55, and the Masked Man's Soul King is already level 58. What's more, among the masked men now, there are 6 4th-ring Soul Masters and 8 3-ring Soul Masters. For them, it is simply easy to deal with the Lin family. Are you from the Wang family? If the marriage proposal fails, are you trying to steal the bride? You guys are really bastards. But if you want to catch our lady, you must pass our level. Naturally, the Lin family guards will not back down. You two, go help. Lin Yuer gave an order to the 2 people protecting her. The 2 of them also knew very well that if they didn't help now, they would be besieged soon, and the eldest lady would still have to get into trouble. Send the message and ask Daddy to save me. Lin Yuer reminded somewhat maturely. At this time, the 4-ring Soul sect hurriedly took out the Soul Guide device for transmitting information and fired it towards the sky. However, as soon as the cloud-piercing arrow reached mid-air, it was struck down by a beam of fire. I want to report the news, but I have no chance. Give it to me. Kill the Lin family guards and capture Lin Yuer alive. The Masked Soul King said murderously. At this moment, his whole body was burning with flames, and his aura was very fierce. Following his order, the other Soul Masters all started to kill the 2 of them. As for the 3rd Soul Ring lighting up around the Masked Soul King. The 3rd Soul Skill, Fist of Flame. The Masked Soul King's fists were blazing with flames, and then he kept swinging out, and several particularly large fists struck at the Lin family Soul King. A 2nd Soul Ring appeared around Lin family Soul King. The 2nd Soul Skill, Rhino Armor. The Lin family Soul King did not confront him head-on. Instead, he stood in front of the carriage, blocking the only way for the Masked Soul King to pass. The flames collided with the rhinoceros armor, causing the Lin family Soul King to retreat a lot. The level gap meant that he was no match for the Masked Soul King. At this time, the other 2 soul sects had been beaten and injured, so they could only retreat to Lin Yuer's side, hoping to escape with Lin Yuer. Because they are destined to be unable to defeat each other. Miss, let's retreat quickly. If you don't withdraw, you will be captured alive. I don't know what you will face. A soul sect said with difficulty, covering his chest. At this moment, Lin Yuer was also a little panicked. After all, the people he led were all killed. Now only the strongest 5-ring Soul King is struggling to support himself. Withdraw. Lin Yuer didn't show off and gave the order directly. You still want to run? No one can leave today. Catch Lin Yuer quickly and kill anyone who blocks the way. The Masked Soul King roared. Then the 4th Soul Ring lit up. The 4th Soul Skill, Flame Spear. The flames of the Masked Soul King's martial soul turned into a flaming spear and was thrown towards the Lin family Soul King. The Lin family Soul King also wanted to retreat. After all, being surrounded would be a dead end. The 1st Soul Skill, Rhino Dash. The Lin family Soul King turned around and ran away. His soul skill was originally used for offense, but now it could only be used for escape. Want to escape? That's a good idea. Die to me. The flaming spear shot at the Lin family Soul King at an extremely fast speed. When the Lin family Soul King was running for his life, he had no courage to continue fighting. Pfft! So the spear pierced his body directly. The Lin family Soul King did not expect that with his speed, he would not be able to dodge the enemy's attack. Therefore, the Lin family Soul King was stabbed in the arm. Quickly retreat! He continued to yell anxiously. Ha! No one can escape today. Get that little girl quickly. The Masked Soul King continued to issue orders, and he quickly pursued them. When the Masked Soul King saw Lin Yuer running away, he looked excited and held a spear in his hand, stabbing at the 2 soul sects beside Lin Yuer. Am I really going to be taken away? No matter who you are, you dare to kill so many people from my Lin family today and still want to live. Catch! Miss Ben. Let my father know that he will never let you go. Although Lin Yu is only 12 years old, he looks very mature. Your sick father will die in our hands sooner or later. Ha! The Masked Soul King said mockingly. Seeing that the Masked Soul King did not listen to his advice, at this time of life and death. No one can save Lin Yu. The other 3 were all injured and had been trampled under their feet. Even if I die, I will not be captured alive. I will commit suicide now. Lin Yuer was also very backbone. At this time, Tianlan, who had been following Lin Yuer, saw that Lenu was also a chaste and fierce woman. Then he said, "It's okay, I will help you get out of here." "Ah! Little brother, you are younger than me, how can you be the opponent of that bastard? Don't die." Lenu was completely confused. Tianlan, who had never spoken, suddenly gave her a big shock. Chapter 580 Tianlan takes action. Something happened to the Lin family. Tianlan was speechless. "I didn't expect that this little girl, even on the verge of death, would still be thinking about herself." Tianlan read Lenu's heart and was sure that this woman was a pure person. She also saved her life, so let's treat it as repaying her. At this moment, a group of masked men surrounded Lenu, Tianlan, and 3 seriously injured guards. "Ms. Lin, please stop resisting. It is also your blessing to be favored by my young master. Rescue has not been sent out, and no one will save you, so just follow us obediently." The masked Soul King mocked with an indifferent expression. The other Soul Masters also laughed in sharp voices. "Who is this person?" Lenu asked dissatisfied. "My young master is the second son of the Lord of Tianlan City. You are lucky to have taken a liking to you. The Lord of the city has many powerful men under his command. The number 1 master is the 7th ring Soul Saint, and there are countless 6th ring Soul Emperors. The city lord himself is the peak level 69 Soul Emperor of the 6th ring, only 1 step away from the Soul Saint. And the second young master, at only 13 years old, is already a level 27 second level Great Soul Master. Whether it's the power behind you or your own strength, you are a high achiever." The masked Soul King said condescendingly, as if Lenu was snatching her because he liked her. Snort. "Don't think that I don't know clearly. The city lord wants to destroy my Lin family. But if we act openly and honestly, my Lin family will join forces with other families to fight against the city lord's mansion. Besides, my Lin family is not a weak family. My grandfather is also a soul saint, my father is a peak soul emperor, and my eldest brother is the number 1 genius in Tianlan City. Because it is the original martial soul, it has been absorbed by the Numenon sect, the number 1 secret sect in the world. How dare your city lord's mansion take action like this?" Lenu also didn't expect that the city lord's mansion would dare to attack her. Tianlan also heard the secret. It seems that the city lord's mansion wants to unite with the Lin family, but the Yang family is unwilling. It must be because brother Yang Yuer has entered the Numenon sect. Therefore, the city lord's mansion became angry and wanted to cook the rice directly. "This is the lord's order, I will obey it. Remember not to resist stubbornly, otherwise the sword has no eyesight, and the eldest lady will regret it if she is injured." The masked Soul King said with a cold face, and the Soul King's aura was revealed as he spoke. The second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill, Pillar of Flame. At the same time, the other soul sect soul lords all used their soul skills to attack Lenu. The purpose was to kill the 3 guards completely, and at the same time scare Lenu into obedience. As for the little boy next to Lenu, just kill him together. "Miss, we will block it for you." Even though the Lin family Soul King was seriously injured, he stepped forward resolutely. No. Lenu didn't want to watch one of her own die like this, so she wanted to agree to the other party first. But at this moment, Tianlan took action. With a slight wave of his hand, a huge wave of air rose. Directly knocking back all the attacking soul masters, they smashed them onto the ground or tree trunks, vomiting blood, and died. And the long-distance attacks, including the masked Soul King's Pillar of Flame, also disappeared in a moment. Even the masked Soul King was thrown away. This scene really scared Lenu and the other guards. As for the people in the city lord's mansion, there were only a few people left, who were shocked by what they saw in front of them. What on earth happened? The masked Soul King roared angrily. He didn't see anyone taking action, and he didn't think the Lin family Soul King had such strength. You can kill several soul sects and soul lords at once, and neutralize your own attacks at will. What's going on? How did they become like this? Lenu said with a look of disbelief. The same was true for the other 3 guards. They were all ready to die. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. Tianlan had no words and just continued to hide his strength. "I want to see who is pretending to be a ghost." The masked Soul King's 5th soul ring lit up and he shouted angrily. The 5th soul skill, Flame Giant. The masked Soul King turned into a being burned with flames all over his body, a giant, at least 5 meters tall. And with an axe in his hand, he was killing Lenu very quickly. Just when Lenu and others were helpless, they were desperate. Tianlan's eyes lit up. The masked Soul King who transformed into a flaming giant was killed on the spot. Then I looked around and saw that other soul sects and soul masters also fell to the ground one after another, all dead. Such a strange scene left Lenu and the other four stunned, unable to figure it out no matter how hard they thought. A powerful five-ring Soul King died just like that, and he still had his five-ring soul skills turned on. Maybe there is help from an expert. Miss, let's leave quickly, lest there are any more masters coming to the city lord's mansion to kill us. This matter must be notified to the head of the family as soon as possible to avoid other actions by the city lord's house. The Lin family Soul King immediately came to a conclusion and was extremely eager to return to the city. Then Tianlan quickly followed Lenu to Tianling city. I'm going to separate. Thank you for saving me this time. Tianlan expressed his gratitude to Lenu in a boy's tone. Along the way, Tianlan felt that Lenu was very good. But he had to part with him after all, because he had to go to Shrek and see if Huo Yuhao, the protagonist of Douluo, had arrived. Since the system wants to destroy Xiao Yazan's plan to become the God Queen, it must meet the time when the protagonist Douluo is born. Are you leaving? Lenu was actually a little reluctant. Along the way, she also felt that Tianlan was different from other boys. Yes. Tianlan said with as much care as gold. Where are you going? Lenu asked. Go to Shrek Academy. Tianlan responded, then turned around and left. After hearing this, Lenu immediately said, why don't you wait for me, I'm also going to study at the academy. Shrek is the #1 academy in the world, and I really want to go there. Tianlan didn't expect that the little girl wanted to go too. Just when Tianlan was about to consider whether to take her to Shrek, a guard shouted anxiously, it's not good, the Lin family is being attacked by the city lord's mansion and the other 3 major families. When I saw it, I hurried back. Miss, you can't go back. It will be dangerous if you go back. A soul sect guard dragged his injured body to remind Lenu. No wonder the whole city is a little deserted, it turns out something big has happened. I can't just watch something happen to my grandfather and father and ignore it. Our Lin family will die together. Lenu was furious, but also a little impulsive. After hearing this, Tianlan, who was about to leave, also knew that he could not leave for the time being. Because someone has surrounded them now. Chapter 581, Taking Action Again, Tianlan was underestimated in Douluo. That's the eldest lady of the Lin family, catch her quickly. Second young master said that the eldest lady of the Lin family must be captured alive. At this time, a 5-ring Soul King in the distance said with a ferocious expression. Let's go up. Now the Lin family is being attacked by the city lord and his men. I think it will be destroyed soon. We must also complete the second young master's mission quickly. Another 5-ring Soul King also spoke excitedly. The people from the city lord's mansion quickly rushed towards Lenu and others. Originally, the Lin family Soul King wanted to take Lenu to escape from Tianling city, but he saw a dozen soul masters appearing. And there are 2 soul kings, and the rest are soul sects. The rest of the Lin family is still unable to spare their efforts. Is there any hope for the eldest lady to escape? Could the master who took action secretly be able to save them a second time? That's really bad luck. It seems that my Lin family is going to be completely finished. Now the enemy can still spare so many masters to catch me. Lenu said with some despair. It was as if she had resigned herself to her fate. At this time, Lenu also knew that there was no possibility of her escaping. The 5th soul skill, Electric Tiger Fist. The 4th soul skill, Unsheathing the Sword. The 2 5-ring Soul Kings, each wielding a huge fist wrapped with thunder and lightning, hit the Lin family Soul King very quickly. The momentum is like a rainbow and the killing intent is overwhelming. The other Soul King condensed a black sword about 3 meters long, pulled out the scabbard, and slashed at everyone as fast as thunder. The rest of the people also used their soul skills one after another, all targeting the 3 soul masters of the Lin family. The 3 of them were about to use defensive soul skills, imagining that they could withstand the attacks of more than a dozen soul masters. But at this moment, Tianlan waved lightly again. All the attacks were in vain again, and then Tianlan used the dragon capturing hand. Throw all the soul masters from the city lord's mansion away. And the distance is still very far. The most important thing is that their soul power is restrained. These people were thrown away, and finally landed miserably, and ended up in a puddle of mud. A dozen powerful soul masters were thrown away in the blink of an eye and disappeared directly. Are the masters still there? At this time, Lenu and the four of them had the same idea. There were expressions of disbelief on their faces, and they looked around. But there was no sign of anyone at all, which made the four of them particularly puzzled. Thank you, senior, for saving us again. I don't know who your senior is, so I can't thank you even if I want to. Senior, can you show up and let me meet you? Lenu said loudly and respectfully. At this time, Tianlan gave Lenu a voice of master that surrounded him. No need to thank you, I have something to do. Not showing up anymore. Tianlan pretended to be an old man's voice. When the four of them heard someone respond, they got excited. Thank you, senior. At this time Tianlan spoke. Senior has to leave for something, I don't think you can go home. By then, no one will be able to help you. Why don't you come with me to Shrek? I think you should be able to pass Shrek's assessment. Tianlan didn't want to expose his true strength, so he didn't want to interfere with the Lin family's affairs. According to what the Lin family guards said, the Lin family must have suffered heavy losses now. If Lenu still goes, he can't care about her life or death. After all, he is a kind person and saved himself who just traveled through time. But if you want to control it, your true strength will definitely be exposed. After all, there is no one who doesn't show up when a master helps. If he doesn't show up, Lenu will guess it. After all, this little girl is still very smart. I can't ignore the life and death of my family. At worst, the second son I married to the city lord, as long as we keep the Lin family, my grandfather and father will still be alive. As long as everyone is still alive, one day we can overthrow the city lord's palace and avenge the dead. However, Lenu still didn't want to leave. Since you don't want to leave, then go to your house and let me accompany you. Those three of your guards will die if they go. Tianlan said very calmly that he had decided to return Lenu's life-saving grace. In addition, he was also very lustful and thought Lenu was a good woman. He wants to make her his woman. Ah! Anyone in Douyi would not think anything of Tianlan's words expressed in this way. But this is Douyi. No one knows that a 10-year-old child has unrivaled strength. There is a soul saint in this city. So now Lenu and the other three guards were looking at Tianlan in disbelief. The three guards looked at Tianlan from top to bottom, and finally couldn't help laughing. Although they shouldn't laugh in this life and death situation, the three of them couldn't help it. I said, little brother, are you kidding me? How old are you? And you didn't even say if you are a soul master. Even if you are a soul master, at most a first-level soul master, can you still lead the young lady to destroy the city lord's mansion? You're still not allowed to take the three of us? You said we are going to die. I just want to ask, little brother, are you going to die if you go? The Lin family soul king simply laughed angrily, staring at Tianlan expressing very serious doubts. The other two people had the same idea and stared at Tianlan closely to see how he would respond. They thought Tianlan was just a child because he was frightened. But Tianlan was too lazy to respond. He just looked at Lenu who was in a daze and said calmly, you must also think that I am talking nonsense, right? After all, I am younger than you, so it is reasonable to think so. But at this time, what else can you believe? I don't want to explain too much. I'll follow you and I'll explain it to you in private. If you don't believe it, just leave with me and go to Shrek City. I did this purely to repay you for saving my life. Tianlan expressed a lot to this Lenu in a rare way. In Douyi, he was too lazy to talk so much to a woman. But as soon as I came to the world of Douyi, I met a woman who was not only beautiful but talented, and most importantly, had a very good heart. As a standard pervert, how could he just let him go? Tianlan's words were even more shocking to the four of them. The three of them wanted to continue to refute Tianlan, and one even wanted to throw aside Tianlan who was picked up by the roadside. He is so arrogant at such a young age, he is really not afraid of flashing his teeth when he speaks. Do you think you are the senior who took action in secret? This boy must be a fool. Still acting like a master, really like a clown. But at this moment, Lenu stopped the three of them, looked at Tianlan and responded seriously, I'll go alone. None of you need to go. This is my Lin family's business, I'll handle it. Chapter 582, Besieging the Lin family, Tianlan comes to help. Miss. The Soul King of the Lin family was a little anxious at this time. If he went there at this time, he would risk his death. I've made up my mind, get out of here. The second young master of the city lord's mansion likes me, so naturally no one from the city lord's mansion will kill me. Lenu looked determined, and she vowed to go alone. The Lin family's sole emperor and the other two soul sects looked at each other and had no choice but to listen to Lenu's words. Besides, they don't want to die like this. After all, it is not a very weak existence in this area. Miss, take care. The Lin family's soul king bowed and retreated. He also ignored Tianlan, a talkative guy like this, why did he care whether he lived or died? After the three people left, Tianlan also chose to leave. But he did not leave, but followed Lenu. Tianlan's honest expression of wanting to help Lenu just now seemed silly. After all, no one would believe it. But for Tianlan, this was also a test for Lenu. Lenu didn't laugh at herself, nor did she gamble on her luck. Instead, she stopped it all by herself. Although he is young, he is mature enough and kind-hearted. When Lenu returned to the vicinity of Lin's house, there was a crazy fighting going on around him. The battle between Soul Saint and Soul Saint is the most eye-catching. It was the most powerful man in the city lord's mansion, the Soul Saint under the city lord who shed tears. This person is a level 73 Soul Saint. And his opponent is the head of the Lin family, Lin Yuanxian. Level 74 Soul Saint. The two of them were fighting like crazy. Whoever wins this battle can also decide which side wins this war. Lin Yuanxian, it's not too late for you to surrender now and submit to my city lord's palace. Otherwise, how many lives will your Lin family have to suffer? With tears streaming down her face, she held a spear and warned Lin Yuanxian with murderous intent. As he spoke, the fifth soul ring around his body lit up. The fifth soul skill, pierce the sky with a spear. After the words fell, a spear stood up behind Liu Guanglei. It was rapidly lengthening and thickening, and then the nearly 10-meter spear was pointed at Lin Yuanxian. I shed tears, you are a mighty soul saint, but you serve a soul emperor, and now you have completely offended my Lin family. Aren't you afraid of my grandson and letting the Numenon sect send people to take revenge? He responded with a tearful face and a very ugly expression. As he spoke, the sixth soul ring around his body lit up. The sixth soul skill, Wolf Phantom. A very large and ferocious wolf silhouette roared and rushed toward Lu Guangtier. At this time, the spear behind Lu Guanglei also shot out. The spear collided with the phantom of the blue dragon. It set off a very huge wave of energy, which also affected other people's battles. But neither side can do anything to the other. Hat. If your grandson is a living disciple of the Numenon sect, I will be afraid if the Numenon sect sends people. But if your grandson is a dead disciple of the Numenon sect, and also a dead outer disciple, will the Numenon sect send extra people to cause trouble for a city lord for a worthless thing? What's more, although City Lord Murong is only the sole emperor, City Lord Murong has a close relationship with the royal family of the Heavenly Soul Empire. So, you old immortal, you can really die now. Li Guangtier said with a sneer on her face, and then the seventh soul ring around her body lit up. The seventh soul skill, the true body of the weapon soul. Li Guangtier directly opened the martial soul's true form. At this moment, his combat power increased by more than one level. And Lin Yuanxian also quickly lit up his seventh soul ring. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the Kang Lang. Lin Yuanxian instantly transformed into a wolf, nearly 10 meters tall, with a rainbow-like momentum. However, he is old after all, and the configuration of the soul ring is not as good as Li Guangtier. Lin Yuanxian was defeated and was already seriously injured. Grandpa. Lin Yuer couldn't bear it anymore when she saw her grandfather. After all, he was already very old. But as soon as Lin Yuer's words came out, it attracted the attention of both parties. Yuer. Why are you back? Lin Yuanxian was seriously injured and said anxiously. After all, Lin Yuer is also a talented genius in the Lin family. This time the Lin family encountered a catastrophe, so naturally they had to keep some talented children so that they could not be exterminated. It's the eldest lady of the Lin family. Catch her quickly, master. Remember not to hurt her. At this time, Murong Liancheng, the second son of the city lord's mansion, shouted loudly. At this moment, his eyes lit up, and the look he looked at Lin Yuer was full of lust. Following his order, several soul masters came towards Lin Yuer. Go and protect the young lady. At this time, Lin Di, the soul emperor, yelled. He was Lin Yuer's father. Immediately, many soul masters from the Lin family rushed towards Lenu. However, the Lin family was besieged by the city lord's mansion and the other three major families. At this moment, it had suffered heavy losses. Even though it was the head of the four major families in Tianlan city, it is also unable to withstand the siege of more people. Lenu looked at this scene with more and more despair. If someone can save the Lin family at this moment, she is willing to give her life, even if that person is a very old senior. Lenu prayed in her heart. After all, she saw familiar people dying of injuries. Tianlan doesn't want to show his strength, but if he wants to show his strength, then everyone who sees him taking action will die. Of course, if you become your own woman, you don't have to die. So Tianlan opened the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit at this time. He had not used the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit for a long time. The first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Thorn. Instantly enshrined, the Blue-Silver Emperor that filled the sky moved towards everyone at the scene except for the Lin family members at a terrifying speed, piercing the heads or throats, including the body. The Soul King of the Soul Sect, or the Soul Emperor, are all worth mentioning in front of this terrifying Blue-Silver Emperor. At this moment, Tianlan was already floating in the air. Looking at the few people left, he said calmly, "I'll protect the Lin family. If you still want to die, just do it." Such cold words are not the most shocking. The three major families plus the soul masters of the city lord's mansion must have several hundred people in total. In just a split second, all these people were killed. Now there is only one soul saint left, and two soul emperors. One is the city lord, the other is another Familith patriarch of the clan. Both of them are peak soul emperors. The most shocked person now is Lenu. She is very sure that Tianlan has no strength, so she didn't bring him. However, Tianlan can fly now, and he just activates his soul skills. Hundreds of people were conquered in an instant, and they all died because of this, and they didn't know how they died before they died. At this moment, the second son of the city lord's mansion was also killed. This made the Soul Emperor city lord who was not dead yet very angry. After all, his most beloved son was killed. Even Tianlan, who suddenly appeared, showed an extremely terrifying strength. Chapter 583 Destroy with Great Force, Go to Shrek City. You bastard, I don't care what tricks you use. You killed my son, I will definitely let you die. Go to hell. The Soul Emperor city lord of level 69 was burning with anger. The sixth soul ring lit up around his body. Sixth soul skill Python Entanglement. A giant python phantom quickly emerged, about 30 meters long, particularly thick, and immediately swept towards Tianlan. In order to be foolproof, the Soul Emperor city lord lit up the third soul ring again. Third soul skill Snake Shadow Slash. The Soul Emperor city lord transformed into several knife shadows, filled with poisonous gas, and shot towards Tianlan. At this moment, Lenu and the Lin family were watching this scene. They didn't see clearly why a young man could suddenly kill so many enemies. And they were all instant kills, not giving the other party any chance at all. Now that the Tianlan city lord has exploded with the strongest attack, it is their chance to see clearly. They don't want this to be a flash in the pan. After all, those who were killed just now were all enemies of the Lin family, and no one in the Lin family died. Be careful. Lenu didn't dare to be sure of anything, and shouted from the bottom of her heart. However, the Lord of Tianlan City launched the so-called strongest attack, but Tianlan just waved his hand lightly, breaking the snake shadow and turning it into powder. As for the attack that turned into a knife, Tianlan deliberately let it collide with his body. But when the smoke dissipated, Tianlan did not have any injuries, which shocked everyone present. Bang! Then Tianlan's figure flashed, came in front of the Lord of Tianlan City, and slapped him in the face. This blow was very heavy, and the Lord of Tianlan City's head was directly slapped around. The once glorious Lord of Tianlan City died on the spot. This scene shocked everyone. The biggest enemy of the Lin family was killed just like that. And he was killed by a teenager who looked only 10 years old. At this time, the patriarchs of several other families and Lu Guanglei all showed horror on their faces. They were not fools either. This guy who looked like a child was not a child at all. Run away! Lu Guanglei quickly fled after opening his martial soul true body. The others also reacted a little slower and quickly followed them to escape. Chase them, don't let these bastards escape. Lin Yuanxian naturally wanted to beat the drowned dog, and chased after them while speaking. But Tianlan used the dragon catching hand to catch all 4 people who escaped. Bang! Then he beat them up, and finally the 4 people had broken bones and became useless. Lenu, I will keep my word. You won't get into trouble, and these guys will be handed over to your Lin family for disposal. Tianlan threw the 4 people directly at Lenu's feet and said with a smile. Lenu didn't know what to say now. There was a storm in her heart. After so long, she didn't calm down. Thank you for helping my Lin family. Everyone in the Lin family, thank you for me. Lin Yuanxian came to Tianlan at this moment and said very respectfully. Now we can't just look at the appearance. Lin Yuanxian thinks Tianlan is an old monster, but he doesn't know what kind of skills can make a person so small. And he also guessed that Tianlan's strength is at least that of an old monster of Soul Douluo. A Soul Douluo can control Lu Guanglei and several other Soul Emperors at any time. This is no problem. At this time, all the Lin family members, regardless of age, came to Tianlan and bowed to thank him. Everyone, don't be like this. I took action because of Lenu. And I'm going to Shrek City now, and I'm going to take Lenu with me. Do you agree? Tianlan didn't hesitate and expressed it directly to Lin Yuanxian and others. After this, Lin Yuanxian and others were confused, but they didn't feel dissatisfied. After all, for the strong, everything they say is right. Your Excellency, just take Yu'er there. We also hope that Yu'er can practice well with you. Yu'er's talent is still very good. Lin Yuanxian said excitedly, still bending over while speaking, especially respectful. At this moment, Lin Yu'er calmed down, but she did not refuse, because she also wanted to go to Shrek City. It is the holy land of soul masters, who doesn't want to see it? And she became more and more curious about the boy she saved halfway. Is he a boy or an old monster? I must find out. But this time I really have to thank him. How many times has he saved me? The senior who was on the road before must have been him, but he didn't want to be high profile. But this time, the Lin family faced so many enemies, and he had to show his true strength. Thinking of this, Lin Yu'er was particularly happy. Let's leave now. Anyway, you have eliminated all the enemies of the Lin family. Lin Yu'er also walked to Tianlan and said with a smile. Then let's go. Tianlan said casually. Then he spread out the 8 wings of the evil god, put his arms around Lin Yu'er, jumped into the air, and flew towards the distance. Hiss! At this moment, everyone took a breath of cold air. He can still fly, either because of his flying soul skills, or his martial soul attributes, or maybe he is a legendary titled Douluo. Everyone admired Tianlan's demeanor and dreamed of becoming such a person one day. Okay, don't just look at it stupidly. Now that Yu'er has a backer, my Lin family has a new backer. It's okay for us to take control of Tianlan City now. Without the support of Numenon sect, having this unfathomable senior is enough. Lin Yuanxian looked around at everyone in the Lin family and said confidently. At this moment, Lin Yu'er was in Tianlan's arms, feeling the pleasure of flying. Tianlan tried his best to keep his speed down. After all, when the speed of the evil god's 8 wings increased, a second-level soul master simply couldn't bear it. On the way, Tianlan specially bought a map, learned the location of Shrek City, opened the realm of creatures, and kept flying towards the destination. Are you tired? Tianlan asked with concern like a warm man. A little tired. Lin Yu'er responded honestly. Lin Yu'er felt very happy about Tianlan's concern. She felt that Tianlan did not look like an old monster. He doesn't speak in an old-fashioned way, but rather like a big brother. She thinks her age should be in her 20s. Contra, who is in his 20s, is an extremely talented person. Let's go down and rest for a while. Hurrying is also practice, don't be in a hurry. Tianlan flew downwards as he spoke. However, after landing on the city, someone immediately shouted loudly, "It is forbidden to fly above the city, come down quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for waiting." Tianlan used the realm of creatures to feel that the person who said this was a 6th-ring soul emperor, and there were some soul kings around him. Chapter 584. A conflict breaks out and a head is kicked off. Tianlan judged based on the map that this was Tianlan City of the Tianhun Empire. It is a larger and more massive city than Tianling City. The soul master who scolded him was obviously from the city lord's mansion. Tianlan directly disguised his appearance. Before entering Shrek Academy, he was not suitable to continue to meet others as a young man. Although many people in the Lin family have seen his appearance, with Lenu's presence, none of them dare to publicize his appearance everywhere. Supernatural power 72 transformations. Tianlan disguised himself as a man in his 30s, and his realm was that of the 6th ring Soul Emperor. As for Lenu, she doesn't need to disguise herself, she can just act as her own daughter. The people below are scolding us, should we teach them a lesson? Tianlan said lightly. Okay. Anyway, you can defeat the Soul Saint at will, and you can also transform into someone else. You are so powerful that even the masters of this city can easily destroy you. Lenu naturally wanted to continue to see Tianlan take action, to watch the people around him perform powerful soul skills. It's very satisfying to see the opponent lose without even realizing it. Okay, then let's go down for a walk. Tianlan waved the 8 wings of the evil god and went down faster. How long has it been since no one dared to fly over Tianlan city? It's so arrogant to know the flying soul skill. I really don't know how powerful the lord of the city is. The lord of the city has killed many soul masters flying over the city. The lord of the city is very close to the royal family. At this time, many soul masters looked at Tianlan who flew down and whispered to each other. The eyes he looked at the two of them were full of mockery. Still a 6th-ring Soul Emperor. Have you cultivated to the 6th ring as the Soul Emperor? Don't you even have this little brain? At this time, the leader of the 6th ring Soul Emperor sneered and said loudly. Ha! Brother, this guy needs to be taught a lesson. This is also for his own good, otherwise he will definitely lose his life due to lack of brains in the future. A Soul King next to him said with a sneer. Who is here? How dare you fly over Tianlan city, so disrespectful of the laws of Tianlan city. This commander should teach you, the city lord, a lunatic like you. The level 65 6th ring Soul Emperor is also a middle-aged man, but his body is unusually burly, like a bison. As he spoke, the first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, Divine Ox Pressure. Chen Kuangnu, one of the 10 deputy commanders of Tianlan city, roared and used the pressure soul skill on Tianlan and Lenu who were falling into the air. Ride the waves. Tianlan put away the 8 wings of the evil god. After all, these wings were too impressive. Tianlan also thought that he could keep a low profile. He won holding Lenu in his arms, he stepped out of the waves and came to Chen Kuangnu in an instant. Bang! Tianlan punched Chen Kuangnu in the face without mercy. This punch was so fast that Chen Kuangnu and no one else could react. Chen Kuangnu flew out, rolled several times on the ground, and stopped after hitting the city wall on one side. Pfft! After he stopped, he vomited blood in pain. At this moment, the other Soul Kings fell into a brief shock. Pedestrians passing by were all frightened by the scene. It was crazy enough for someone to fly above Tianlan city. Unexpectedly, as soon as flying came down, he would beat up the deputy commander Chen Kuangnu. Lenu watched Chen Kuang rush back angrily, shook his head and said helplessly, "Why are there always people so stupid? I still feel like I can fight and win. Why?" As she sighed, the second and third soul rings around Chen Kuangnu appeared one after another. The second soul skill, Divine Bull Impact. Chen Kuangnu's whole body was stained with blood as he rushed toward Tianlan. As fast as lightning, he was in front of Tianlan in the blink of an eye. The third soul skill, Divine Ox Stomp. Chen Kuangnu's left foot suddenly grew in size, then rose into the air and stepped hard towards Tianlan's head. Tianlan looked up at Chen Kuangnu, with a strange curve at the corner of his mouth, sneered and then disappeared from Chen Kuangnu's eyes. "I'm here." Tianlan appeared behind Chen Kuangnu and said casually. Chen Kuangnu stepped into the air with one hoof, creating a hole in the ground and causing dust to fly. Tianlan disappeared, which shocked him, but he still had enough combat experience. The fourth soul ring around his body lit up. The fourth soul skill, Divine Bull Body Protection. The blood all over Chen Kuangnu disappeared, but there was an even brighter golden light. This move of his is difficult for ordinary soul saints to break through. After all, his martial soul is one of the stronger beast martial souls. The martial spirit known as the Golden God Bull. Bang! Tianlan casually stepped on Chen Kuangnu's head. Everyone didn't think Tianlan could defeat Chen Kuangnu. After all, they had all seen Chen Kuangnu's abnormal defense skills. However, they were soon slapped in the face. Chen Kuangnu's golden head was kicked away by Tianlan. Originally Tianlan didn't want to take action if the people below didn't take action. But he didn't expect that the other party would attack before he got down, so naturally he couldn't hold back. This kind of guy relies on his own strength and power, as well as the backstage guys. No matter how much he kills, it won't be enough. The deputy commander of Tianlan city was kicked in the head. Who is this person? He killed the level 65 6th ring soul emperor in an instant without using any soul skills. This is too exaggerated. It is obvious that the realm he has revealed is also the 6th ring soul emperor. The soul master who was entering the city sighed in amazement. At this time, everyone is talking. And Chen Kuangnu's men were stunned and fled one after another. Even their boss is no match for them, and these more humble soul kings are not just giving away their lives. This guy is not a good guy, and his men aren't very good either. Today I will do justice for heaven. Tianlan still held Lenu with one hand, and then used the dragon capturing hand with one hand to control all these soul kings, and then threw them to the city wall with force. Bang! One soul king after another was thrown against the wall by Tianlan. Then these soul kings did not die, but were knocked down. Tianlan's control of the power was perfect. Immediately, Tianlan and Lenu were about to line up to enter the city in full view of everyone. Whoosh! After a while, the people in front of him scattered aside, including pedestrians and some soul masters. They did this out of fear that Tianlan would go on a rampage and kill someone. They didn't dare to line up in front of a man who had kicked the soul emperor to pieces. This is the deterrent power of strength. It will be great when I have this kind of strength. Brother Lan is so powerful. But the city lord and deputy city lord of Tianlan city seem to be very strong. Are you sure? Lenu said with longing. Chapter 585 I am invincible, but there are always people who do not believe in evil. Confirmed. Are you not sure I will come down? Kick the soul emperor in the head. Just relax. I am invincible. Tianlan turned to look at Lenu and said very casually. Although Lenu was not worried about what would happen if Tianlan entered Tianlan city, he was invincible. She took it as a joke. Being invincible in the world is not that simple. She has never seen the rumored titled Douluo who can move mountains and reclaim seas. At this moment, Tianlan became everyone's focus, and everyone was whispering about who Tianlan was. He dared to kill someone at the gate of Tianlan city, and the person he killed was one of the 10 deputy commanders. This is too crazy. This person can kill the soul emperor without opening his martial soul. It can't be the soul emperor. One person said very firmly. At this time, another person retorted, he is obviously in the soul emperor realm. The reason why he can kill the soul emperor is because he has weird skills. But if we meet a more powerful soul emperor or soul saint, he will definitely lose. This remark aroused the agreement of many people, saying that Tianlan was not very powerful, he just had weird skills. But as Tianlan led Lenu into the city gate, the news that someone was coming to Tianlan city to cause trouble spread throughout the city. Aster, go and kill the troublemaker. But before killing, you must torture him severely. It's been a long time since anyone dared to come to Tianlan city to cause trouble. Interesting and interesting. In a large hall, a man in a black robe sat with his back to the door of the hall, and spoke in an indifferent tone. The man in black robe is the deputy city lord of Tianlan city, Cao Douluo, the 79th level peak soul saint and the martial soul black armored dragon. Don't worry, second brother, I will definitely deal with this person. The thin man standing guard outside the door, wearing a white robe, said with a relaxed expression. This person is none other than Aster, one of the 3 major commanders of Tianlan city. He has the strength of a level 71 soul saint and a martial soul white fox. Aster quickly left the hall and summoned the other 2 deputy commanders under his command. Level 66 Soul Emperor, Qian Bei, martial soul chasing soul leopard. Level 67 6th ring Soul Emperor, Li Shanhu, martial spirit Kaishanhu. Then they each led several soul dynasties towards the south of the city. Boss, Mad Bull was really kicked in the head. His defense ranks among the top 3 among the 10 deputy commanders. Someone can actually kick his head off. Isn't this fake news? Qian Bei said in disbelief. His subordinates were also talking among themselves, and they all couldn't believe that Chen Kuangnu, who was famous for his defense, died like this. And according to the news, he was killed by a soul emperor. The people of the same level who killed Chen Kuangnu, not even the 69th level soul emperor, the violent Xiong Liang Xiong San, who was the first among the 10 deputy commanders, could not do it. This person is probably hiding his strength and should be a soul saint level existence. Brother, you have to be careful. We brothers will do our best to assist you. After all, Bao Yi and I can use martial soul fusion skills. Li Shanhu said more cautiously, already preparing to use martial soul fusion skills. No. This person must be the Soul Emperor. There should be some secret method that can kill Chen Guangniu without using the martial spirit. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of conspiracy and tricks are useless. The White Fox Aster said confidently. If the Deputy City Lord sent himself to take action so quickly, he must be trying to get ahead of the other two commanders and be the first to kill the people who invaded Tianlan City. It seems that the overt and covert struggle between the Deputy City Lord and the City Lord has reached this point. I have to find the reckless guy quickly and win honor for the Deputy City Lord. The news that someone kicked the Deputy Commander Chen Guangniu in the head was almost unknown to everyone in Tianlan City. So when Tang Lan was walking in the city at the moment, he was almost surrounded by people. However, at this moment, Tang Lan did not drive these people away, but quietly walked towards an inn. You can also eat at this inn. I want to eat meat. Lenu said expectantly. Okay, let's go eat meat. Tang Lan smiled and touched Lenu's head, responding dotingly to her. That's great. Lenu said excitedly. Tang Lan took Lenu into the inn, but no one dared to come forward to serve him. They were not only afraid that Tang Lan would go on a rampage and kill people, but they were also worried that the city lord's mansion would cause trouble. This is the madman who killed the deputy commander. Is the person in this inn dead? Tang Lan said coldly. As soon as these words came out, there was a chill all around. At this moment, many people in the inn had already escaped, and they did not dare to stay with Tang Lan. Smart people will know that this madman will definitely be found by someone from the city lord's mansion. It is destined to not end well. They are afraid that they will be implicated in the battle later. I'm sorry, guest, our inn's chef is on leave. It's not convenient to entertain guests today. At this time, a man walked out and responded with trembling legs. Even if he offended Tang Lan, he didn't dare to offend the city lord's mansion, so he just found a reason to excuse him. It seems that I don't have enough face. You actually made up such a ridiculous reason. It seems you think I'm easy to bully. Tang Lan's aura appeared, and he said meaningfully. So what if you think you're easy to bully? You come to my Tianlan city and don't stay well, but you just go on a rampage and kill people. This is not taking our city lord's mansion seriously at all. At this time, the White Fox Aster and his people rushed to the inn. At this moment, Bai Hu stared at Tang Lan with great momentum and said mockingly. In his eyes, Tang Lan was already a corpse. At this moment, the rest of the people also surrounded Tang Lan and Lenu, not giving them any chance to escape. You were the only one who killed Chen Guangniu. You look like a soul emperor. How can you kill Chen Guangniu? Let me try. Qian Beiyi's second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Thunder Leopard Shadow. A leopard shadow appeared behind Qian Beiyi, and then Qian Beiyi seemed to be possessed by a soul-chasing leopard, his palms turned into claws, and he grabbed Tang Lan as fast as thunder. He still didn't believe that a soul emperor with only level 63 could be his opponent. However, as soon as he rushed to Tang Lan, he was thrown to the wall not far away. Bang! This time the heavy blow directly punched a hole in the wall of the inn. As for Qian Beiyi's agility attack Soul Emperor, his speed is the first among the 10 deputy commanders, but his defense power is the last. So Qian Bei was seriously injured at this moment, vomiting blood and looking at Tang Lan in disbelief. How is this possible? You obviously didn't use any soul skills, so why can you defeat me? Qian Beiyi said extremely weakly, as if a flying bird could trample him to death. Qian Beiyi's shock was also the shock of others. There was a storm in their hearts. A level 63 Soul Emperor could actually throw Qian Bei away with a wave of his hand, and the force was so strong that he was seriously injured. Are you sure now that I killed your companion? Actually, I'm not someone who kills people randomly. I'm not easy to kill. But there are always people who are desperate to hit the top. If I don't kill them, it will be too shameless. Tang Lan looked around at everyone and said calmly. Chapter 586 The three commanders show up and pay the price. You are indeed strong. But there is no room for you to be presumptuous in Tianlan City. You hurt my brother, I will avenge him. Li Kaihu yelled extremely angrily. As Qian Beiyi was injured, it was difficult for the two of them to use their martial soul fusion skills. How could this not make him angry? While speaking, Li Kaihu's fifth soul ring lit up, as well as his 6th soul ring. The 5th soul skill, Tiger Tearing Claw. Li Kaihu's body expanded several times, his hands turned into blue tiger claws, and he fiercely attacked Tianlan. The 6th soul skill, Tiger's Killing. Li Kaihu then expanded his body again, now nearly 10 meters tall, and then roared. So at this moment, Li Kaihu waved his claw and it was a bit difficult for the Soul Saint to resist. And his attack power can be ranked in the top 3 among the top 10 deputy commanders. However, at this time, Tianlan just gently stroked Lenu's hair. Then waved again casually. Bang! Now even a giant tiger that is as big as 10 meters can only fall out and smash a big hole in the inn. The fate was exactly the same as that of Jianbei. He fell to the ground inexplicably, vomiting blood and was seriously injured. Hiss! At this moment, everyone took a breath of cold air. Whether it was the Soul King of the City Lord's mansion or others, they all couldn't believe what they saw. With just 2 waves of hands, 2 powerful Soul Emperors could become like that, unable to continue fighting. At this moment, Aster's expression also changed drastically, and he defeated 2 Soul Emperors in a row with a raised hand. Ask yourself, you can't do it, right? So he was a little panicked at the moment. Once he made a move, he would end up in disgrace. It would be fine if he was in danger. He would also be punished by the Deputy City Lord, which would make the Deputy City Lord look embarrassed. Why don't you, Mi-Chi Soul Saint, take action? I think your master sent you here not to watch a show, right? Tianlan looked at the white fox Aster and said with a playful expression. Just as Aster was about to respond, a female voice suddenly sounded strangely. Aster, you are starting to be timid again. This is why you are always ranked last among the 3 commanders. It's really funny to deal with a Soul Emperor without even daring to take action. As the words resounded, a slender figure emerged. This woman was wearing a red dress and a veil covering her face. She looked very seductive. It's one of the 3 commanders, Red Scorpion Abasha. This woman is a level 73 attack spirit warrior saint, a being stronger than the White Fox commander. The City Lord's die-hard loyalist is also one of his women. The status is very high in Tianlan City. At this time, someone was whispering, and Tianlan heard it clearly. It's a bit interesting. In this world of Douluo, there are still 3 leaders with high talents and good strength. These 3 commanders are much stronger than those deputy commanders. The 2 of them are both 30 years old, their strength has reached the Soul Saint level, and their talents are very high. Tianlan thought that when he came to Douluo, he would have to find some talented people to train. Red Scorpion, don't gloat about others' misfortune. This person's strength is terrifying. If he continues to act recklessly, he will be able to do whatever he wants. What kind of dignity does our Tianlan city have? I advise you to put aside your grudges and let's work together to kill this person. White Fox Aster is not a fool, nor is he a reckless man. Although he is arrogant, after seeing Tianlan's terrifying strength, he also became particularly cautious and was willing to put down his dignity and join forces with Red Scorpion Abasha to fight against the enemy. He felt that as long as he teamed up with Red Scorpion, he would definitely be able to kill Tianlan. In his opinion, Tianlan should have the combat power of a level 64 Soul Saint. Het! I just killed a Soul Emperor, do I still need to join forces with you? Since you don't dare to do it alone, then let me do it. Whatever the master is, there is the same dog. It's so cowardly. Red Scorpion Abasha said with disdain, she would not join forces with White Fox. You White Fox Aster was furious, but then another commander appeared. A man nearly 2 meters tall stepped into the inn, carrying a heavy sword behind him. The moment he walked into the inn, the pressure he brought to everyone was so great that many Soul Kings simply lowered their heads. The White Fox Aster didn't dare to say anything, and the Red Scorpion Abasha kept a low profile. This person is the strongest of the 3 commanders, Apakan Clumsy. Level 75 attack type fighting spirit saint. There is no doubt that he is the first person under the 2 great city lords. Great commander. At this moment, everyone was greeting A Cheng Zhou with special respect. The White Fox also bent down to pay homage, but did not speak. Red Scorpion opened his mouth and said, "Is it the city lord who doesn't trust me? Can't he deal with this madman? Relax, I will deal with him now." After Red Scorpion Abasha finished speaking, the 3rd soul ring around his body lit up. The 3rd soul skill, Muddy Eyes. Red Scorpion Abasha finally defeated Tianlan very easily using soul attacks. This soul skill can make the enemy fall into a state of disorientation when it meets the enemy's eyes. Any soul saint whose soul power is not strong enough will find it difficult to resist her soul skill. But Tianlan looked into the eyes of Red Scorpion Abasha and smiled strangely. The divine eye of the vast sea and the broken soul of the vast sea. Tianlan launched a super powerful soul attack without hesitation. Directly injured the soul of Red Scorpion Abasha. And Abasha also flew backwards, vomiting blood, and was seriously injured. After defeating Qian Beiyi and Li Kaihu just now, at least Tianlan still waved his arms. Now facing the even more powerful soul saint Red Scorpion Abasha, he defeated her just by looking at her. Such a scene was completely unable to calm everyone present. Red Scorpion. Both Apei and Baihu shouted anxiously. After all, the Red Scorpions were defeated so easily, can they still win? His soul attack is very strong, be careful when he uses his soul attack. Red Scorpion, who was seriously injured, reminded the two of them anxiously. No matter what sorcery you know, if you hurt my comrade, you must die. Apei said with a strong voice. As the words fell, the fifth soul ring lit up. The fifth soul skill, heavy sword without edge. A very large sword appeared out of thin air in the Apei's hand, but it did not open its edge. Then the heavy sword became bigger and bigger, and it slashed towards Tianlan with terrifying pressure. At this time, everyone else felt that the heavy sword should be stable when it was shot, right? In order to be sure, and of course to gain credit, the white fox also took action when the heavy sword was struck. The fourth soul ring lights up. The fourth soul skill, Fox Shadow Fox Group. In an instant, hundreds of white foxes appeared around them, and then they rushed towards Tianlan with bright eyes. Both of them used relatively powerful soul skills. If they wanted to give Tianlan a fatal blow, even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least injure him. Everyone felt that Tianlan could be defeated. But Tianlan still stroked Lin Yuer's hair and comforted, "Yuer, don't worry. I will let you eat meat right away. I will make these reckless guys pay the price." "What a shame!" Apei said coldly. But Tianlan's figure flashed and disappeared, along with Lin Yuer. So their attack failed, and then they felt a strong wind behind them. Just when he was about to react, Tianlan kicked the two of them directly into the wall. It happened to be stuck in the wall, and the two of them felt that their internal organs had been displaced. Both Apei and Baihu were completely convinced. The other party still didn't use soul skills, but they could manipulate them at will. They couldn't figure out why a person who seemed to be in the Soul Emperor realm was so powerful. Chapter 587. The three of them work hard again, and the city lord appears. At this moment, everyone looked at the three commanders being beaten by Tianlan, with expressions of disbelief. Whether it's the Soul Kings in the city lord's mansion, or the people in the city watching the excitement outside. I am very interested in Tianlan's identity. "Who are you?" Baihu asked Tianlan in shock. "You don't deserve to know who I am," Tianlan said with a sneer. "You must not be in the Soul Saint realm, you should be a strong soul Douluo. But don't think that just because you are a Contra, you can do whatever you want. Our city lord is also a strong Contra. The deputy city lord is also a peak soul saint at level 79, and is only half a step away from Contra. The two of them joined forces to change the value model. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise when our two city lords arrive, you will have nowhere to escape." At this time, Red Scorpion and Apei spoke one after another. They knew that they were no match, but they also wanted to delay for a while. Then wait until the two city lords arrive, but before that, you can also find an opportunity to open the true form of the martial spirit together. They didn't believe it. All three of them opened their martial soul avatars and used their strongest soul skills on Tianlan, which would definitely have miraculous effects. "I'm here to eat. Is it possible that your city lord still cares about my eating? Where is the owner of this shop? I'll give you another chance. Do you want to cook or not?" Tianlan said lightly, but he casually grabbed a Soul King from the city lord's palace. Click! Then he mercilessly broke the Soul King's neck. The death of the Soul King shocked everyone present. Therefore, everyone was so frightened that they retreated one after another, and the onlookers outside were also frightened. The three commanders did not dare to say anything, for fear that Tianlan would break their necks. "Just do it. Please wait a moment, I will cook all the signature dishes. You have to calm down." The owner of the inn responded hurriedly. At this time, he didn't care whether he offended anyone in the city lord's mansion or not. The only thing he should do now was to save his life. A Soul King was casually crushed to death, which scared the boss into self-isolation. Didn't you say that the city lord is very powerful? Then I will wait for him here. Tianlan said very casually. The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, the ape, the red scorpion, and the white fox had tacitly understood that there was no conflict. When the three of them saw Tianlan, they did not kill them, nor did they speak. They just quickly recovered from their injuries. Why don't you kill them? After all, they are still 3 soul saints. If we don't kill them, there will be endless troubles. Lenu asked with a puzzled look. I want to subdue some thugs. Although these people are not worthy of being my disciples, they can still be a few subordinates who do dirty things and talk tiredly. Tianlan responded casually. But these guys look ferocious at first glance. They usually kill many people. If you ask me, it's better to kill them directly without leaving any trouble, and also to eliminate harm for the people. Lenu felt that killing the 3 people was the best way to deal with it. If they are ignorant, I can give them a ride. Anyway, let's wait and see. Whether they live or die depends on their choice. Let's eat quietly. Tianlan said in a rather calm tone. Then the two of them started to eat in front of everyone, relaxed and comfortable. I don't worry at all that the city lord will come looking for trouble in person soon. The two of them ate for a while, and the 3 commanders who had been ignored suddenly became violent. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding, and they all had their 7th soul rings lit up. The 7th soul skill, the true body of the weapon soul. The 7th soul skill, red scorpion true body. The 7th soul skill, white fox true body. The 3 of them opened the martial soul's true form extremely quickly, and the heavy sword and human sword merged into one, turning into a very large heavy sword. A heavy sword has no edge, and a great skill has no workmanship. After the heavy sword opens the weapon soul's true form, its own condition can be improved by 150%. Whether it's speed or strength. Then the 6th soul ring lights up. The 6th soul skill, heavy sword crushing the mountain. A heavy sword fell from the sky and hit Tianlan with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the inn was shaken and began to collapse. At this time, the heavy sword is comparable to the combat power of a peak soul saint. But he also burned part of his energy and blood, just to burst out with stronger combat power. He is the 3rd person in Tianlan city, how can he be abused by a soul emperor casually, and he has to lose face? At the same time, the red scorpion and the white fox were also in the state of transforming into beast spirits. A huge red scorpion, its oversized tail is terrifying. A beautiful white fox with breathtaking eyes. Red scorpion and white fox both lit up their 6th soul rings. The 6th soul skill, snake-hearted. The red scorpion's tail was as fast as thunder, and it stabbed towards Tianlan with a certain amount of pressure. Everyone around him ran away, fearing that he would be poisoned by the red scorpion. The 6th soul skill, illusion. Bai Hu used his strongest illusion technique on Tianlan, hoping to make Tianlan enter an illusion he had set. The 3 of them all unleashed their strongest strength and attacked Tianlan together. Tianlan, even an ordinary contra, would still suffer. Don't be afraid. Tianlan saw Lenu trembling a little, and just smiled and touched his head. Tianlan casually took out a sledgehammer, but did not use his own martial spirit, the Thunder Yanbing Haoshan hammer. Let Lenu stand behind him, then he swings the sledgehammer, and then the terrifying soul power pours out. First, he smashed the huge heavy sword with one hammer, and then knocked off the red scorpion's tail with one hammer. As for the white fox's illusion, it was of no use to Tianlan. Bang! Tianlan threw the hammer in his hand and hit the white fox's body hard. The 3 of them showed their strength with all their strength and launched the strongest attack. But in a moment, it was resolved by Tianlan. And the 3 of them were completely seriously injured and were dying. The condition of the martial soul's real body is also gone, and it has all turned into its original form. Hiss! At this moment, everyone gasped, the strength Tianlan showed was too strong. The eyes of the 3 people began to dim. They were completely desperate. They felt that even if the city lord came, he would not be their opponent. You guys, I am short of a few thugs around me, are you willing to leave Tianlan city and follow me? Tianlan stared at the 3 of them and said in an indifferent tone. These 3 people all have good martial souls. Although they are already 30 years old, they are not too old and can still be cultivated. Let them do something for themselves. After all, Tianlan doesn't want to do everything himself. The three of them were a little shocked. They didn't expect Tianlan to surrender them. But before they could respond, a cold voice sounded. Your Excellency came to my Tianlan city to kill people like crazy, and also kidnapped people from my Tianlan city. You really don't take me, the city lord, seriously. Chapter 588, Deal with it casually, anyone who stops me from eating will die. This man walked into the inn wearing a black robe, with a very elegant temperament. Yes, it's very oppressive. It's the deputy city lord. He is the peak soul saint who possesses the top beast martial soul, the black armored dragon. The burst of full force is comparable to Contra. And this person has a close relationship with the Tianhun royal family. Some passers-by talked in low voices. At this moment, there was hope in Baihu's eyes. He felt that the deputy city lord could defeat Tianlan. After all, the deputy city lord seems to be a peak soul saint, but he knows that his combat power is stronger than the average soul Douluo. Because he couldn't stand a single move in the hands of the deputy city lord. Is the deputy city lord here? You are the second child, and Tianlan city is not your city yet. Why hasn't the city lord of Tianlan city come yet? Are you afraid to come? Tianlan said with disdain. As soon as these words came out, Cao Dalong naturally became even more angry. How long has it been since anyone dared to talk to him like this? Even the city lord had to be polite when talking to him. You are looking for death. Cao Dalong roared. The first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Violent Dragon Claw. Cao Dalong killed Tianlan whenever he disagreed. With the peak soul saint's strength erupting, the inn also began to become shaky. At this moment, the innkeeper and others have all escaped, so what else can they cook? It is important to save their lives. It affects my Yuer's ability to eat meat. The crime deserves to be punished. Tianlan sat on the stool, looked at Cao Dalong who was charging towards him, and said calmly. What a shame. Cao Dalong intended to scratch Tianlan to death with one claw. Tianlan used the dragon capture hand to control Cao Dalong. Even if he tried his best to come over, he couldn't move. The passers-by were stunned for a moment. How could Cao Dalong, as the deputy city lord, be so embarrassed? He roared angrily. The seventh soul ring around his body lit up. The seventh soul skill, Ankylosaurus true form. Cao Dalong wanted to use it to transform into a dragon body, and then break away from Tianlan's shackles. But he found that even if he turned into a real dragon more than 10 meters long and smashed the inn, it would not help. He widened his eyes and felt a turmoil in his heart. In his thoughts, he still had to work hard and use his sixth soul skill. I said, you have to die. Tianlan controlled Cao Dalong like a loach, beating him back and forth. Bang! After a few falls, Cao Dalong's martial spirit true form was broken. However, after transforming into his true form, Tianlan strangled his neck with his own hands, lifted him up with one hand, stared at Cao Dalong and said calmly, why do you think you insist on affecting my eating? Because your boss ran away, I'm really angry. So you can only die to resolve my anger. Cao Dalong was afraid, so he immediately put down his harsh words, you can't kill me. I know the prince of the Tianhun royal family. If you kill me, the Heavenly Soul royal family will never forgive you. As long as you are in the Tianhun Empire, you have nowhere to go and will only be hunted down by the Empire. There are many titled Douluo in the Tianhun Empire royal family, and they are on good terms with the Numenon sect. How can you still survive? He didn't beg for mercy, because with so many people watching, he couldn't afford to lose that person. He thought about threatening the Heavenly Soul Empire. A guy without a title Douluo would definitely be afraid. Even if he is a titled Douluo, it means nothing in front of an empire. Het. It seems you overestimate yourself. As a mere soul saint, can you guarantee that the royal family of the Heavenly Soul Empire will turn against me because of you? It's so ridiculous. Tianlan responded mockingly. Before Cao Dalong could say anything else, Tianlan cut his throat directly. Cao Dalong died immediately, and was then casually thrown aside by Tianlan. The arrogant deputy city lord, whose martial spirit was still a dragon-like martial spirit, was strangled to death just like that. Still without much fighting. At this moment, everyone present was frightened. Tianlan then looked at the three commanders and said meaningfully, have you thought about it? After thinking about it, I am willing to follow you. Baihu said immediately. Anyway, now that the deputy city lord is dead, no one can say anything if he follows Tianlan. Besides, if you don't follow now, it will be a dead end. Then Tianlan looked at Red Scorpion and the ape. These two people were a little frightened, and they were particularly struggling at the moment. Wanted to surrender to Tianlan, but was afraid that the city lord would clean up the door. But if you don't surrender now, you will die immediately. So the two of them didn't know what to decide for a while. It seems that you two lack judgment on the current situation. If that's the case, then go die. After Tianlan finished speaking, he raised his hand to grab the two of them and threw them. Bang! Within a moment, the two of them were thrown to death, which frightened everyone into staying away from Tianlan. But those soul kings who followed did not dare to make any move, for fear that if they moved, they would be killed by Tianlan. Where did this murderous god come from? Kill at will and be powerful. The deputy city lords were all killed, along with 2 commanders, and 1 commander surrendered. It seems that we can't eat here, so let's go to other places to eat. Tianlan said very casually after dealing with the two of them. Your Majesty, I am from Tianlan City, and I know where there are delicious inns. I'll take you there. White foxes are as smart as foxes. Now that they have surrendered, they have to be good dogs. Maybe they can still find a way out. Lead the way. Tianlan also said casually without any ink stains. When Bai Hu led Tianlan and Lenu on the road, the people around them did not dare to approach and whispered about what happened when Tianlan entered the city. At this moment, someone from the front shouted, "Make way ahead, the city lord is leaving, get out of the way quickly. It's the city lord of Tianlan City who is here. This guy is really unfathomable, so be careful." Bai Hu reminded Tianlan in a low voice. "It's okay, it's useless for anyone to come. Anyone who delayed my meal today will die." Tianlan looked very calm, but he was a little impatient. Are these guys coming to die one after another? Can't we go together? Who is causing trouble in Tianlan City under my jurisdiction? Don't you know that our Tianlan City is one of the 4 major cities in the Tianhun Empire? Does Tianlan City not want to live by provoking Tianlan City like this? The lord of Tianlan City is a man with long hair reaching his waist and a stern face. He looks about 40 years old. He looked forward, staring at the approaching Tianlan, and said murderously. At this moment, everyone retreated far away. Because they dare not approach the lord of Tianlan City. After all, a person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Deng Nian, the lord of Tianlan City, is a level 81 attack spirit Douluo. The martial spirit is the Vajra stick, the top weapon martial spirit. His 7th and 8th spirit rings are all 100,000-year-old spirit rings. So the combat effectiveness is very strong, more powerful than a level 85 Contra. You have to be careful about his 8th soul skill. Chapter 589 The Furious City Lord was cut in half. White Fox, a typical intelligence soul master, stood aside and hurriedly reminded Tianlan. Lenu also asked seriously, "Brother, can you deal with this guy? It looks very fierce." Contra is an extremely powerful person. In response to Lenu's inquiry, Tianlan just nodded slightly, and then looked at Deng Nian, who was standing not far away. He said calmly, "Do you want to do something to me too? I can tell you that I killed you, as well as the 2 commanders under your command. As for other deputy commanders or soul kings, I won't say anything. There is no way to survive at all. He is the only one who is still alive now. The reason why he can survive is because of surrender. I want to ask you if you want to surrender." Tianlan's words were extremely provocative. On the surface, he was not as good as the Soul Emperor, but he spoke such wild words. This made the onlookers look in disbelief. Deng Nian looked at Tianlan and wanted to eat him alive. They were killed by you, and they were also useless. Who do you think the lord of this city is? You can kill Cao Delong, proving that you are also a Contra. Then your Soul Emperor realm is also fake. Deng Nian said with disdain. He didn't feel that he was not Tianlan's opponent at all. Therefore, the momentum was particularly strong at this moment. He stared at Tianlan as if he wanted to kill him at any time. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone, but there are always people who think they are right and stop me from eating. Will you let me go to dinner? Tianlan asked Deng Nian helplessly. Have a meal. Coming to my Tianlan city to kill so many of my subordinates would be a slap in my face. You will never have a chance to eat in this life. Just wait until you eat like a pig's head in your next life. Deng Nian said in a cold tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the first soul ring lit up. The number 1 soul skill, One Man Stick. Deng Nian also wanted to test Tang Lan, but he just used his weakest attacking spirit skill. Holding the Vajra rod, which doubled in size, Deng Nian rose into the air and faced Tang Lan with an unstoppable Mount Tai pressing down on him. Tang Lan took out the bloodthirsty knife at this time. With a casual slash, the charging Deng Nian flew backwards. Vomiting a lot of blood, he fell to the road. He didn't get up for a moment, if he hadn't opened it quickly. The second soul skill, Vajra Body Protection. Now he is useless. This is just that Tang Lan didn't use the bloodthirsty knife move, it was just a very casual swing. At this time, everyone was stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief. The extremely powerful city lord was knocked over by the sword energy of the opponent's random sword swing, and it was difficult to get up in a short time. Bai Hu stood behind Tang Lan and looked at Tang Lan's back with incomparable shock and admiration. This is really a master. It seems that my choice is right. If you follow him, you may be able to break through to the Contra realm soon. In that case, you will have no regrets in this life. Damn it! No matter who you are, you pissed me off. Next, I will be serious. Go to hell. Deng Nian stood up, his eyes turned blood red, and the third and fourth soul rings around him lit up one after another. The third soul skill, Diamond Strengthening. This soul skill can instantly strengthen all Deng Nian's attributes and increase his combat power. The fourth soul skill, the 2 Sticks of the Earth. Deng Nian strengthened his position behind him and was still ejected in the air. He held the Vajra stick in both hands and smashed it towards Tang Lan. This soul skill hits 2 people in a row with lightning stick, ordinary soul Douluo can't resist it at all. Tang Lan saw that this person's soul skills were a bit like the soul skills of the 2 brothers Qunjun Jiangmo and Dui, and the martial soul was also similar. But it was far worse than them. Tang Lan sneered and swung the bloodthirsty knife again. This time, the knife energy began to absorb Deng Nian's blood energy. Then the knife slash became more solid, and the 2 sticks that Deng Nian smashed down hit the knife energy, and then had no effect. Finally, the knife energy slashed towards Deng Nian. Deng Nian's eyes widened, and he was so scared that he quickly lit up the 7th soul ring. 7th soul skill Weapon Soul True Body. He had to use more comprehensive attributes, especially defense and vitality, to resist this terrifying blow. Bang! Deng Nian was slashed by the knife energy, and the Weapon Soul True Body broke the defense on the spot. Deng Nian's real body appeared and was directly cut in half. Hiss! At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was so scared that they turned around and ran away, not daring to continue watching the show. Deng Nian's body was cut into 2 pieces by the sword energy and fell to the ground. The scene was extremely bloody, and Bai Hu and Lenu were just stunned. Bai Hu never thought that the strongest city lord of Tianlan city could not even use the strongest soul skill. And because of the 100,000 year soul ring, there are still 2 soul skills. Such a powerful figure, who can completely advance to the titled Douluo, was actually cut in half. Your Majesty is mighty. Even Deng Nian was killed by you, so you can walk sideways in Tianlan city in the future. At this moment, a 6-ring soul emperor jumped out, bowed to Tang Lan, and wanted to show his face. Respect, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. You killed the deputy city lord and the city lord. You have to leave Tianlan city quickly. Once the news spreads, the royal family will definitely send someone to arrest you. The deputy city lord knows the prince of the royal family, and that prince is a titled Douluo. As for Deng Nian, he has a close relationship with the body sect. Although he is not a body martial soul, he is a sworn brother with a soul Douluo of the body sect. And that soul Douluo of the body sect has reached level 88, and it's not far from reaching the title level. The white fox who was collecting intelligence immediately reminded Tang Lan. The most important thing was that he also wanted to escape from Tianlan city. He didn't want to be cleaned up as a traitor. Die! Tang Lan looked at the 6-ring soul emperor, his eyes lit up, and he used the vast sea divine pupil. This ordinary 6-ring soul emperor was killed on the spot. Tang Lan read the man's heart. This guy was one of the 10 deputy commanders and a loyal servant of Deng Nian. He naturally wanted to delay Tang Lan, and then wait for the masters to arrive, intending to kill Tang Lan and avenge Deng Nian. Tang Lan killed people without saying anything, and the white fox dared not say anything more. Lenu was a little girl, not very old, but she saw so many masters today. And so many masters were like trash in front of Tang Lan, and they died miserably. Brother Tang, what realm are you in? It's easy to kill these people, and they haven't even opened their martial souls. I still don't know what martial soul you are. Lenu couldn't help asking curiously. As soon as these words came out, a storm was set off in the White Fox's heart. He hasn't opened his martial soul yet? Even his companions haven't seen it. It's so mysterious and scary. Chapter 590 Prince Sui He, find Huo Yuhao. Being stronger than them is enough. Don't worry, the royal family of the Tianhun Empire or the body sect. It's all the same to me. As for the martial soul, you'll see in the future. They're not worthy of my martial soul. Tianlan touched Lenu's round head and said very carefully. Brother Tang is amazing. Lenu said sincerely. The White Fox also nodded in agreement. Finally, Tianlan found a random store, had a meal, and took the two away from Tianlan City. And the shocking things that happened in Tianlan City spread to Tiandu City, the imperial capital of the Tianhun Empire, at an extremely fast speed. Xuelin, one of the princes of the Tianhun Empire. He learned about this. He is the peak of the 89th level soul Douluo. Someone actually dared to attack the city of my Tianhun Empire and kill the city lord and commander appointed by my empire. Who did it? He simply doesn't know how to live or die. Xuelin stroked his beard and said angrily. Prince, the news also said that the killer's realm is only the six-ring soul emperor. But without opening the martial soul, he killed the soul emperor, soul saint and even soul Douluo in succession. Anyway, it sounds very outrageous. Xuelin's first general, Li Luo, said respectfully. Li Luo is a level 81 soul Douluo, and his martial soul is Thunderbird. Six-ring soul emperor. It's impossible to be a six-ring soul emperor. He can kill Cao Delong and Deng Nian, and without opening his martial soul, his strength is no less than this king. This king is only half a step away from being a titled Douluo. He can kill them without opening his martial soul. So this person is at least a level 89 soul Douluo, and he may be a titled Douluo. If you want revenge, you need to ask His Majesty and the body sect for help. Prince Xuelin sneered Road. He is not a fool. He would not believe that the other party in the news is a sixth-ring soul emperor, and then despise the other party. At the same time, Tianlan had already approached Shrek City with Lenu and Baihu. After all, Shrek City is within the Tianhun Empire. Now Tianlan is going to Shrek Academy to check whether the second protagonist Huo Yuhao has arrived at Shrek Academy. Tianlan didn't go to find out the news personally. Anyway, he was doing hard work for nothing. He has already got the puppet seeds in the White Fox's body. He could know every move while sitting in the inn. Baihu is good at illusions, so he easily learned that there is no student named Huo Yuhao in Shrek Academy. In this case, Tianlan will go to the Star Luo Empire. Maybe you can meet Huo Yuhao on the way. This guy will get a great opportunity on the way, and he is not prepared to snatch it away. Tianlan wanted to train Huo Yuhao as his own man instead of being used by the little brat. So the first thing to do next is to kidnap Huo Yuhao, and then recruit Huo Yuhao's friends. Dou Yi's world has a team of gods, and Dou Er must have one too. But in this world, the little Yakuza is a god king, so he needs to keep a low profile. Brother Tang, we have already arrived at Shrek Academy, why are we still going to the Star Luo Empire? Lenu asked with some confusion. Go find someone. Tianlan responded. But you two have to wait for me in Shrek City. I'll be back as soon as I go. Lenu also agreed obediently, and Baihu didn't have the slightest objection. He stayed to protect Lenu. Baihu, you must protect her when I'm not around. You are good at soul detection. As long as the Heavenly Soul Empire sends people, you will hide and wait for me to come back. Remember, don't be afraid even if the titled Douluo comes, as long as I come back, everything can be solved. Tianlan arranged a special arrangement for the White Fox. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will protect Miss Lin in this humble position. Baihu responded very seriously. Well done, I won't treat you badly. Bai Pingdu Namo Zui said calmly on his shoulder. Then Tianlan used the blood escape technique, coupled with the speed of the evil god's 8 wings. After a while, they entered the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Then he opened the realm of creatures. As his strength increased, Tianlan could now sense the situation within a radius of 10,000 meters. He kept moving, and almost a stick of incense passed. Finally, I sensed Huo Yuhao's traces. Tianlan can now determine where he is in Douer's timeline. He discovered that Huo Yuner was still alive, that is, Huo Yuhao's mother. But judging from the situation, it looked like he was going to die. Huo Yuhao was 10 years old at this time. He left home at the age of 11. Huo Yuhao also values love and justice. If he saved her mother, he would definitely trust him unconditionally. I could also have kidnapped him from the beginning and prevented him from becoming the little Jia San's right-hand man. After all, Huo Yuhao eventually became a very powerful god king. That means one sole attack can control the 6 god kings. His spiritual power can reach the top of the circle of great gods. Tianlan transformed into his true form and came directly to his home. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was crying. "Mom, you don't want to die, okay? Yuhao, please. Woo." At this time, Tianlan said seriously, "I can save your mother." As soon as these words came out, they attracted Huo Yuhao's attention. "You save my mother? You look about the same age as me. How can you save my mother? Where did you come from, kid? Are you here to laugh at me?" Huo Yuhao questioned Tianlan with a sad face. Tianlan was too lazy to say anything, and directly faced Huo Yuner, who was lying on the hospital bed, and began to transfer energy, and then let the internal organs that were already in decline begin to rejuvenate. In a moment, Huo Yuner's pale face turned rosy. She, who was already dying, could open her eyes and look at Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao." The voice was particularly powerful, not like a person who was about to die. "Mom." Huo Yuhao was stunned, but he still hugged his mother excitedly and cried. Tianlan did not disturb the deep love between mother and son, but turned around and walked out of the dilapidated room with his hands behind his back. After coming here for a while, Huo Yuhao walked out of the room. "Thank you so much, my benefactor, for saving my mother's life. I was disrespectful to my benefactor just now, I'm sorry. My name is Huo Yuhao. Whatever my benefactor needs me to do, as long as I can do it, I can do it." Huo Yuhao just wanted to kneel down and thank Tianlan. But Tianlan used his dragon capturing hand to control him. Then Huo Yuhao expressed his expression in shock. "The man has gold at his knees. Don't kneel down casually. I saved your mother, it was just a casual job. Even though I am young, I am the reincarnation of a god. Don't judge me like an ordinary person." Tianlan turned his back to Huo Yuhao and said with the same force. It also told Huo Yuhao that he was a god who came to the world, making him trust him even more. God comes to the world? Chapter 591. Tianlan, who claims to be a god, is extremely excited. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was completely stunned. The good-looking and quite tall little boy in front of me is actually a god descended to earth? Isn't this too exaggerated? But he is just a young man, why does he have the strength to save his life, my mother? Besides the coming of gods, is there any other possibility? Anyway, this is incredible. God, is my mother really okay? Huo Yuhao asked uneasily, somewhat cautiously. After all, the person standing in front of you is a god with the ability to bring the dead back to life. It's okay, I have eradicated all your mother's stubborn diseases. You don't need to worry. Tianlan said seriously. Thank you God, I don't know how to repay you. If it weren't for you, my mother would have left me. Huo Yuhao said very excitedly, full of gratitude to Tianlan. You are destined to be with me, and I'm going to do it for you. This road allows you to seek justice for your mother. Do you want to take this road? Tianlan turned around and looked at Huo Yuhao, smiling gently and saying. As long as I can get justice for my mother, I'm willing to take any road. Huo Yuhao agreed without even thinking. His biggest wish is that his mother can recover physically. Now that his wish has come true, he will think about seeking justice for his mother from that man. Okay, then settle down with your mother. Go to Shrek City in the Sky Soul Empire, I'll wait for you there. We will enter Shrek Academy together, and if you work hard to practice, sooner or later you will bring your mother to seek justice. If you are willing to believe me. Tianlan still smiled, but his words were serious. Is it the #1 academy in the mainland, Shrek Academy? But I heard that academy only accepts monster students. I'm not even a soul master. How can I be admitted? Huo Yuhao subconsciously responded that he thought this path was feasible, but going to Shrek Academy would be too far-fetched. Don't underestimate yourself, you have your own chance. Tianlan said with a smile on his face. Immediately, Tianlan's figure flashed and disappeared directly. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened as he looked around, but did not see Tianlan. He is indeed a god. Since God has guided me, then why should I hesitate? After settling down mother, I will go to Shrek City. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sigh, and also made up his mind. Tianlan stood on the horizon, looking down at Huo Yuhao, and saw Huo Yuhao happily chatting with Huo Yuner. Tianlan believed that as long as Huo Yuhao embarked on the journey, he was destined to go to the Star Forest and meet him. After all, he is the protagonist of this world. Tianlan thought for a while and left here. Now that we have come to the world of Douluo, we naturally have to see the changes in this world. Especially if you have to go to the Sun and Moon Empire where soul guidance devices are developed. Tianlan waved the 8 wings of the evil god and disguised himself as a young man with the strength of the 4th ring soul sect. Soon he came to the Sun and Moon Empire. The Sun and Moon Empire looks like a modern city. Even though the Heavenly Soul Empire is stronger than the Dueling Empire, it is a backward country compared with the Sun and Moon Empire. As he walked on the street, he could see soul guides everywhere. Tianlan was ready to wander around casually, but there was always someone looking for trouble. Little brother, I see you are not from the Sun and Moon Empire. A man suddenly stepped forward and asked seriously. That curse in Tianlan's heart. I'm wearing normal clothes, so why don't I look like someone from the Sun and Moon Empire? In order to look more like a person from the Sun and Moon Empire, Tianlan also used 72 to transform into a standard Sun and Moon person. Even the clothes are similar. I am from the Sun and Moon Empire. Tianlan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Come on, come and catch the Empire's spies. This person is a spy of the Tianhun Empire. I never thought that this guy from the Sun and Moon Empire would suddenly roar. Then he opened the martial spirit, the powerful spear martial spirit. This person's realm is the 51st level 5 ring soul king. As his first soul ring lights up. The first soul skill, Spear Blitz. This person took action as soon as he disagreed, holding a gun in his hand and stabbing forward. I don't know whether to live or die. Tianlan said lightly. Immediately, the 5-ring Soul King flew out directly. It hit the big tree on the side hard. It was so powerful that the big tree fell to the ground. Ah! The sudden movement naturally frightened many people into screaming. The shouts of the 5-ring Soul King also attracted many soul masters from the Sun and Moon Empire. But most of these enemy countries are soul masters. You dare to cause trouble in Rishan City. You will live or die. A 5th level soul engineer raised his hand and took out a 4th level soul guide. Bang! I saw him holding a level 4 soul guide and shooting at Tianlan. However, Tianlan disappeared in an instant, and then he appeared behind this person. It will be framed. Tianlan sneered. The expression of this 5th level soul master changed drastically, and he opened up instantly. Level 5 soul guide and defensive golden armor. However, Tianlan's fist hit him. Not to mention the 5th level soul guidance device, even the 10th level soul guidance device could not withstand it. Bang! Tianlan punched the soul master away, then fell to the ground and died on the spot. Seeking death. Kill him. Hurry and find the city protector Douluo. Many people shouted. There were also many people who took out their soul guides and greeted Tianlan. Tianlan casually used his dragon capturing hand and snatched all the soul tools from their hands. Then he took a level 5 soul guide and launched a barrage of cannons. Bang! Then in the following streets, everyone who attacked him was bombarded in a disgraceful manner. Originally, he didn't want to take action in the Sun and Moon Empire. After all, he had to keep a low profile when he first arrived. I didn't expect that there would be people who didn't know how to live or die. Where do these madmen come from to dare to cause trouble in Rishan City of the Sun and Moon Empire? Quickly capture without mercy. A powerful voice resounded. Then the figure of this person appeared. Tianlan looked around casually and found that this person was a 6-ring soul emperor. Then there were many 5-ring soul kings around him, and each one of them was a soul master, because they all took out soul guidance devices. So much nonsense! Tianlan said impatiently. Then he glanced at it and used the vast sea divine eye. Then all these soul masters died suddenly on the spot, and everyone was so shocked that they rushed to run away. This is a serious trouble. Tianlan was very casual. He was walking on the street alone, looking at the scenery and studying the technological soul guidance device. Walking on the street, the soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire no longer dared to take action. Tianlan knew that there must be some powerful soul masters in this Rishan city, and there must be a lot of treasures. Chapter 592 The 8th Level Soul Guide, The Sky-Shattering Cannon. City Lord, someone is suddenly making trouble on the street. Killed many soul masters in our Rishan city. No one dares to go up now. The commander of Rishan city immediately reported the news to the city lord of Rishan city. How dare you come to our Rishan city to kill people? What kind of state are you in? The city lord, who was closing his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and said coldly. Go back to the city lord, look at that guy is a young man, his level is no more than the strength of the 4th ring soul sect. But he can kill 5th and 6th ring soul masters. And I haven't used any martial arts yet. Anyway, it's very weird. City lord, what should we do? That person has such strength at a young age, and is definitely not a child of an ordinary sect or family. The commander-in-chief didn't know what to do, and he didn't dare to do anything at will. After all, this is causing trouble for Rishan city. It's just a small soul sect, you still need to ask me. You are also a 7th level soul engineer after all, right? Can't you still deal with a young soul sect? Xiao Guang, the lord of Rishan city, said indifferently. He is an 8th level soul master, and the soul master's combat power is also very strong. He is considered a relatively strong dual cultivator in the Sun and Moon Empire. So Xiao Guang didn't take a somewhat powerful 4th ring soul sect seriously at all. I understand, I will take people to deal with this madman now. This person should be someone sent by other empires to deliberately disgust us. That's why we must kill. Commander Li Shan said with a serious face. Tianlan checked the level of the soul guidance devices of the Sun and Moon Empire, and it was really possible to feel what he had imagined. So prepare to return. Crazy guy, you want to leave just because you killed the people in Rishan city. You really think too much. The strength of our Sun Moon Empire is as fearful to the Heavenly Soul and Douluo Empire as a tiger. But I want to know. Lishan is a level 74 soul saint, a powerful martial soul ape, and a level 7 soul mentor who is good at heavy artillery combat. As he spoke, he took out his treasure. 8th level soul guide, sky-shattering cannon. And his subordinates were all a group of soul emperors and soul kings, and they opened their martial souls one after another. Prepare to launch a fierce attack on Tianlan. I came here just to see the scenery, the humanity and high-end technology of the Sun and Moon Empire. It's just a casual stroll, but in the city, you randomly broke out and attacked me, and I eventually killed you. Is this my fault too? Tianlan is not in a hurry to leave. If someone comes to die, he can accept everything. Of course it is wrong, otherwise you can still be right. Now let's go and follow me to see the lord of the city, do you hear me? Li Shan wants to capture Tianlan alive. It's grinding. I have to take action first, right? Bang! Tianlan said impatiently, and as soon as he finished speaking, he threw a person directly onto the shop on the side. Taking action at the slightest disagreement is a complete loss of face to them. Son of a bitch! You are the first person in our Rishan city to be so arrogant. Do it! Li Shan pointed at Tianlan and yelled angrily, and then issued the order with murderous intent. Kill! Then these soul masters activated their soul guides one after another and bombarded Tianlan. Tianlan just sneered and walked towards Lishan. Bang! Countless soul guide shells all bombarded Tianlan's body. For a time, artillery fire continued, houses were blown up, and pedestrians were blown away. It seems that he wants to destroy this place, really just to kill Tianlan, so it's not a big deal. Lishan did this to be sure. After all, the strange abilities displayed by Tianlan really made him a little afraid. This enemy trash is destined to be blown to ashes. Anyone dares to come to our Sun and Moon Empire to cause trouble. They are so brave. It's lucky for him to die so happily. If you want me to say that, I have to capture him and torture him severely. The people from the Sun and Moon Empire around them said with sarcasm on their faces. None of them thought that Tianlan could survive. After all, no one could survive the cannon fire from so many soul tools all over the world. Hat. It seems that the news is exaggerated. It's just a 4-ring duzong, and it doesn't need my 8th level soul guide. Li Shan mocked with a sneer on his face. Everyone was mocking, but as the smoke dissipated. According to the law of no injury, Tianlan naturally had no injuries. The shield blessed by his 9 turns golden body art perfectly resisted the attacks of all soul guiding devices. That's all the soul guides of your Sun and Moon Empire are like. You can't even break through my defenses. It seems that I have to continue to study hard. Don't pay attention to the martial soul, pay attention to the use of the soul guide. If the soul guide is a pile of scrap metal, that's really picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. Tianlan said calmly, but the ridicule and contempt in his words deeply stimulated the Sun and Moon people's emotions. Seeking death. How dare you underestimate the soul guide of our Sun and Moon Empire? How dare people from backward countries speak so wildly? Today, the leader of Japan will let you see what it means to be an important weapon that leads the times. Li Shan roared with a ferocious expression, then opened his martial soul, and then continuously injected energy to charge the 8th level soul guide. Come together and stop him for a moment. Li Shan quickly issued an order. Then a group of soul kings and soul emperors used soul skills to attack Tianlan, and they also attacked together with the soul guide. Tianlan directly opened the killing god domain without opening his martial soul. Such terrifying pressure made the group of people dare not move anymore. They stared at Tianlan with wide eyes and their legs could not help but tremble. Bang! Tianlan waved his hand casually and used dragon capturing hand, and these people were thrown far away. Tianlan quickly eliminated these low-level soul masters, but at this time Li Shan's 8th level soul guide was fully charged. The sky-shattering cannon, the sky-shaking 15 combo. Terrifying shells swept towards Tianlan, one after another. But Tianlan strolled towards him. You idiot, you won't even hide when faced with my commander's sky-shattering cannon. Just wait until it turns into ashes. Bang! However, as soon as his words fell, the cannonball fell on Tianlan. When the smoke dissipated, Tianlan still had no injuries. He continued to move forward without stopping at all. Damn it! I don't believe you can resist forever. Li Shan looked shocked, and so did everyone else. Li Shan, who felt that he had lost face, continued to hold the Zhentian cannon and bombard Tianlan. This time, the shells hit Tianlan 3 times in a row. The terrifying airwave caused is very frightening and has the power to destroy everything. Chapter 593, There is no one in Rishan City? Be a dog for me. This time, I don't believe that you, a bastard, will survive. A little soul sect dares to pretend like this to my commander. You really don't take the 8th level soul guide seriously. Fortunately, my master gave me this 8th level soul tool, otherwise I would have been in some trouble today. This kid can kill the soul emperor and soul king at will, and his strength is comparable to that of Contra. As the smoke filled the air, Li Shan spoke angrily, with a hint of fear in his words. This soul guide of yours is still interesting, just give it to me to use. Tianlan's figure flashed in front of Li Shan. Li Shan's eyes widened angrily, and the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, rapid movement. Li Shan quickly opened the distance between him and Tianlan, and controlled the Zhentian cannon to shoot out all the remaining shells. To be sure, Li Shan quickly put away the sky-shattering cannon, and the third soul ring around him lit up. The third soul skill, Powerful Diamond Fist. In an instant, countless fist shadows blasted towards Tianlan. He still didn't believe it. The sky-shattering cannon and his powerful Vajra fist couldn't kill a boy. This time, people watching from a distance also felt that Tianlan must be dead. But Tianlan slapped them in the face again. Did you feel good about it? Now we know that the 8th level soul guide you brag about is of no use at all, right? From now on, it's my turn to take action against you. Tianlan's figure flashed again and came to Li Shan again. Before Li Shan could react, he punched him in the face. But this time Tianlan held back, otherwise Li Shan's head would explode at this moment. Ah! A powerful soul saint screamed in pain and flew out. This scene made everyone present take a breath. Is this young man so strong? It seems that the realm is the 4-ring soul sect. But how can you beat up the soul emperor and soul king at will, and now you can knock back the 7-ringed soul with one punch? Holy! He must be hiding his cultivation. The soul masters who understood this meaning retreated one after another, not daring to watch the show anymore. I was afraid that Tianlan was an old monster and would suddenly use a group attack spirit skill, which would harm Chi Yu. A soul saint, so inexperienced, seems to only know how to study soul guidance devices, and his own cultivation is also false. I see that your martial spirit is still that of a powerful ape. You can carry and fight powerful apes, but you have become a papery sick cat. How ridiculous! Tianlan directly sucked Li Shan over, pinched him without touching his neck, and said mockingly. Son of a bitch! You are so arrogant in Rishan City, the city lord will never let you go. I, the Sun and Moon Empire, will not let you go. Li Shan was a tough one. He was controlled by Tianlan, and he was very loud and still threatening him. Hat! Tianlan sneered and didn't bother to say anything more. Tianlan would not give him a chance for such a reckless guy. Bang! He directly controlled Li Shan's ankle with his dragon-capturing hand, and then threw him wildly back and forth. Not to mention what happened to Li Shan, even the ground was smashed with big holes. Everyone looked at this scene and felt horrified. Is this soul master from the enemy country so ruthless? He actually smashed the commander-in-chief's head so hard that he didn't even know where it was. The commander-in-chief is the most valued person by the city lord, and the city lord will never let him go if he learns of this. Furthermore, I heard that the Grand Commander was a disciple of the Empire's titled Douluo, and the 8th level soul guide was given to him by the titled Douluo. Now that this guy has killed the Commander-in-Chief and caused such misery, neither the city lord nor the more powerful titled Douluo will let him go. Tianlan put away Li Shan's soul guide for storing things. The level was not low, it was level 6. But Tianlan knew very well that the most valuable thing was the 8th level soul guide. This can be given to Huo Yuhao after he becomes a soul master. Little Yakuza, little Yakuza. Even if you become the God King, I will still have to destroy all your plans. Although I have not become a god now, becoming a god is still a matter of time. After all, the flow rate here is 100 times that of the original world. Tianlan did not come here to destroy Sun Mountain City, and he was not in the mood to destroy the Sun and Moon Empire. He has no grudge against anyone. He is here just to watch the excitement. If there are good seedlings, he can keep them around and cultivate them. The more talents, the better. There are definitely many good seedlings in the Sun and Moon Empire. Sir, when you come to Rishan City and act like this, do you think there is no one in Rishan City? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the person coming. A man in his 40s wearing a golden robe. His face was resolute, his brows were furrowed, and he was full of murderous intent. This person is none other than the Lord of Rishan City, Xiao Guang. Level 85 Soul Douluo, Level 8 Soul Master. In the realm of Contra, he is invincible. After all, he is a dual cultivator, and neither of them is a weakness. And beside him, there was a man with a tall and straight figure, who was also in the Contra realm. Similar in appearance, but younger. On the other side of him was a little girl, about 12 years old, with a sweet appearance. Father, this guy killed Uncle Li Shan, you must not let him go. We must capture him alive and then torture him severely. It would be better to use him for the research of soul guidance devices. The little girl pulled Xiao Guang and said with a fierce expression. Ninger, don't worry, no one who caused trouble in our mountain city will be able to get out alive. Xiao Guang turned to look at the little girl and smiled kindly. I want to leave today, no one can stop me. Death to those who block it. Tianlan said lightly. He can spare these people now, but if the city lord is still brazen about keeping him, or even takes action, then he will have no choice but to die. After Tianlan finished speaking, he turned around and left. However, in Xiao Guang's eyes, Tianlan just wanted to escape. I saw him sneer, and the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, Flying Eagle Shadow. Xiao Guang's martial spirit is the Black Demon Eagle, which is the most powerful type of eagle martial spirit. Once you practice Contra, you can reveal the aura of the devil. A huge black flying eagle with terrifying momentum shot towards Tianlan. Tianlan shook his head, took out a knife at random, turned around and slashed at will. Pfft! The huge flying eagle shadow disappeared. There are always people who are not happy living and want to die. Do you think this kind of person is simply sick? Tianlan played with the knife, looked around at the crowd and asked meaningfully. Xiao Guang saw that his second soul skill was eliminated by the opponent with a casual knife. And this sword was not a soul skill at all, which caused a turmoil in his heart. Arrogant person, you piece of shit. Now quickly kowtow to this lady and admit your mistake. I can still let you live and suffer. Just be a dog to me. If you continue to persist in your obsession, I will let you die without a burial place. Chapter 594 The Black Demon Eagle Martial Spirit smashed into flesh and shocked the entire audience. This is Xiao Ning, the youngest daughter of the city lord, and also the only daughter. And he's very talented. He's like 12 years old. He's already a second-level soul engineer. The martial spirit also inherited the city lord's black magic eagle. One person couldn't help but sigh. This kid is so arrogant when facing the lord of the city. He really has 9 lives, which are not enough. Let's just watch him be completely destroyed. Another person also said gloatingly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tianlan pulled him over from the air. Are you talking about me? Don't think that I can't hear you if you talk about me elsewhere. Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile on his face. Let me go, I didn't talk about you. Lord City Lord, please save me. My uncle is from your City Lord's mansion, he is a 6th ring soul emperor. At this time, the 4th ring soul sect said with a frightened look on his face, and then shouted at Xiao Guang. He hopes Xiao Guang can save him. Let him go. Xiao Guang said solemnly. Xiao Guang naturally had to save him. After all, many people in the city were watching him. As the city lord, he naturally had to protect everyone in the city. If you don't let go, what else? And I'm going to kill him. Everything has a price. Tianlan responded with a smile, and after the words fell, Tianlan pinched his neck amidst the Siwan soul sect's cry for help. Then Tianlan threw it out casually. Just like a cannonball hitting a person, the person was killed on the spot. And this person also mocked and cursed Tianlan just now. Such a ruthless Tianlan naturally scared everyone present. Fanatic! Why is this beast not dead yet? The city lord must kill him. A bastard who is worse than a pig or a dog. After being frightened, they did not dare to speak out anymore, they only dared to curse in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone was cursing Tianlan. Hat! Tianlan sneered and opened the killing god realm again. The endless murderous intent and terrifying coercion crushed the kneecaps of all those who cursed him in their hearts. Everyone knelt down. Stop! Xiao Guang roared. The 3rd soul ring around his body lit up. The 3rd soul skill, Black Eagle Invasion. The illusory black eagles, like black mist, quickly moved towards Tianlan. This soul skill is a control skill. As long as anyone is shrouded in black mist, their speed will be slowed down and their reactions will be sluggish. Then Xiao Guang took out a spear with 5 barrels, which he made himself. Level 7 Soul Guidance Device, Black Flame Combo Gun, Wild Wind Shooting. As the black mist enveloped Tianlan, Xiao Guang quickly accumulated energy, preparing to give Tianlan a fatal blow. Father, please don't kill this bastard. We must capture him alive, and my daughter will torture him severely. Xiaoning on the side said with a ferocious expression. The man on the other side suddenly said, there is no need for me to accumulate energy and waste my soul power. Brother, come and capture him alive. Xiao Guang's biological brother, Xiao Mang said confidently. He is an even more talented soul mentor, and he is already an 8th level soul mentor in his 30s. The level has also reached level 81. The martial spirit is a mutated black magic eagle, a flaming black magic eagle. There is a more significant bonus for soul tools that use dark attributes. After finishing his words, Xiao Guang opened his martial soul without waiting for anything to say, and the 1st soul ring around his body lit up. The 1st soul skill, the Light of Flames. A powerful energy beam condensed towards Tianlan, and then Black Eagle leaned down and instantly became a black beam of light. At this moment, the terrifying power became more obvious, and it exploded in the direction of Tianlan. Bang! The impact was loud and clear, and everyone felt that this time he would be injured. This kind of thing probably has a high-level defensive soul guidance device on his body, or he has secretly used defensive soul skills. Otherwise, how could we not be afraid of Lishan's 8th level soul guide? But his times are limited, this time he will be finished. Xiao Mang prides himself on being the smartest in the world, so he talks eloquently as if he has seen through everything. What the second brother said is absolutely true. He is not a 4-ringed soul sect, he must be a soul saint, and he has many treasures under his hands. There must be forces behind us, but we are not afraid of killing him. We are backed by the First Empire, the Sun and Moon Empire. Xiao Guang held his head high and said arrogantly. However, as he finished speaking, the smoke dissipated, and Tianlan's figure disappeared. Both Xiao Guang brothers exclaimed in disbelief. It can't be wiped out so easily, right? However, Tianlan's voice rang in their ears the next moment. My sister's voice was like a ghost's voice, and the two of them were frightened and immediately opened the defensive soul guide. But in front of Tianlan, any soul guide is like window paper. Bang! Tianlan casually took out a level 6 soul guide, the Furious Hammer, from Lishan's storage soul guide. He rose into the air and struck at Xiao Guang and Xiao Mang 2 times in a row. Still without using any skills, he directly used his terrifying power to smash the two people's 7th level defensive soul guides. While the two of them turned on their defensive soul tools, they also turned on their defensive soul skills just to be sure. But it was useless. Tianlan's burst of power was that of a titled Douluo. Even without using soul skills, his strength alone could crush all the defenses of the two of them. 2PEO Lihai's head exploded easily like a watermelon. This scene frightened the people who had broken their kneecaps, their eyes widened, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. For the man holding the hammer, there is only fear in my heart. Is this a monster? Without using soul skills, you can kill 2 soul saints with a hammer, and that's even with the protection of a level 7 soul guide. Ah! Xiao Ning, who was standing aside, saw his father and uncle being smashed into a pulp. I was so scared that I screamed. And Tianlan is not a person who cherishes beauty and beauty. This black demon eagle martial spirit is a dark martial spirit, and there is a high probability that he will eventually become an evil spirit master. Besides, everyone has to pay a price, even a girl. Bang! Tianlan swung his hammer and knocked Xiaoning away like a golfer. Hiss! Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Is this an evil soul master? How could an enemy country be so stupid as to act like this? Whether it was the Sky Soul Empire or the Douling Empire, they were obviously much weaker than the Sun and Moon Empire. Only extremely evil soul masters in this world can do this. After Tianlan killed 3 people, he leisurely rose into the air, spread out the 8 wings of the evil god, and quickly flew away from Rishan City. The next step was to go to Shrek City. It didn't matter how long Huo Yuhao was there. He could make contact with other people from Shrek Academy first. I need to cultivate some geniuses myself. Chapter 595 Mingguo Douluo, Lenu is in trouble. I need to cultivate some geniuses myself. Just like killing the city lord in the Tianhun Empire, the news quickly spread to the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. Lishan's master, Tang Wu, was naturally furious. Tang Wu is one of the many titled Douluo in the Sun and Moon Empire. He is known as the Underworld Douluo. At the same time, he is also a 9th level soul mentor. Although his status in the Sun and Moon Empire is not very high, he still has some influence. When he learned that his disciple had been killed, he was naturally furious. How dare you kill my disciples within the borders of the Sun and Moon Empire? Can this person leave his name? How high is his level? I want to avenge my disciple. Mingguo Douluo roared angrily. Go back to master, the man didn't leave his name, and I don't know which country he is from. On the surface, his realm is that of the 4-ring soul sect, but he must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, how could third junior brother, the majestic 7th ring soul sage, be killed by a young soul sect? And the third junior brother also has the 8th level soul guide given to him by your master, the sky-shattering cannon. Even if you face an ordinary contra, you can still fight. FANFIC, the eldest disciple of Mingguo Douluo, bent down and said respectfully. FANFIC is also a soul saint, but he is already a level 79 peak soul saint and his martial soul is a gold and bronze python. In his 40s, his cultivation talent may not be that high, but as a soul mentor, he is powerful. A 7-ring soul saint, but he is already an 8th level soul mentor comparable to an 8-ring soul Douluo. Son of a bitch! It must be an old guy from the Heavenly Soul Empire who is good at rejuvenating people. Since he didn't use soul skills, he might be someone from the Numenon sect. People from the Numenon sect have rare Numenon martial souls. Even if they don't use their martial souls, their combat power is unmatched by other soul masters. This old guy may be a high-level soul Douluo, or he may be a titled Douluo. After all, the lord of Shancheng City has been killed in recent days. Mingguo Douluo cursed murderously, thinking that he was very smart in analyzing his opponent's situation. Then master, how should we find this person? FANFIC asked doubtfully. Let's not be in a hurry. The royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire should be in a hurry. After all, the city lord is the person appointed by them. Now that the Sun and Moon Empire is at its peak in the spring and autumn period, how can it be bullied by a weak imperial soul master? The royal family will definitely be furious, and then send a large number of soul masters to the enemy country to investigate. He even threatened the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douluo Empire to hand over the murderous villains, otherwise we would start a war. Mingwu Douluo straightened his body, stroking his beard and looking into the distance, and said meaningfully, "Hello, Master." FANFIC immediately flattered him. Tianlan quickly returned to Shrek City, and using the soul seed puppet, he quickly found the white fox. But Tianlan discovered that Baihu and Lenu were being surrounded by a group of soul masters at this moment, looking for trouble. Tianlan did not appear immediately, but opened the realm of living beings and felt everything around him, including the conversations and voices of everyone within the range. My young master looks at this little girl and wants her to be his personal maid. I advise you not to be ignorant of good and evil. In Shrek City, my Hong family has a profound background. Even if you are the soul saint, you cannot afford to offend me. In Shrek City, there are so many soul saints. At first glance, you look like you are from a small place. I don't know that Shrek City is the largest empire in the world. A low-level soul saint named Hong Shan pointed at the white fox and said sternly while turning on his martial soul. Although he is a low-level one, he is already level 72, but the white fox is only level 71 and can be dealt with by himself. Not to mention the 5-6 ring soul emperors who followed him. But Hong Shan wanted to defeat the enemy without fighting and directly scare the white fox. After all, if a soul saint works hard, even if he wins, he will still be injured. Sorry, sister, Brother Tang, will never let you go. Don't mention you, even the entire Hong family will be exterminated. Lenu pointed at Hong Shan and shouted angrily. Having seen Tianlan fight several times, she firmly believed that Tianlan could do this. Even though Shrek City is the largest city in the world, most of the people in the city have powerful forces behind it. But she trusted Tianlan unconditionally in her heart. Don't anger them. Baihu lowered his head to remind Lenu. He thought that he should stabilize the opponent first and try to delay it for some time without taking action. Once he takes action, he will not be able to protect Lenu at all. He was not sure how long it would take for Tianlan to return, so he was a little flustered at the moment. After all, a person from a small place would have no confidence in coming to the largest city in the world. Ha! What a loud tone! Brother Tang in your mouth, still wants to destroy my Hong family. Who do you think your brother Tang is? Is he Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang clan who became a god thousands of years ago? Do you know how many titled Douluo our Hong family has produced in the past 1,000 years? Even now, the old patriarch of the Hong family is a titled Douluo. Little girl, don't go crazy, my young master will not treat you badly if you follow me. When Hong Shan heard Lenu's words, he couldn't help laughing. Pointing at Lenu, he said loudly and mockingly. Others looked at Lenu with mocking expressions. Lenu felt that Hong Shan and others were mocking Brother Tang, who was like a god in her heart. An immediate and angry rebuttal was required. But Baihu covered his mouth and said anxiously in a low voice, I said, Aunt, you should keep a low profile. We need to delay now until His Holiness comes back to save us. It's not a good time to start a dispute with them now. Baihu is a smart man. Losing some face at the beginning is nothing, as long as he saves his life. I'm going to say it one last time, just follow us, or we will take action. If you take action, someone could easily be killed. I don't think you all want to die. Hong Shan issued an ultimatum. Brother, if we have something to talk about, my young lady is also a talented soul master. How can she be a lowly maid next to your young master? Does the Hong family like to bully the people in Shrek City? It would be a bad reputation if word spread like this. Baihu lowered his head and spoke softly, and also reminded the Hong family not to go too far. Hong Shan was not a brainless person. He immediately saw that Baihu was stalling for time. Hat! You want to delay time, right? I don't have time to waste time here with you. Since you don't know what it means to cherish life, then I will take your life. Do it! Hong Shan said with a sneer, and then roared loudly. The other 5 soul emperors opened their martial souls one after another and attacked the white fox. The same goes for Hong Shan. Chapter 596 The White Fox's combat IQ is very clever. The white fox saw that he could not delay time. The 7th soul ring around him quickly lit up. The 7th soul skill, White Fox True Body. Baihu knew that there would be a fierce battle next, so he opened the martial soul's true form as soon as possible. After all, after opening the true form, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and the enemy can be caught off guard. Then the fourth soul ring quickly lit up again. The fourth soul skill, Lone Shadow Fox Group. With the blessing of the martial soul's true form, every fox shadow in the fox group became much larger. He rushed towards the 6 people crazily. What a small trick! Hong Shan roared angrily. The 7th soul ring around him also lit up quickly. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Hong Shan quickly turned into a giant red crocodile. His martial spirit is the red brocade holy light crocodile, which is an extremely powerful type of crocodile martial spirit. And the entire direct line of the Hong family has inherited this martial spirit. This giant crocodile was about 30 meters long. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the rushing fox silver in one bite. Then the 3rd soul ring lights up. The 3rd soul skill, Pillar of Holy Light. Hong Shan opened his bloody mouth, his whole body became even redder, and then a ball of red light condensed in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the ball of light swept towards the white fox, forming a large and thick beam of light. This is Ongshan's very powerful long-distance single-target attack soul skill. The pressure on the white fox increased sharply, and the 1st soul ring around his body lit up. The 1st soul skill, Fox's speed increase. Bai Hu took Lenu and evacuated quickly, fleeing towards the distance. He knew that he was no match for the other party. They both had beast martial arts souls, and the other party's martial arts spirits would have a natural suppressive force on him. The Hong family is really strong. Can I still escape? Fortunately, the martial spirit of giant crocodile is not very fast. It's such a wishful thinking to want to escape. Follow me. Zhu Feng, Lanja, the 2 of you, catch up with him and fight with all your might. Hang on to him. Our support is around, and he will not be able to escape when the time comes. Hong Shan said with a mocking look on his face. Yes. After listening to the order, the 2 6-ring soul emperors lit up their soul rings one after another. The 3rd soul skill, Electric Bird Chasing the Wind. The 4th soul skill, Swift Wolf Impact. The 2 agility attack soul emperors used their fastest soul skills to chase the white fox. Although Bai Hu is good at speed, he is a control-type illusion soul master, and his speed is far outmatched by agility soul masters. Uncle White Fox, don't worry, Brother Tang will definitely come to save us. Lenu was not afraid at all on White Fox's back. The white fox who had transformed into a fox body was speechless. This little girl is really optimistic. How dangerous it was now, did she really not feel it at all? Tianlan, who was waving the 8 wings of the evil god in the sky, also wanted to laugh at Lenu's words. Does this girl trust her so much? However, the white fox is also very loyal. When faced with a crisis, he did not escape alone. Instead, he fled with the oil bottle. But now Tianlan is not in a hurry to go out and save Bai Hu. He wants to see how powerful Bai Hu can be. This guy is talented, so Tianlan wants to see the white fox's combat IQ. Zhu Feng and Lanja soon caught up with the white fox. The 2 looked at each other. Zhu Feng's 1st soul ring lit up all over his body. The 1st soul skill, Thunder Strike. Zhu Feng's figure flashed, and he swung his huge fist with the power of thunder and lightning, and hit the white fox. At the same time, the 2nd soul ring around Lanja lit up. The 2nd soul skill, Flashing Wolf Claws. The wolf fangs and hands turned into terrifying wolf claws, extremely sharp. With a flash, he appeared in front of the white fox, grabbing the white fox with an unstoppable force. The white fox also had a countermeasure when the 2 of them used their soul skills. The 2nd soul ring around his body lit up. The 2nd soul skill, Blessing from the Fox God. This is White Fox's defensive soul skill. It can still resist the attacks of 2 low-level soul emperors. The reason why the white fox didn't think about evading or using soul skills to fight against it. It was because he felt that the attack power of 2 agile attack soul emperors would not be very strong. The white fox resisted the blows of the 2 men and still suffered some minor injuries. However, he also used the force of the impact to sprint forward for another distance, widening the distance between him and the 2 of them. Damn it! Lang Yu roared angrily. Tianlan saw Bai Hu's mature combat experience and could tell that he had some combat IQ. After all, the fox is one of the smartest spirit beasts. Keep reading. Zhu Feng and Lang Yu relied on their speed advantage to catch up with White Fox again. This time, the 2 of them wanted to entangle the White Fox. They all used their 6th soul skills. The 6th soul skill, Flying Wolf's Soul Destroying Chant. The 6th soul skill, Phantom Bird Killing. The wolf fang roared at the white fox at close range. His most powerful soul skill is the soul attacking skill. The flying bird directly summoned a huge electric bird phantom, and grabbed the white fox with great power. The white fox knew that he could not defend himself this time, but had to confront the two of them head-on. The 3rd soul ring around his body lit up. The 3rd soul skill, Fox's Soul Devouring. First, he used his soul attack to neutralize Lanja's soul attack. Then the 5th soul ring lit up again. The 5th soul skill, Raging Fox Divine Slash. At this moment, anger filled the surroundings, and the white fox rose into the air, waving its claws at the birds. Then the two were as fast as thunder and as strong as heavy hammers, and a fox slash broke the phantom bird's shadow. The next fox slash sank directly into Asuka's body. The flying bird was cut in half and killed. Only Lanja was left, with his eyes wide open and a look of fear on his face. He knew that without Asuka, he was no match for the opponent. They also underestimated the strength of the white fox. But when Lanja wanted to escape, Behu had already used his strongest soul skill. The 6th soul skill, Illusion. As his strongest soul skill, it directly caused Lanja to fall into an illusion. And Wolf Fang cannot escape for the time being. The white fox did not kill Lanja, but quickly ran in the direction of escape. Tianlan was very satisfied when he saw Baihu's handling of the matter. An ordinary person might take advantage of his illness to kill him, but killing a wolf fang won't change anything. If you waste time, you will be overtaken by the pursuers behind you, and there may also be intercepted reinforcements. In addition, if you use one more soul skill, the white fox's soul power will drop a lot. In addition, if you keep the fox body, the soul power will be consumed very quickly. The most correct choice now is to flee quickly while maintaining the fox body. He is a guy who fights with his IQ. Tianlan likes people with brains. By the time Hongshan arrived with other soul emperors, the white fox had already fled far away. And Lanja was also awakened by Hongshan. Lanja, what's going on? Asuka was cut in half, you were under an illusion, where is that bastard? Is he injured? Hongshan grabbed Lang Ye's collar and asked angrily. Chapter 597, How many dog lives can the tenacious white fox kill? That guy is very strong. Very fast and good at illusions. Finiao was accidentally killed, and Bizi was directly hit by his 6th soul skill and couldn't escape at all. That guy should have escaped by now. Wolf fangs lower their heads to swallow spit. Trash! Hongshan cursed angrily. Then he didn't say much and continued the pursuit. Tianlan was looking down at everything from the air. He knew that the white fox couldn't escape at all. Because the Hong family didn't just send a soul saint. It seems that the young master of the Hong family is very fond of Lenu. In one fell swoop, 2 soul saints were sent to catch her. Shrek City doesn't care how they fight outside Shrek City. When the white fox escaped into a jungle, just when he thought he had got rid of the enemy, a voice suddenly sounded out. You can't escape. The ones fighting Hongshan and the others don't have much soul power anymore, right? Hongshan is also a loser. With several soul emperors, he can let you escape this far. And they're still missing. The white fox's expression changed drastically. It was the aura of the soul saint, and it was stronger than the soul saint just now. Regardless of whether he is his opponent or not, even if he can be defeated, the pursuers from behind will arrive. It seems like today is doomed. Next, I will fight for my life. If I die, you will surrender immediately. If you want to survive, just be obedient. Even if you are caught by the other party, at least you are still alive. If you are alive, you can wait until the Lord returns. As long as respect comes back, the magnesium painted on the tip of the tip will be Rui. Baihu looked at Lenu very seriously and warned her. Uncle White Fox. Lenu said hurriedly, I don't want you to die. Then Lenu prayed in his heart that Tianlan would come back quickly. The white fox smiled and returned to his true form. He could no longer maintain his true form. Even though I can't escape today, I will fight for the life of any one of you. And the lives of the rest of you, as well as the entire Hong family, will accompany me to hell. I can tell you clearly that your Hong family has offended people who shouldn't be offended. In the end it's too late to regret. The white fox said words of encouragement to himself so that he would not be afraid, and at the same time he wanted to delay time. Are you stalling for your time? Is it because the stronger person has not returned? What if we wait for him to come? But before we wait for his return, Hong Shan is coming. The little girl you protect will eventually fall into our hands, and you and the master you call will die in the hands of my Hong family. The speaker appeared, a slender man with black eyes and long hair, who looked like a woman. But the pressure he brought to the white fox was very great. It seems you are stubborn. Bai Hu shook his head and sneered. I think you are stubborn, right? How about I introduce myself? My name is Tan Yao, a level 75 attack spirit saint, a white rhinoceros with a phoenix pattern. I won't kill unknown people either. Please introduce them to me too. Tan Yao smiled even more, but his tone was calm. My name is Aster, a level 71 control type war spirit saint, a martial spirit white fox. Please advise. The white fox has already shown the aura of looking forward to death. The opponent is level 75, is of the power attack type, and has the martial spirit of the phoenix patterned white rhinoceros. But the top beast martial spirit is a rhinoceros with phoenix bloodline. And it's still full. It seems you are a loyal person. But I don't like loyal people. So go to hell. Tan Yao sneered, and then quickly stopped his smile, his charming face full of murderous intent. The first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Rhino Clash. Tan Yao looks charming, but after launching the attack, Tan Yao's temperament changed. I saw that his body was dozens of times bigger, and he had a horn on his head, which looked extremely sharp. Then he crashed crazily towards the white fox. Bai Hu could no longer open the true form of the martial soul, so he could only use illusion soul skills to delay time. The sixth soul ring around his body lit up. The sixth soul skill, Illusion. Tan Yao guessed that Bai Hu was very good at illusions, so he immediately lit up his third soul ring. The third soul skill, Spiritual Light Phoenix Rhinoceros. This soul skill is Tan Yao's defensive soul skill. Whether it is physical or spiritual, it is added with a spiritual light. Aura body protection can also protect the soul. So the white fox's attack had no effect. And Tan Yao's attack has arrived, and he is about to hit the white fox. Bai Hu used his first soul skill to avoid Tan Yao's fatal blow. He didn't want to give up just like that, so his soul ring lit up immediately. The fifth soul skill, Raging Fox Divine Slash. Since illusions don't work, let's use physical attacks. At times like this, we must not be defensive. The white fox tried his best and exhausted all his soul power. The first chop made Tan Yao pause for a moment. The second slash made Tan Yao go back. Then he picked up Lenu and ran away. Escape. You have no chance. Tan Yao felt a little disgraced and shouted with a ferocious expression. The fourth soul ring around his body lit up. The fourth soul skill, White Rhinoceros Holy Axe. A very huge axe appeared out of thin air, glowing with phoenix-colored holy light, full of power. Then he slashed at the fleeing white fox. It's extremely fast, and it's a locking technique. The white fox looked back and found that if he moved in the direction, the axe would fall. Die! Tan Yao said confidently with a ferocious expression. The white fox knew that this was a locked skill, so he no longer dodged it, but turned back to prepare to resist the blow. Since you can't avoid it, just resist. The second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill, Blessing of the Fox. Bai Hu felt that this defensive soul skill couldn't stop him at all, so he used what was at the bottom of the box. The 6th level soul tool he obtained at auction. Level 6 Soul Guidance Device Fox's Protection Armor. This soul guide is a bone armor made from the bones of a 10,000-year-old white fox. When used in conjunction with the white fox spirit, it can have new bonuses. So even if it is a level 6 soul guide, because of the white fox spirit, it can act as a level 7 soul guide at this moment. Bang! However, after Tan Yao took action, he became more and more crazy. After using his 4th soul skill, his 5th soul ring soon lit up. The 5th soul skill, Rhino Fury. After Tan Yao used his long-distance soul skills, he prepared to end the battle with a close attack. So what if there is a defensive soul guide? You will still die. Tan Yao has phoenix patterns all over his body, and his body is almost 20 meters tall. The axe cracked the defensive soul guide, and the white fox used the impact to retreat quickly. But Tan Yao's impact speed was faster than the white fox's retreat. The white fox knew that he was going to die this time. What a pity! I originally thought that I met a mysterious person who could change my life, but I didn't expect that he would die so soon. Hat. How many dog lives do I need to kill those who touch me? Chapter 598 Tianlan returns, the unyielding Tan Yao. Tianlan's voice resounded, making the white fox's eyes suddenly shine when he was on the verge of despair. But Tan Yao, who was charging, was too lazy to pay attention to Tianlan. He just sneered. A shameless guy. Wait until I kill this person, then I will kill you. But when he saw the white fox at this moment, he suddenly gave up all resistance movements and stood calmly on the spot, as if waiting for him to hit him. This move of his can destroy even a mountain, let alone a defenseless soul saint. I don't know whether to live or die. Tan Yao sneered. However, just when he was determined to kill the white fox, his body suddenly moved uncontrollably. Bang! Then Tan Yao's huge body was pulled by a huge force and fell directly onto a big tree, breaking the trunk. Tianlan fell from the sky at this time and slowly landed next to the white fox. Xiao Yu, I scared you. Tianlan comforted, touching his head. Sir, you are back so soon. Bai Hu said excitedly. Brother Tang, you are finally back. There is a Hong family bullying me in Shrek City. Everyone is happy to give me a bad breath. You actually asked me to work as a maid for his young master. It's really too much of a lie. Lenu relied heavily on Tianlan's complaint. However, because of Tianlan's appearance, the two of them completely stabilized their moods. Even if the three of them faced the Hong family, the two of them were not afraid. Because Tianlan is here, what does a Hong family mean? Son of a bitch! Who are you? How dare you throw me down like this? Do you know who I am? Tan Yao's martial spirit was a rhinoceros with the blood of phoenix, so he did not fall into despair, but stood up quickly. His whole body was burning with phoenix blood, and his face was already covered with lines. He pointed at Tianlan with a ferocious expression and roared. You have a good martial spirit, which can be regarded as one of the top martial arts in the mainland. Originally, if I continued to practice, if nothing unexpected happened, I would have no problem becoming an invincible Contram master. It's such a pity that I have to die early now. Tianlan said calmly. Are you looking down on me? Why are you a four-ringed soul sect? You must have used a secret method to throw me aside just now. Is there nothing you can do now? Tan Yao cursed with an angry look on his face, and then the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, White Rhino Lean. In order to strengthen his all-attribute abilities, Tan Yao directly used enhanced soul skills. Then the sixth soul ring lit up. The sixth soul skill, White Rhinoceros and Phoenix Seal. Tan Yao formed a seal with his hands, and a white rhinoceros spread its wings, reaching a size of nearly 30 meters. Then he flapped his wings, exuding the phoenix flames, and flew towards Tianlan and others. It's so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, this jungle is getting hot. Some trees and flowers have begun to burn. This is Tan Yao's strongest soul skill, but a single attack has the effect of a ranged soul skill. Ha! Just wait to die. Anyone who dares to compete with me will die. Tan Yao shouted confidently. However, facing such terrifying soul skills, Bai Hu and Lenu were not afraid. There wasn't even a slight fluctuation, because they all knew that Tianlan could deal with this person. Tianlan saw that Tan Yao was not too old and had a top-notch martial spirit, so he had the idea of taking him under his command. After all, he decided to cultivate two types of people in Douluo. One is the teenage genius talent, one is a strong person who has reached a certain age, around 30 years old, and must have excellent martial soul, mind, and perseverance. Lenu is not actually that much of a genius, but Lenu has a good mind, and he likes him and plans to take him into the harem, so he can be considered a backdoor. As for the white fox, he is a top-notch beast martial spirit and has excellent mental and perseverance. But now Tan Yao's martial spirit is even more top-notch, and his mental perseverance is also good. In order to show the effect of shocking Tan Yao in one fell swoop and making him sincerely convinced of him, Tianlan was ready to use a big move. Since coming to Douluo, I haven't used powerful soul skills much. Field Fusion Technique, Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. The rhinoceros flying with the fire, and the surrounding fire that was driven by the wind, were instantly extinguished by the cold ice. The flying rhino was frozen, and the ground was also covered with ice. The rolling snowstorm submerged the rhinoceros, but stopped in front of the stunned Tan Yao. Tan Yao was so shocked that he could not speak. The terrifying soul skill that he claimed to be very powerful was actually easily resolved. This Tan Yao shook his head and closed his eyes, then opened his eyes again and tried to deceive himself that everything was just a dream. Do you still have the courage to fight now? If not, just surrender. Surrender and I will spare your life. Tianlan said calmly. But he didn't want Tan Yao to surrender just like that. His perseverance was not enough. Although the white fox also surrendered, at least he fought until he was seriously injured. At the moment, I haven't really hit him hard yet. Had. It's really ridiculous. I thought that by doing it in such a mysterious way, I can scare me. The battle is not over yet. I want to see how a young guy like you can defeat me. Tan Yao was shocked for a moment, but soon recovered, pointing at Tianlan and saying contemptuously. He was not afraid, guessing that the other party was just trying to make things up. If he was really as powerful as he seemed, I would have been dead a long time ago. Tianlan was speechless, but felt quite satisfied. He has formed a force called the Holy Soul Organization, so the tougher the opponent, the better. You deserve it if you are so brainless when death is imminent. Lenu said with a mocking look. But the white fox had different ideas. Glancing at Tianlan and then at Tan Yao, he seemed to notice something. At this moment, Tan Yao's seventh soul ring lit up. The seventh soul skill, Phoenix Rhinoceros True Body. Tan Yao directly transformed into a soul beast, turning into a winged rhinoceros about 30 meters long. The rhino's body had a pair of wings burning with flames. The sixth soul skill is the phantom, but now it is the real body. And it's an improvement in all attributes. The speed is increased by 300% and the strength is increased by 200%. The defense is increased by 200%, and the soul is increased by 15%. Then Tan Yao has a left arm soul bone, which is an 8,000-year-old flame bird soul bone. At this moment, the left arm becomes the left hoof. Tan Yao roared. Soul bone skill fire strike. Tan Yao jumped towards Tianlan, came to Tianlan, stretched out his flaming left hoof, and kicked it out. At this moment, Tan Yao is comparable to a junior Contra in terms of strength, speed and momentum. The white fox's expression also changed. He didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. He also secretly made up his mind to practice harder. Tianlan, however, remained motionless. Tan Yao sneered when he saw this. Die! Arrogant guy! Chapter 599 Tianlan's Plan, Your Certificate of Submission. However, when Tianlan's jungle was completely frozen, he smiled calmly. The divine eye of the vast sea and the soul of the vast sea. Tianlan was too lazy to move, but his eyes lit up, emitting blue-purple light. Tan Yao, who was very close at hand, was immobilized. A soul bone with a god-level age allows a soul saint to be able to stay for a day and a night. Even if Tan Yao exploded with all his fighting power, there was no room for him to escape. Tan Yao knew that his soul was immobilized, let alone his body. You can't even move your eyes. At this moment, he truly felt what terrifying strength is. With his eyes shining tightly, he was frozen. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. There is a sense of despair that can be destined for life. Wow! Brother Tang is really powerful. You can easily immobilize a guy with such a terrifying aura. And Brother Tang still hasn't activated his martial spirit, it's too strong. Lenu praised Tianlan excitedly, then came to Tan Yao's side and started punching and kicking him. If this guy hadn't stopped her, she and Uncle White Fox would have escaped long ago. How could they be so frightened? You caught me, now you know you have to pay the price, right? I will chop you to death with a knife right now. As Lenu spoke, he took out a machete and slashed at Tan Yao. Tan Yao, who was immobilized, cursed in his heart. Tianlan didn't stop him and let Lenu slash Tan Yao directly with his knife. Because Tan Yao transformed into his true form as a martial soul, he couldn't cut it due to his rough skin and thick flesh. Lenu was so angry that she stamped her feet. Don't worry, practice hard, and sooner or later you will be able to cut people impressively. Tianlan said with a smile. Then Tianlan gently patted Tan Yao's body. Bang! Tan Yao was slapped hard to the ground. This slap directly injured Tan Yao. He felt like he was being weighed down by a boulder, as if he was crushed to death normally, it would just make him vomit a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Tan Yao's control was also released. Tan Yao, who was still in his martial spirit true form, immediately crashed towards Tianlan. After all, the sharp rhinoceros horn is his most deadly weapon. You are strong, right? Being stabbed to death by me unexpectedly must be very painful, right? However, Tianlan didn't shoot him this time, and directly used the dragon capturing hand to capture him in mid-air. Click! Tianlan directly broke his phoenix wings. Ah! Tan Yao screamed in pain, looking at Tianlan with anger and despair. I will only say this once, are you willing to surrender to me? Tianlan said with an indifferent expression. Tianlan is not rushing to subdue his subordinates. If the other party is not smart enough, then he can die. There is no shortage of masters in the world of Douluo. Tan Yao was controlled by Tianlan and was still unable to move. He is not a fool, and naturally knows that the boy in front of him is not a boy at all, but maybe an old monster. You can do whatever you want, even if you are a peak soul saint, at least at the Contra level. If he surrenders, he will definitely be hunted down by the Hong family. When the time comes, he will be killed, and he will be killed too. The Hong family is very powerful in Shrek City. How could a family with a titled Douluo allow itself to rebel against others at will? But if he doesn't surrender now, he will be killed immediately. Forget it, let's take a gamble. I surrender. Tan Yao responded immediately after making his decision. Tianlan smiled and put Tan Yao down, and Tan Yao also returned to his original appearance. Because of the injury, he did not get up for the time being and was calming down his emotions. It was at this moment. Tan Yao, you are a member of the Hong family, and you actually surrendered to the enemy. If the young patriarch finds out, are you still alive? What a fool! At this time, Hong Shan arrived with his people, pointed at Tan Yao and yelled angrily. Since Tianlan was still a young man disguised as the Four-Ring Soul sect, in Hong Shan's eyes, it was Tan Yao who defeated. The guy who was crushed by him actually defeated Tan Yao, who was a higher level than himself. What kind of waste is this Tan Yao? And after losing, I don't want to waste time, wait for my own support, and then work together to give the enemy a fatal blow. Complete the order given by the young master. In addition, Hong Shan is a member of the Hong family. Even if he is not a direct descendant, he is still a member of the Hong family. That was a merciless insult to Tan Yao. He didn't even think that Tan Yao was pretending to surrender. Hong Shan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise you will definitely die. At least we have known each other for a long time, and I am doing this for your own good. And you three, surrender too. It's not easy to become the Soul Emperor, and you are still geniuses. You have a good chance of reaching the realm of Soul Saint and becoming a strong man on the mainland. Tianlan was speechless. Just as Lenu was about to speak, Tan Yao reminded Hong Shan with a serious look. He did this because he wanted to drag people into trouble. When the Hong family was held accountable, they would also pursue Hong Shan first. After all, Hong Shan's surname is Hong. Tan Yao is giving himself some psychological comfort. Fart. Are you willing to be a coward, be a dog to a guy who is not as good as yourself, and drag me along with you? You are so damn disgusting. I have already called for backup, and you will definitely be cleared by then. If you eat everything inside and outside, anyone not named Hong will always be a dog that can betray you at will. Hong Shan continued to point at Tan Yao and yell at him, showing no mercy at all. Actually, he didn't call for backup because he didn't care. The only soul saint is his own defeated general, and he is not afraid of him. He said he was calling for support because he wanted to scare the other party. It would be better to just surrender and save yourself the trouble. If you really don't listen to advice, then you just wait to die. Tan Yao said helplessly. You go and kill him as a token of recognition. Tianlan suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Lenu suddenly beamed. She likes this scene, letting them fight dog. The white fox began to recover his soul power and injuries, and watched the show quietly. Tan Yao was confused, but he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. It's just that he was injured, so he was taken seriously. It was really difficult to kill Hong Shan when he was in full condition. I know your concerns. Let me recover from your injuries. After all, I don't want the person who just surrendered to me to die like this. As Tianlan spoke, he generously helped Tan Yao recover from his injuries. This confused Hong Shan and others. Who is this boy from the Four-Ring Soul sect? It seems that Tan Yao's injuries are really recovering. Could it be that this boy is the brother Tang that the little girl said? You really treat me as a dead person, don't you? Hongshan cursed and activated his martial spirit. The same goes for the other 3 soul emperors. Hongshan's first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, crocodile pressure. Hongshan directly used the soul control skill. Chapter 600 Hong family reinforcements arrive, Tan Yao's determination. Hongshan's martial spirit is top-notch crocodile, so he is very confident in the effect of heavy pressure. So after Hongshan used the first soul skill, the 4th soul ring quickly lit up. The 4th soul skill, crocodile dance demon kill. Hongshan prepared to kill Tan Yao who was recovering first, and the other 3 soul emperors first blocked the opponent's soul saint and an insignificant 4-ring soul ancestor. I must get this credit today. As long as I snatch the little girl that the young master likes, I can get a reward. The status in the family can also be improved a lot. After all, this is the eldest son of the young patriarch and the grandson of the old patriarch. He is also the most talented person in the Hong family. This year, he will definitely be able to enter Shrek Academy. Hongshan came to Tan Yao strangely as if dancing, and gave Tan Yao a fatal blow with his illusory tail. At this time, Tianlan healed Tan Yao's injuries and recovered 80%. At the moment of crisis, Tan Yao quickly lit up the 3rd soul ring. The 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Light. He had no time to dodge, and it was difficult to fight against Hongshan. After all, the opponent used a heavy pressure soul skill. So he could only use defensive soul skills quickly. Bang Hongshan's soul skills were also very powerful, but Tan Yao's defense was also very strong. So Hongshan couldn't do anything to Tan Yao. At this moment, the other 3 soul emperors used their soul skills to entangle Baihu. But Tianlan used the dragon capture hand and directly captured the 3 people. After a crazy ravage, the 3 people were directly useless. These 3 people were all over 30 years old, and they were still soul emperors, not even high-level soul emperors. So they were not in Tianlan's eyes at all. So there was only one way to die. Baihu and Lenu took a breath when they saw this, not to mention Tan Yao and Hongshan. Listening to the miserable voices of the 3 soul emperors and looking at their miserable appearances, Hongshan stared at Tan Yao angrily and shouted angrily. Damn you! Are you really going to betray me? You have recovered from your injuries now, let's join forces. They are definitely not our opponents. Hongshan was naturally frightened by Tianlan's fierceness and wanted to win over Tan Yao. Then he would deal with him. However, Tan Yao was not a fool. You don't know who you are facing at all. Hongshan, don't blame me, you are my token of allegiance. Go to hell. Tan Yao was not shaken at all, and the 7th soul ring around him lit up. 7th soul skill Phoenix Rhinoceros True Body. Tan Yao opened his martial soul True Body to quickly deal with Hongshan. Son of a bitch, your injuries haven't recovered yet. Do you really think you can control me at will? Hongshan quickly retreated and said angrily. At the same time, the 7th soul ring around him also lit up brilliantly. 7th soul skill, Red Crocodile True Body. Hongshan was not afraid of Tan Yao. While he was using his martial soul True Body, he quickly fired a cloud-piercing arrow towards the sky. As long as he could hold on for a moment, the masters of the Hong family would arrive. After all, his cloud-piercing arrow was the most critical level. Venerable, that guy is calling for help. What should we do? Should we quickly deal with him and then retreat? I heard that the Hong family has a titled Douluo. White Fox reminded in a low voice. Don't worry, even if a titled Douluo comes, don't be afraid. Just watch the show. Tianlan smiled casually. After hearing this, White Fox was also amazed. Is Venerable really a titled Douluo? After all, if you are not afraid of a titled Douluo, then you must not be a peak soul Douluo. Now White Fox began to guess what level of titled Douluo Tianlan was. The battle between Tan Yao and Hongshan was very fierce, and both sides fought desperately. After fighting for almost an incense stick of time, Hongshan was knocked to the ground by Tan Yao and suffered serious injuries. Tan Yao was also exhausted and injured. However, Hongshan was smiling at this time. Ha! Hongshan laughed out loud. You bastards, get ready to die. My Hong family's reinforcements have arrived. And they must be led by Contra. There is even more than one Contra. Hongshan looked at Tan Yao, Tianlan, and others with a mocking look. Tan Yao is also gambling now. He bets that Tianlan is at the peak of Contra. After all, the Hong family's support will definitely not be sent by the peak Contra. What is a Contra? It seems that you don't know what you are facing. Tan Yao said with a sneer on his face. Tan Yao, you traitor, today I will let you know what a soul Douluo powerhouse is. A soul saint is so arrogant that he thinks that he can ignore the Hong family by joining others. Today I will clean up the Hong family. A grey-haired old man quickly appeared in the jungle. Then another middle-aged man appeared. 3 soul saints and more than a dozen soul emperors followed behind the 2 of them. What a big deal! Can the people who surrendered themselves solve them? I didn't expect this old guy to come. Second elder, are you here? Got it. Tan Yao betrayed my Hong family and fought for the enemy to kill me. Hong Shan quickly stood up and respectfully whispered to the white-haired old man. Hong Shan, Tan Yao is a level 75 soul saint. Why did he surrender to the enemy? I think the other party is just a low-level soul saint and 2 low-level children. The second elder of the Hong family said nothing and maintained his superior demeanor. The middle-aged man beside him spoke, a handsome but strong man. This person is a direct descendant of the Hong family, the younger brother of the young patriarch, Hong Zhen. 81 Contra, the martial spirit is the same as Hong Shan. Brother Hong Zhen, that soul saint is not as good as me, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But that 4-ring soul sect is very weird. It seems that he has the final say over the 3 of them, and just now he didn't use soul skills. 3 soul emperors were easily eliminated, but they were all destroyed. And it looks like Tan Yao lost to him. Obviously this person is at worst a peak soul saint, and may even be in the Contra realm. Hong Shan was not arrogant or brainless, he just reported the situation based on his feelings. Second elder, Hong Zhen, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to His Holiness now. This way you can save 1 life, otherwise you will regret it someday. Tan Yao also went to the dark side. He felt that Tianlan's momentum was too strong, and he could heal his injuries quickly. Definitely not an ordinary person. So I'm not ready to fight back. Tianlan was very satisfied with Tan Yao's response. This guy is pretty good. Tan Yao, I think you are really stupid. You, a 7-ring soul saint, are so arrogant, go to hell. Hong Zhen has a bad temper, and as soon as he speaks, he will kill Tan Yao. He quickly opened his martial soul, and the first soul ring around him quickly lit up. The first soul skill, Holy Crocodile Bassian Throw. Hong Zhen swung the dragon's tail and drew it towards Tan Yao.